Goldberger has.
Oh, that
because
bad.
it looks like a great picture.
It's
but literally his car broke down and he was waiting for an Uber or a cab or something.
Yeah, but he got
a tow truck.
Oh, a tow truck. Yeah, he got delivered to the wedding. He had to go to a
No, it was a funeral.
Oh, it was a funeral. Damn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's more like a wake or something, man.
Some dude left him.
Billy.
Hey, everybody out in chat, could you share Cola's stream out? Because please just share it out, okay? Please.
We are live. I shared it on mine too, Cola.
Let me share it on X.
What's up, Brian?
We can get some people from X, maybe.
Oh, look, Jerry's here. Watt's here. Good to see you.
Ooh,
best life.
Okay, it's been shared out on X. You're on your links out on X there, Cola.
Anything goes there, Cola.
Well, I know everybody already knows about the chat and what they're calling war plans, but I figure this is just a minute or so long. Play it or a couple minutes long. I'll play it, but also the press secretary talks about it too. So it's kind of like it's like two different stories depending on if fake, who tells you. But this is how it came on the news.
Revealed in a group chat involving the nation's top security officials and a journalist who was added to the conversation by mistake. Tonight, President Trump says he knows nothing about the incident, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is denying the allegations.
But the Trump administration confirms the text threat, quote, appears to be legitimate. Sandra Mitchell live in the KTLA News Center with details. Sandra.
Yeah, the messages appear to be authentic. That is the word from the White House National Security Council spokesperson tonight. Now, if it is true, it would be a stunning breach of national security. Still, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is adamant. He says nothing confidential was shared. As the U.S. launched attacks on Houthi rebels in Yemen, a journalist says he knew exactly what was unfolding because he was mistakenly included in a group chat by Mike Waltz, President Trump's national security advisor, with top officials sharing details of the war plan.
He was texting war plans. He was texting attack plans. When targets were going to be targeted, how they were going to be targeted, who was at the targets, when the next sequence of attacks were happening.
Appearing on CNN tonight, the editor of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, detailed how he mistakenly was included in an encrypted messaging app with Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and 15 other top officials talking about military strikes in Yemen.
I didn't know what it was or who it was. I thought it was a hoax. I thought somebody was trying to entrap me.
It was not a hoax. Back on March 15th, 2 hours after Goldberg apparently got the text, the bombing began.
Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that.
With some Democrats now furious over the apparent security breach and calling for an immediate hearing on the matter, Hegseth denied the allegation and attacked Goldberg's credibility.
A deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again.
President Trump also criticizing The Atlantic and denied knowledge of the text and said the attack on the Houthis was successful.
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. The attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it.
Some Democrats are calling for the ouster of National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. The statement from the White House is that President Trump continues to have the utmost confidence in Waltz and his national security team. Live in News Center, I'm Sandra Mitchell. Share, Mike.
Hey, Craig. Yes. Just pretend that I'm a Houthi, and I'm going, ooh, I got the war plans. Ooh, let's see.
That quick. But you know what? I think it's something's up here.
Yeah.
First of all, Alan Wong is the gentleman who released who connected that journalist to the call. So they've already, said who he is.
Alan Wong. He works at the Chinese place.
Apparently working for the Wong.
Ding dong.
Ding dong. But so I think it could be a mole hunt. It could be all kinds of things.
That's what I think it is.
Could be false info also, wanting to get false information. A bunch
Well,
of stuff.
the press Terry talks about it a little bit too. And, it's always different depending on who's telling you what. And she kind of breaks down who that guy on the interview was and his connections, what he's done in the past. And you start to think, well, he calls it a witch hunt, which I know people get sick of him, but it is. Let me see. I think this is the right spot. I hope we'll find out together.
Hey, let's put it on the right spot.
Right. You know the one. You know the one.
You know where it is.
You know the one.
The spot that gets me, huh?
I think.
And you ain't been to it.
America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers.
Okay, so it's not the right spot. I'm sorry.
I knew you weren't there. Hold on.
The spot that gets me, huh? And you ain't been to it.
I got to yell at Pooty Poot in the chat. Oh, what? Is Pooty Poot not have a wrench?
I think he's in laughter.
It'd be a shame if somebody muted Pooty Poot in the chat.
Hey, I got a wrench. I didn't even know it. Let me mute Pooty Poot.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
God, that sounds like a rap song, doesn't it? Let's mute that Pooty Poot.
He got muted last night. He's gonna get upset if we do it again.
Oh yeah, remember I muted him. I yelled and I was kind of snappy. And I apologize. I was very snippy yesterday.
It's okay. You know what, Tim? I get stupid too. I'm not saying you were stupid. I'm not saying you were stupid. I'm just saying I get. You know how I get.
See you next Tuesday.
But we're dealing with a lot. It's been heavy.
Yeah, I've been really moody and grumpy and just like.
There we are, then.
Not my. Yeah, there.
Hey, Pooty, don't be mad.
Really?
Did you really? Did you time him out?
In public every day, but the mainstream media continues to be focused on a sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour. Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the White House counsel's office, that they are looking into how a reporter's number was inadvertently added to this messaging thread. We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed. The Atlantic has even admitted this themselves. Their release of these internal messages validates the truth, which we have been saying all along. If this story proves anything, it proves that Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well. And there's arguably no one in the media who loves manufacturing and pushing hoaxes more than Jeffrey Goldberg. Goldberg is an anti-Trump hater. He is a registered Democrat. Goldberg's wife is also a registered Democrat and a big Democrat donor who used to work under who? Hillary Clinton. This is the same Jeffrey Goldberg who infamously lied about weapons of mass destruction to get us into the Iraq War, which cost trillions of dollars and thousands of American soldiers. And how else has Goldberg discredited himself? By absurdly claiming that President Trump was Vladimir Putin during the 2016 campaign, by peddling the Russia hoax that tried to hijack President Trump's first term, by inventing the suckers and losers hoax to help Joe Biden in the 2020 election, by peddling a hoax about President Trump involving Gold Star families to help Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, which our campaign at the time vigorously denied. Jeffrey Goldberg didn't care. There's more, but we don't have all day, and we can now add this signal hoax to this very long list. The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists. On March 15th, President Trump ordered a series of military operations against the terrorist Houthis to defend U.S. shipping assets in the Red Sea, restore freedom of navigation for international shipping, and defend the United States from enemy threats. United States forces successfully struck down dozens of targets across Houthi-controlled territory. And as a result of these actions, several Houthi leaders were killed, including the Houthi drone chief, his deputy, and several of their drone experts and other key leaders. We also destroyed command and controlled facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapon storage locations. And it's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence and pathetic weakness on the world stage for years, the Houthi terrorists grew emboldened. Immediately after taking office in 2021, Joe Biden removed the Iran-backed Houthis from the foreign terrorist organization and specifically designated global terrorist list. Did anybody in this room ask the Biden administration at the time why they made such a stupid mistake? This reckless action undid the designation put in place by President Trump during his first term, and what followed was predictable and devastating. The Houthis targeted U.S. military ships and aircraft, hit commercial ships, including U.S. flagged vessels, threatened our personnel overseas, and attacked our allies in the region. This resulted in more than a year of U.S. flagged commercial ships being prevented from safely sailing through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. This had a massive negative impact on global trade of the economic security of the United States. Joe Biden was the commander-in-chief, and he sat on his hands while the United States of America was bullied and embarrassed by terrorists. President Trump and his team are putting a stop to these threats and restoring American strength around the world. The Trump peace through strength approach means no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. But unfortunately, this is not what the Democrats and the media want to talk about. They are focused on a coordinated campaign to try and sow chaos in this White House. And this has been the most successful first 2 months of any administration ever, which is exactly why they are doing this. We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage. And here's just one example of how bad faith the Democrats' criticisms are. Democrat Senator Mark Warner is hysterical over the use of Signal, which is an approved decrypted app, and the killing of Houthi terrorists. But Senator Warner himself used Signal to work with a lobbyist for a Russian oligarch to connect with the disgraced Steele dossier author who started the Russia hoax, which Jeffrey Goldberg later reported on. How ironic. We're not going to lose focus of the bottom line, which is that Joe Biden's weakness enabled and emboldened Houthi terrorists, and President Trump's strength and resolve eliminated those terrorists. Here in our new media seat today.
Hey,
So,
Cole,
yeah,
by the way,
she's
did you
funny.
know Atlantic is funded by Bill Gates' ex-wife?
Oh my gosh.
And there's a picture of her, guess who? Ghislaine Maxwell. They're both sitting there, chummying it up.
Well, there's a lot. If you really, I mean, I know it was a lot, and I'm sorry, but it kind of gives some context to the reason there were even texts about this in the first place. We were cleaning up. It had to be done, you know? And yeah, it was a mistake and it shouldn't have happened. But this is like, this clapback she does right here is like why I like her so much. And I just want to play. It's only like a minute and I'll be done. I just want y'all to hear her clapback on this about they're coming on to them about the text. And she reminds you some of the things Biden did. They didn't get any coverage on it, but we can't let him alone about a text getting out. You know, here you go.
National security and American troops by Democrats and the mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because
I was a couple seconds late. She said, I'm not going to be lectured by the Democrats. Like, that's how it started. I know it didn't. I wanted y'all to hear that part because she's a trip, man.
Because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan, and not a single person in the previous administration was held accountable for that botched withdrawal. Joe Biden said, in fact, it was a great operation. That is despicable. It's unacceptable to this president and this Secretary of Defense. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this inadvertent number being added to the messaging thread. But above all, we take the lives of our troops, safety, security, prosperity around the globe with the utmost seriousness.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I had to, we heard the mainstream talk about how terrible and awful it was. And that's kind of her explaining, you know, putting it in context, you know, we shouldn't have to be doing this in the first place, but here we are. Yeah, she's a trip. I like her.
Her father has to be very proud of her. Think about it. She's only like 27.
Yeah,
Right.
she's on her game, man. There's a lot.
And she's on her game.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why I get discouraged. You see young folks like that succeed. Hey, maybe we should say hello to the chat.
Mm-hmm. There's Mega. What's up?
You got a bunch of people here. Watt Life, Best Life, of course. Good to see you, Best. Navy Vet, Mary Freeland, Rural Prepper. Annalisa, good to see you. I'm going way back, Cole. I went way back.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Lloyd, good to see you. Donna Lotti's here.
Oh my gosh. The storm is here.
Unfortunately, Sharon Mercier is here. Good to see you. Unfortunately, Pootie Poot's here as well.
Love you, Pooters.
We love you, Pootie. Cheryl Rich. And Cheryl's a mod. Cheryl, if you want to time out Pootie for us, we appreciate that. No, that was really good stuff, Colo.
Well, I know it's kind of everything's old news so quick, but I don't know. It's just funny the way that they anything he can't. They never give him credit when he does something good, and then they're just on him if anything happens. And really, that wasn't. I mean, I guess
it has to be intentional. It has to be something going. We never think about back when Vindman, the perfect phone call. We never would have thought about Ukraine if it wasn't for that situation. And now look where we're. It's almost like we need this to open our eyes for this.
Mm-hmm.
Very
right.
A slow disclosure.
All right, I digress. I'm sorry. I'm talking too much.
You want to see a magic trick?
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm out.
You're going to take your thumb off again?
I took it off. I couldn't find it now. I found it in the ashtray later.
Dude, when I was a kid, that was like my favorite trick. They had this guy would come to my parents' parties and we're like, take off the thumb. We would hound the guy all night.
Yeah, it works every time.
Yep. Ultra Maca, good to see you. It's Tim, Big Tim.
Yeah, look at you. I didn't know you knew MAGA. He's
yeah, I scout, dude. I lurk the internet. I don't have cable, so I'm always just lurking YouTube.
He sounds like one of those Japanese like Power Rangers or something. The Ultimaga Patriot.
He is like
he can fly and shit. And he's got a suit with a helmet.
You could make him a gun, dude. Tim, that might be a good little shtick.
I don't know who Ultra Mega Patriot, but hello, hi. I've never heard of them before.
Well, he does a little stream, and that's what I like going in the everybody's little cool little rooms, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, I've never seen. I'll have to check him out. I haven't been doing as much stuff.
I see him everywhere, like over at Metals or Billy's.
He's been I've seen MAGA. Okay. I'm sure I've seen him there.
Where?
At your show. He's been at
Bonnie's. Always in the chat at R. Yeah, I see him there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, you know me. I'm not good at reading chat because I'm always in another screen.
We don't let her look at chat because freaks her.
Yeah, I feel really bad.
Way more chat over there, and it goes a lot.
She sees the number, she doesn't like it.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, I get nervous, and then
I know you have MAGA because I've seen you there. Yeah, he's not. It's like he'll say hi or say a couple things, and you kind of won't see him for a while. He doesn't chat the whole time.
It's okay. I'm like that too.
Yeah, we have some people that just watch. We're good with that.
He's also real normal shift, so I'm always surprised when I see him. And then every once in a while, like Craig, I'll see him when he's getting up, and I'm just still going from the night before. I'm like, good morning.
Yeah, I'll catch y'all like 5 a.m.
Oh no, but yeah, we definitely have.
I love that though. That was cool. That's how it used to kind of be. I'd wake up in the weird hour of the night, and Ron would be on.
Yeah, Ron would be on.
Yeah.
You're like, what's Ron doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to sleep. He's with the phone on, and wake up, and he's still going.
I missed Dangerous Freedoms. I really do.
Just those times. All those times were really cool.
Yes.
And he did bring a lot of people together from all kinds of communities.
Friggin' Yorga.
Yeah, but he wasn't even trying to. I was thinking about that today too with him. It just happened, and then here we all are, really because of him, I think. I mean, it's weird how shit rolls downhill, but it does.
Crazy. You're right. Maybe we should be paying residuals.
Yeah.
Right. Sure, though. Like I that was the first live I ever went on, and I think how I know I definitely would go backstage when the show would end. He'd be like, "We'll go backstage," and I'm ending it. If anybody wants to come, because he knew some people didn't want to be on a live, but they'd like to hang out with like a backstage. And I did that a lot. And I always like those better because you feel a little less nervous. It's a little, when you're brand new, that's how it was. And then like, I'd get a drink or two and I'd be like, I'm going to go on the live,
I was always intimidated. It was an intimidating room.
Yeah, that's why I said after a drink or two, because you are intimidated over there.
Yeah.
I just got really stoned one night and said, you know what? I got to branch out. I just left streaming with this other lady for over a year as a co-host. And I thought, you know what? I think I can do this. And I just walked right up there and Ron's like, hi. And I'm like, hi. Who I was.
He was so cool like that, though. Like, he liked it. He liked meeting new people and having them on.
Really
He
was.
welcoming. And he would just give you a wrench as soon as he saw you talking. You hear everybody tell the stories, and they're all the same, you know. Oh, I said something, and he said hi and gave me a wrench, and I've never had a wrench before. That's almost everybody got like into live streams from Dangerous.
Look at Doc.
Everybody did a lot.
Look at Doc P's comment.
Mm-hmm. Was it an accident though? You know.
Yeah, it was probably intentional.
That's right.
Oh, that.
Camo baby.
Oh, is Carl here?
Carl.
I'll send him. I usually don't see him because he's freshly in love. He's not even camo.
Oh gosh, it makes you sick.
Freshly in love. Hey, he's not even gotten out a date yet. He's freshly in love.
He is the celebrity couple known as Kamala now.
Best love before date on package.
I didn't know there was a celebrity name for him. That is the best.
Hi, y'all.
There is now. It's Kamala. Because
not
Kamala, Kamala.
It's Kamala. Like Camelot.
That is great. Like, you know, it's like J-Lo and all that, or J-Lo and Affleck. What was that one? It was Bennifer.
Bennifer, that's dumb. Yeah.
But he doesn't get offended by it, right?
I don't think
we don't care. Carl will get over it.
Well, I know. I just don't, like.
Well, I sent him the link. If he's real mad, he can come up here and yell at me.
He ain't mad. He ain't.
Drop the link for Virginia if she wants to come up.
Damn it, Virginia.
Haven't talked with her forever.
Who's afraid of Virginia Roots?
I am.
Huh? Oh,
there's a movie called Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. And if you've never seen it, you need to see it. And once you see it, you'll never watch it again. But you need to see it at least once.
Oh, I never.
Wait, I think I remember this movie.
Remember that one? It's Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton.
Oh yeah.
And they're just
I probably saw it, but I was
black and white, and they're just drunk and arguing in the whole movie, and it's great.
Oh, I'm sure I watched it with my mother. Because that's all she watches is all those old reruns on the cable, you know.
That one's heavy, man. It's freaking heavy. You're exhausted when it's over.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's the best acting you'll ever see.
Huh.
I don't know if I've ever seen it. You're still talking about Virginia something else. What was the last
name? Virginia Woolf. And I think it's spelled Woolf, I think. Who's
like
afraid of Virginia Woolf?
Yeah, like a wolf last name would be spelled. You're probably right. Yep.
No.
Yeah, it's heavy, man. You can find it on YouTube. It's on there for free.
I feel like he better not be mad because I feel like I should be allowed to do that. I did it in real life. I had two friends I knew forever. One was Jeremiah, one was Sarah, and they got married. They're not together anymore, but while they were together, they were Sarah Maya, and it was the cutest thing.
Sarah Maya. Oh my god.
Yeah, but it caught on. Like everybody started saying that and calling about it. Like
that almost sounds like a snack cake, though.
Yeah. Well,
by Sarah Lee.
Or a cheesecake, a Sarah Mile cheesecake.
Right, the little Debbie Sarah DeMille.
We need to patent Kamala and get that going. We could sell T-shirts before Carl gets into it.
No, I heard
we have a picture of her on it.
And we'll sneak pictures of him and her together. I can click them off of his internet. I can just go on his page.
Yeah,
that's true, Camo.
You can look them.
We can put
When
them
have you
on
ever
a T-shirt.
seen me mad? Never actually, Camo. You're always very laid back.
Kamala.
Yeah, I've never seen Camo mad. I don't think. Never.
I'm going to be living in my yard soon.
He's Gen X, right? Carl, is he Gen X? I think he's Gen X.
He's like
Gen
under the desk bubble gum. I'm just kidding.
Or is he the end of the baby boomers?
Carl is so unique. He can survive anywhere.
Yeah.
And he's a good person. We love you, Carl. And we always like to dog you. And we love you. You know that. Oh, I didn't know he was 60-ish. I thought he was only 45-ish.
Okay, then he's on the end of the baby boomers. He's half Gen X and half baby boomer.
Oh,
and
tricked
don't tell Jay, but he thinks he's a Gen X. He was born the last year of the baby boomers,
which is 65.
Yeah, so he's actually Gen X baby
No,
boomer.
boomer.
But don't tell him because he doesn't want to be a baby boomer.
He's a boomer.
I wear my boom with pride, baby.
Gary's a boomer too.
He doesn't like. He'd rather be Gen X. Gen Next. Yeah, that's about it.
I don't know. Boomer might be better. I think boomer is better. Gen X, we are a little lost.
No, I think we were the last ones with common sense. We really were.
Well, isn't the boomers, aren't they the greatest? Who's the greatest generation? Is
The
that
ones before the boomers, the ones that actually went to World War II. We were the ones that were born out of everybody coming back from World War II and doing a lot of boinking, and that's what caused the baby boom. And here I am. You know,
there you are.
There was a lot of boinking going on. I'm telling you,
and that's the problem.
It was post-war boinkage.
Yeah, lots of
I have like a really short, I know y'all know I like that Riz Flex girl, and she's one of these is kind of funny too. I'm pretty sure this is the one that
I love Riz. She's always exposing the what's.
Yeah, well, this is supposed to be. This one's almost like kind of like I'm pretty sure like the one about the zombies in the JFK file. Oh, the zombies, they're breaching, and you're like, is this real? I think there's some of that, not about the zombies, about something else that you're like, how is this? Is this a joke? Is this real? Hold on, I'll just play. Check it out. Okay. Well, maybe I'll give you all lots
of people. Thank you, Ratcliffe, for getting us these files. Becoming CC posted this one. I just have to draw the connection, okay? So this is another document that came out from the CIA. This one's from like 93, which I'll link. And it talks about, this is from the CIA official website. It talks about how a group of Russian soldiers were attacked by a UFO in a retaliatory attack, and the Russian soldiers were turned into physical stone. In the document, it says, do you believe it? Stone, no. And the phenomena turned into stone. They turned into stone. They were attacked by extraterrestrial creatures, and they were turned into stone. You'll never see something like this. Why? Well, we're protecting you from that. Don't worry. We're not going to let anything like that happen to you. So we're just not going to allow it to happen. And you're not seeing it, but secretly we're protecting you from it behind the scenes somehow. Anyway, do you believe it? After I heard that, after I saw this, it really makes me second guess the CIA database. I'm not against UFOs or anything, but the fact that they're saying that people are turning into stone only on their watch, only when they can see it happen, no one else, makes me just a little confused.
Man, talk about a kick-ass pet rock. I want a Russian soldier pet rock, man. Think about it.
We could market those,
I'd put them out front like a lawn jockey.
She loves huge earrings. Do you notice that? You remember in the 80s when everybody wore the big giant she-bop?
Yeah, you could shoot a basketball through it.
Yeah, that came back.
It came back. Tim, you remember that? Everybody had like, who was it? Cyndi Lauper started that shit. All the girls in grammar school had, it was punk rock.
The flared pants from the 70s. There's like a mixture of the late 70s, 80s kind of fashion going on. And
I love it. It makes me remember the heyday.
One thing I do notice about the millennials, though, a little more than the Gen Zers, is they're not as name brand because they're trying to adult right now, and they realize that all that name brand shit the mom and daddy bought you, oh yeah, they can't afford it, so they're not.
Damn it,
Virginia.
Damn it, Craig.
Sorry.
Hey, what's up?
Good to see you, Virginia.
Hey,
I just put it in the chat. I sent it to her because I'm telling you, I have the worst luck when I just put it out there.
Oh, I gotta go to the potty. I'll be right back.
Now delete it.
It wasn't Virginia that caused me having a potty. Just want you to know that.
Cola, if you put it in the regular chat, you should delete it real quick so a troll won't get it.
Yeah, I didn't put it out there. I just sent it straight to her because you said.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, because you don't want to get
Hogwarts.
You don't want to get turn bombed in the beginning.
He kills me. What is this, Hogwarts? I'm sorry. It
If
cracks
I
me up
mute
all
out for
the
a
time.
second, I've got sorry if my
I'm
audio
buffering.
goes weird if I mute out for a minute. I'm finally getting thunderstorms. Tin might be getting them too. We've had this threat all on the West Coast, and it was a beautiful day, and now all of a sudden there's thunder and lightning. So if I mute out or cut out, it's nature.
Cola, can you turn Virginia's mic up on the studio?
Maybe. I'm gonna see.
It's the 3 little dots on her little icon thing in the studio.
Yeah, I got that, but there's also echo cancellation is check marked and reduce mic background is check marked. I don't ever know if I should just leave those or uncheck mark them.
Do the reduced, and then the one that's the third one, uncheck that, and then draw her volume up manually.
Yeah, I did it as full as it can go, but so I've got them check marked. I guess that means to keep them echo cancellation and reduce mic background noise.
Yeah, those, because I could barely hear her, and I
think
wanted
so.
What's that? Do you say something, Virginia?
I think the echo, you either click it on or off, but there is something there's weird sound, and I can't adjust it on my end. Maybe I can. Settings, let me see if it's like low. No, mine's maxed out.
Okay.
It sounds pretty good, I think, but
I'm just getting old and I'm getting deaf, probably. So I wanted to ask you, Virginia, because you're over on the coast where my parents are. Yeah. So they said I'm supposed to get hit with really bad weather here in East or in Washington with hail balls even? Are you getting hail?
I am not, but I was watching a storm chaser earlier going from Oregon. He was just south.
Yeah, we need Pooty to translate.
Thunder was coming in. Now here it was super bright blue. We need Pooty, all right. But it's
whatever you did, Cola, go undo it.
I don't know if it'll make its way.
Yeah, because I'm supposed to get hit with it. Got everything locked down so far.
All right.
But be careful over there, Virginia, because the damn trees and all this rain. You know how those trees just all of a sudden they just tip over because the ground's so wet that
they sure do.
Yeah, and so just be careful because I'm praying for my mom over there too. Okay, go ahead, Cola. Sorry.
It's just a stupid one. It's a minute long. They're making fun of the Kardashians. This chick is, I don't even know who she is, but I thought it was
I
fun.
love her. I love
you
her.
know her?
Yeah, well, I knew her a long
Do you
time.
want something from Star Sucks? I hated Star Sucks. Hi, welcome to Starbucks. What can I get started for you? Can I get an ice water with no ice? All the way to Star Sucks to get some water? Let's do a grande. Not a grande. Got it? Is your ice organic? Not the organic ice. We're not sure, honestly. Okay. Stop harassing the workers. I just want to check. You're gonna die anyway. You understand that, right? When I die, I won't be alive. Oh my gosh. So don't ever disrespect me like that again. Okay. Just drink your disgusting flat water. It's not flat. It's horizontal.
I'm sorry. It was just dumb, and I thought it was funny.
I love her. I think
it is funny.
She sounded like her. Like she did that weird pause thing, and it really makes you think about. She does do that, like that pause when she's talking. Sorry, it cracked me up.
I didn't want to break in, but I just saw the cutest thing ever. I went outside to use a little boy's tree. Porch is right here. It's so much easier. We got
it's the neighbor's porch, Craig. That's not your porch.
That's not your porch. But the baby fox. So I had a mother has 4 baby foxes under my shed right now, and I've been feeding it. So last night they got tilapia. Tonight I went cheap. I gave them some lamb and rice dog food.
Oh,
I
that's
just
nice.
saw them, and they're so little and cute. It's amazing. I
You
want
need
to
to
go
get a
one.
camera on that shit because there's people locked up in their apartments in New York and Seattle, and they don't get to see that shit.
I know, but there's a lot of trash around, and people be like, "What is this redneck?"
No,
Means I have to go clean up the shit
Oh,
area.
Pabst Blue Ribbon cans and shit.
Like, yeah, like look how this guy fucking keeps his paint cans. Fucking mess.
yeah, but
You know how people are about storage.
You might get a few haterades, but
Oh, they do. They have some people that have immaculate garages. Mine looks like just everything was thrown in there.
Oh, mine does too. Oh, me.
My dad was the same way though. His supply closet was a mess, and I was like, "That's where I got it from." Genetic.
Well, I think people would really enjoy that kind of stuff because you got to think of all the people that don't get out, they're shut-ins, or they can't afford to go camping because look at our economy right now.
Yeah, you're locked up in an apartment in New York, and you're like sitting there going, "God, if I could just watch some little foxes running around."
That's so limited. It only goes for a little bit. It's like then you got to find the next hustle.
Then they go, "Look at those fucking paint cans. What a slob!"
No, yeah, but then I'm going to be looking for other animals to come have babies under my shed. That's going to be like the new thing. I'm going to have to like import babies.
Look at Craig's maternity ward.
And then I'm going to scam people. 10, I'm going to go buy pregnant animals and just shove them under there.
No,
Force, cage them in till we're ready to stream.
All right.
I don't know. I think you're getting really good with the Odin videos, and people appreciate that. And you'd be surprised what people really.
And what if me and Craig birth these little animals? It'd be like, Craig, go get me some hot water and some towels. Okay, it's ready time. It's time.
That would be
And then we give out cigars afterwards.
Oh my God! Then it's making it really weird.
Yeah,
that would be a live stream to watch.
What is it? There's a name for that. What is that?
I'll give you a cigar that says it's a fox.
It's a congratulations.
Well, think of all the millions of people that watch that eagle cam to watch those 3 little eagles. And that was really amazing to watch.
You're right about that.
It was very cool. So I don't know.
Where did they go through the links they went through to get that footage? That's an eagle's nest. It's way up there.
Well, the thing is they come back in the same areas like doves. Like I have a nest in my yard, and the 2 came back. And what they'll do is they'll go up there off season and they'll place the wildlife camera, and then when they come to do their thing, because they usually come back, to where to a certain area to mate.
Look, what's got Craig's Creatures Emporium. That would be a good name for the show.
Okay.
And Doc P has Doolittle the Hunters.
Yeah. Oh, I go with Doolittle the Hunters.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go in blackface. I look like Eddie Murphy.
Nothing against yours. Watch, yours was good too, but Doolittle yeah, that's cute. Okay.
How about Craig the Hunter, veterinarian OBGYN?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Give me a little cup of hot water.
Right, and some towels.
Yeah,
you don't need much.
That's a good one. And
it's moist towelettes.
What one was a good one, Virginia? Sorry, I didn't hear.
The Pacific Northwest Weather Watch that I think Cheryl was talking about. There's a few. Whenever there's a storm out here, they pop in my feed all the time. That's one of them.
Oh,
this one makes me laugh, this comment, because it reminds me of you remember the show? Do you guys remember Al Bundy and his no ma'am groups? And
no ma'am.
They couldn't even have that show anymore today. He had his signs and his shirts with ma'am and a big no.
But by the way, Virginia, if you ever consider birthing offspring, there's a spot under my shed. I came to film it.
I'll keep that in mind.
That's some AI Garrett would say.
AI Garrett.
Yep.
Yeah, you try to blame that on Virginia, and Garrett was like, "No, it was you too, Craig. You did it with Virginia." He called you right back out. It wasn't just Virginia.
No, it was Virginia. I came up. Virginia was the original one who said that Garrett might be a robot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Mhm.
We were joking about that on the show the other night. Yeah.
And he was in the
Oh,
chat
were
like,
you? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you got
Sorry,
brought up
Katina.
because
I
we
ratted
were
you
trying
out.
to who started the rumor, but it's funny. I think it's funny.
It is great. I love when he comes in and he
It's
goes
not
totally
a
off topic.
vindictive or vicious rumor. It was something to create some fun. It was fun, and I
I
see
think
that.
he was there. He might have. That's how he knows he was there, and they were just saying it. They weren't like.
But how did it get brought up? It got brought up on yesterday's show. Remember?
Look at Carl's comment. Get in the shed. Craig's has candy.
Those are not Raisinets, sir.
No, that was actually GoPro. We got one of the goats died of old age. So I had to get rid. We only had a single goat and he was crying. He had no buddies. So we shipped him to a farm and he's with 30 females and he's blending in. Everything's good.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You never shipped me to a farm with 30 females, Craig.
Well, his tackle's been taken away from him, Yorga. We had him.
Oh, well, so is mine. It's okay.
But
So
the people
he's
we
one of
rescued
the
them.
girls.
No,
He's
what?
one of the girls now.
He's one of the girls. He couldn't even go in the boy pen.
They call him Sally.
Yeah.
It's okay.
He's the Dylan Mulvaney of the pen.
Right.
I don't
Dylan
think
Goatvaney.
Dilly never went that far. That was
Dilly.
all a psyop too.
Oh, I bet you he didn't, huh? The full way. You're
No,
right.
he was an actor. It was all an act. Where is he now?
Right.
Like seriously, he's.
Hey, Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren. Good to see you, buddy.
Hi, Lauren. Who's Lauren? Do I know Lauren?
Yeah.
No, Tin, I saw an interview, like a clip of him on The View, and he has not done the full transition. Like, he's basically a cross-dresser. He's not an actual.
That's
full,
what I knew it.
He didn't commit.
See, she confirmed
No,
my
he didn't.
innermost thoughts about him because he was an actor prior to that and was trying to get into Broadway and shit. And I guess he did one Broadway show. And then it was all about, and then he's a part of the CAA or CCA, that bad group in Cali. The Central Casting.
What you saying? He still got his pickle.
Yeah, he still
Yep.
got it. I figured he did. And I think Budweiser paid to take that hit so that there are other
Budweiser's going to pay to take my pickle away.
He took the pickle.
because they took a hit with that with a lot
Boy,
of
did they? But that was a bad misstep. I think they try to.
But was it to drive us to other beers that they were actually manufacturing under
Everybody got fooled, Tin. Think about
Yeah,
this. They
that's what I'm
pushed
thinking.
that woke crap on us from
Hey, I just saw today that Anheuser-Busch, which is the company that puts out Bud Light, they had been funding this Pride Parade thing, a big one somewhere, and they have pulled all their funding, and they're looking for other sponsors somewhere.
And the drag queens are angry.
Yeah. Hey, and not to
But
cut
no,
off
they-
Cola, not to cut off Cola with the news thing, but I saw something. It was either today or yesterday that nobody's putting in the news. Is that Palestinians are protesting against Hamas? Yeah, they're out in the streets raising holy hell, and nobody's putting it on the freaking news.
They took over the.
If I had a clip or something, I'd play it, Yorga. I just don't have it.
Yes, because they don't want you to see it.
They took over their cause. That's why they were hijacked. Yorga, they've been hijacked from the get go, and that's how they got in. They started funding everything, just like our government was doing.
The Palestinians had been under such shit with this war for so many years that when Hamas came in and said, "Hey, we're going to be the good guys," and they literally did a whole propaganda thing and fooled all of those Palestinians to vote them into their government. And that's what basically happened. Like we got fooled into voting for who,
A bunch of them.
Yeah, but the thing-
Clinton and the Bushes and
The Palestinians are finding out that, well, they've known for a long time that Hamas does not give a shit about them either. They don't care if they use them as human shields or kills their children or anything else. They don't give a damn.
That's where they set up. They set up. in those areas just for that reason. You're right. Put them in more danger.
And the thing is the way they got built was the same way ISIS got built with Obama. Benny Netanyahu, he created his own opposition. And that's where the Houthis got the money and the funding and the training, and over time, decades, they built. And now that's where the Houthis, just like with ISIS, when Obama's saying, oh yeah, we're gonna, go after
made them.
You motherfucker, yeah, you made them.
You made them.
And then the thing with the the Houthis,
the Hooters,
the Houthis or whatever, they are all Iranian-backed proxy.
Yep.
Okay, just like this is so stupid that these countries don't just come out and blatantly say, "Okay, we're gonna take you over." No, they do it through another proxy, and we don't have nothing to do with them, but yeah, we're funding them. Okay, I'll digress.
And be careful what's inside of our country right now. What has come in?
Not everybody's bad, but there's always a bad strawberry in that little plastic, thing.
I got my suspicions about this buddy of mine who's Iranian.
Think about how
but he came over a long, long time ago.
Well, think about how many pounds of green grapes you've
watch him.
You better watch him.
Think about how many pounds of green grapes you've bought over your lifetime, and as soon as you get them home, you pull them out of the bag, and there's several bad ones, but there's always those super delicious great ones.
They're all right, but keep those away from your dogs because green grapes are bad for dogs.
Yeah, no grapes for animals.
Yeah, really harmful.
Anyhow, we're hijacking Cola's show.
Sorry, Cola.
No, you're not.
She's honest. No, you're not. I love her. Okay, on to the topics on hand here, Cola.
Man, there's so many random things going on. There's a phone call of Diddy and Kanye, which is just really weird. I swear, I think that, and this is totally not even what I was looking at, but I swear, I feel like Kanye is MK Ultra. And
oh yeah,
like they gave Diddy his keys or something. He calls him sir. It's just really freaking weird. But
how old is this recording, do you think? Do they give you a timeline of?
Well, first he did that song with Diddy with his daughter and Diddy's kid or whatever, which had part of, I think this is the same phone call, but it's like the whole thing now. And and also, which is not anything groundbreaking or anything, but it's just crazy that it exists, that this is what's going on. And it's like, I don't know.
See, I would never hear this unless you brought it up. I would never have heard it.
Oh, Cole and I like to talk about this shit.
There's more than I can even wrap my brain around and had time to put. There's so much going on between Jay-Z and there's stuff with Busta Rhymes. And there's so much. I do have something on his Ghislaine Maxwell. His like this stuff's coming out about, he's got a lady that pretty much was like Ghislaine was to Epstein. And she's not in any charges, but she's everywhere else. But this is just more celeb. Yeah, this is just a phone call. Right here.
Yeah.
Freaking P. Diddy giving Kanye advice. What does the world come to?
Yeah. I hear you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Put that love in your heart, man, and enjoy yourself, man. When I get out there, man, I'm gonna see you tear down the stadiums. I need to see you back on that stage and actually rapping and performing and everything. I be dreaming of that shit.
Yeah, it's time for me to just grab a mic and get back on. It's like I love music again. There was a time when it's just like everything was so frustrating. I can't explain it, but
jump into your bag, man. Jump into your bag. We're gonna have years and decades to fight these motherfuckers. Right now, enjoy your life. This is coming from God to you.
Right.
Enjoy your life. Fall back in love like you making the peace in the shop. Coming up to Daddy's house at motherfucking rock studio and just chop them shits up during that SC 1200 out next to the MPC and have a good time and say the world and all the bullshit, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he just say Epstein?
I appreciate you. Thanks again. I'm gonna see you soon, man.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's how it's gonna be. You're gonna definitely beat this shit. Yeah, yes, sir. And
That's not
it.
Conway.
That's it, and that's all, baby. But I'm gonna make sure I call you back.
That's not Conway.
Your voice again.
I don't know how much more of this. I didn't think it was this long. Did you say something?
Wait,
Tim?
did he say it'd be Epstein?
No.
Did he say
I don't
that?
think so.
No, he said something else. It wasn't. It was a.
I don't know if there's that. I don't know. I didn't think it was this long. Maybe something like somebody comes on and talks about it. I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The yes, sir gets me. That is weird.
That is
Yeah.
very
Like
strange.
59 more days before trial, so I'll definitely touch it and tap into your energy or something.
Yeah.
Like it's over the phone, give me some life.
You can't speed it up, Cole. You can't understand him.
You can't understand it hardly anyway, man.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
it is.
We need Purdy Poo.
I understand everything that they're saying.
Insane.
Well, sometimes when they put this up, I don't know why they pick and choose when they put those up. Like, put them up all the time because it is hard to hear. But yeah, this came from like the Shade Room, had it first. But this is like really a real phone call. And it's just the weirdest thing ever. There was a one a while back and they were talking about pizzas and stuff. It was him and his son. And that one was super weird sounding. Like they were talking in code.
Yep,
But
they were.
I wasn't sure that one was verified. I'm pretty sure this one's for sure them. Like I think Kanye put it out and then somebody gave it to the Shade Room or something like this. And then everybody's covering it. It's like a week old now, but I hadn't heard it. You know, I was behind, I guess.
Well,
but
he's got the video. So Kanye had the video of it, basically.
he recorded his own self, I think. Yeah. And that's why it's so hard to hear Diddy because he's on his phone or something. I don't know. Something like that.
Well,
It's he also thanks him for I know one thing he says is thanks for looking out for my kids. Like Kanye is one of the only people coming to see him. And that's what I'm saying. Like Jay-Z and him are not, you know, it's like a whole lot going on. I feel like Kanye and Jay-Z used to be, that's been weird for a while now, but they all used to be like friends and good together and things like this. But there's like a split going on. And I think
Rockefeller, did he sign with Rockefeller? That was because you remember with The Wire? I think that was it was even in the song. I think he signed
I really
with
like
Jay-Z.
that song. That was a good song. I always like Kanye. I feel like he's going crazy or something. Yeah, it was.
But
They
Tim,
used to be fine. But
Tim,
yeah.
it goes back to that old devil. They signed the contract.
Where'd Virginia go?
Oh,
Oh, did
where
we
is
lose her? She might be. When I'm not there, I can't see if she pops back in.
Virginia, come back.
Okay, so take a look at these two pictures right now, and they're both, one's in full focus and one's not in focus. And you've got a straight on and upright. Okay, now Conway's nostrils. Now think of tipping Diddy's head back there, and that face. And the way he was saying the yes thing, whatever, if he was talking to Diddy, I'm sure he was being wiretapped because he's acting like he's being wiretapped. I mean, come on, we all watch a lot of NCIS and all those Law and Orders when we were growing up. That's part of Gen X, okay? And let's look at his face. Imagine this straight on if he tipped his head back. Okay. And the way he's acting as if somebody's recording this and he's being very careful about it. Sounds too scripted. What do you think you are getting, Craig? Am I crazy?
Somebody's tapping the phone right now.
I mean, it's so many ways. It's being recorded by the jail phone they're on. I think
used to get worried about that shit. I thought there was people outside my apartment in the trees.
Since when does Kanye wear the exact looking mustache and goatee? Like look at these pictures, you guys.
Let me see if he ever straigens his head out.
Tim, they call that a prison mouth.
That don't look like Conway. That is not Conway.
Never.
We grew up with Conway.
It's not Conway Twitty, it's Kanye.
Oh yeah, Conway. That's what Conway.
He said Conway Twitty. No, it's not Conway Twitty.
Larry said Conway bipolar.
See that? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's so weird.
Now the cheeks, the big cheeks, but there's something about those eyes.
Yeah.
Don't.
I swear he has been. I'm sure that if anybody's been under any kind of programming, Kanye's been under it, man. There's no doubt. He's gone. He always. I know people say bipolar, and that's probably some of it. He just freaks out, man. He's crazy. He always says crazy stuff all the time and inappropriate, and he's just kind of loses control and stuff.
Well, remember when he dyed his hair blonde?
Oh, he was just wearing a swastika shirt the other day. Yeah.
We learned going down the rabbit holes that we knew when entertainers had all of a sudden got into the program because all of a sudden they were all blonde.
But yeah, it doesn't get any much better than that. It's just them talking. It's just weird that of all things, but it's probably like
I don't like it though.
Navy vet. That's funny.
Because he went all, I thought he found the Lord. And I was like, yes, this is awesome, And he was doing
And that's what people always say when they're in tons of trouble.
And he was doing they were going around singing gospel, and he had this plane full of these people, like truly. I thought he was surrounding himself with good people. And then all of a sudden, he goes crazy. His wife is walking around naked.
Well, his wife. Oh my God! And then he was saying that they took out his mama.
Probably so.
He was a sacrifice. I saw that. That's
sacrifice.
Yeah,
he comes out with these little tidbits of truth, and then he gets weird again. It's some weird stuff with Kanye, man.
It's weird
and
shit.
the thing is when his mom died, I just started waking up to what was going on. And then when he got all weird and bleached blonde his hair, I'd already went down that rabbit hole of the MK Ultra, and it was like,
Rich.
Yeah, I definitely think that about him because he's
covering his eye.
He's got some issues. Yeah. They all do that.
And once you take the red pill, you can't unsee the shit we see now.
And I don't want to have to jump down, but I got to jump down because I got work in the morning.
Oh, yeah, it's midnight where you're at.
But I love you all. It's only 11, I think, right?
Well,
it's
you 11:08.
Yeah, you had me scared. I was like, fuck, I need to be asleep by midnight.
Yeah, I got to go for too long. I'll hang out a little bit longer, but I'm getting quite sleepy too.
No, stay here, York.
I am.
It's a great show, Cole, too. Thank you for having me up.
Thanks for coming up, Craig. I'm glad you did.
Thanks for dealing with all my backstage drama.
And we love you, Craig. We love you.
I love you all. I love you all.
Yes, we do love you.
And we'll be back on Sunday, right, Craig?
And
we will be back on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I stand by what I said in the backstage that Craig reminds me of Matt Rife because Matt Rife does all the stage people. Oh, you got to check into him. He's a real funny dude. He's a real funny guy, and he was on YouTube for a long time before all of a sudden he blew up all this material he had on YouTube and all the crowd work and stuff, and he blew up.
Scary.
He's
funny.
funny.
Oh shit! Speaking of crowd work, here comes Garrett. Don't say we were talking about Garrett. We weren't talking about you earlier, but you might be a robot. No, we love you, Garrett. Just don't rewind. Don't rewind when Virginia Roots was here accusing you of being a robot.
Right. He had a great gig on Lost in Space.
I love her. Mary, good to see you and love y'all. Love you all. And thank y'all for being here on Colas too. Every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday. See you on Sunday.
All right, Craig. Love you.
I love you guys.
Love you, Craig.
Wow.
Craig's so funny. He's very talented.
Man, I had a clip and I think I lost it. I swear, one of these days I'll be a little more prepared. But it was all about Mel Gibson and this poll and how they wanted him to be the Republican governor of California or something, and he didn't want to. What's up, Garrett? It was crazy.
Is he a citizen now? Because I thought he was a citizen in Australia.
No, I think he literally, I was just thinking about that. I think he was born in New York, moved to Australia when he was a little kid, lived over there for a long time, and then came back over here. So I think he is legal.
Oh, okay.
I think. And don't quote me on that.
Yeah, and don't quote me because
Yeah, that's why I like clips, because I don't like to, I'd rather play it than try to say it. I'm rhyming. I would though, because I'll get fumbled up or I'll misquote it. And at least if I can just play the clip, it's so much easier to just, and I might have it.
Pretty Food said now it's a good show.
Oh my God. Oh, giving Craig a bad time.
Somebody might need a mute Pooty Poo.
Oh my God. You're silly.
No, I'm joking. I love Pooty Poo.
It is a wild thought, though. I swear you can't get rid of Mel Gibson. He comes back like cooked crack no matter what. I did find it, y'all. It's not long or anything, but it's crazy. Like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, got so much to catch up on. I feel like I'm never gonna be caught up. But I think y'all see this is cool.
Well, Mel Gibson has his hands full right now. He's already an ambassador, right? He's been named an ambassador to Hollywood by President Clinton. President Trump. Where did Clinton come from?
I don't know. There's a move to get his gun back.
Yeah. But there is a role he does not want, and that is governor of California.
But who knew that
anybody else wanted him to be governor of California?
Mel Gibson is polling strong. He is the highest polling Republican in a new poll that's out. Look at that.
Yeah, this poll was done last week by a newspaper here in California. But Katie Porter is at Congresswoman at 25%, Kamala Harris at 20%, and then
Mel Gibson at 11%.
Right in the middle of the pack. Chad Bianco is the sheriff of Riverside County. Mike McGuire is the state senator. Yeah,
it's a weird poll to me.
It does,
and I'll tell you why it's a weird poll. We'll get into it in a minute, but it's a weird poll because this is very theoretical until people announce and they start campaigning and putting ads on TV, and then everything starts to shift. But the idea that 11%, that Mel Gibson is the highest rated Republican, I think says something about MAGA.
Yes. And that
because he's identified as MAGA in California.
MAGA and has been very prominent, has been very visible this year, partly because of tragedy and what happened in Malibu, his home burning down,
but also
with Trump.
Right. I mean, he's been
being named an ambassador.
Front and center at Mar-a-Lago.
I know. I agree that he has definitely gotten more involved in the political discourse. I mean, you see him on cable news very frequently. I don't think that this indicates that like Mel Gibson is like the star player of the Republican or the MAGA movement bench. I think what it shows is that California is an unwinnable state for a Republican. The last time there was a Republican in office as governor was Arnold Schwarzenegger, which many people would say he was a Republican in name only. Many different values.
Babcock. California is shifting some.
The whole country is shifting, I think.
You're right. But I mean, Trump polled stronger in California than people expected. And look, there's this whole movement now against the left wing of the Democratic Party. And the Democrats are kind of in a mess right now, with the whole Chuck Schumer thing.
I bet this really hurts them because, TMZ don't like to say anything good about Republicans, but
no.
I kind of found this like surprising. There's only like another minute or so, but yeah, there's another one I have of CNN having to like say good things. And I know it like it's killing them, I bet. It's kind of funny though.
Thing and everything else on where to go. So I don't know
if you're Donald Trump and you obviously would love nothing more than to actually
comes out in campaigns.
You come out and you campaign for someone like Mel Gibson, but Mel has said he doesn't want this. I think it's pretty obvious why Mel Gibson would not want to get into politics.
Can you imagine? Right. I mean, you don't have to do too much opposition research to attack Mel. That would be a massacre. I just don't. It is shifting. I don't think that the Republicans are in a place yet where they feel like they can reasonably win an election. Maybe in 8 years down the line, maybe it's possible then at that point. I don't think they're there yet where they can actually win the California. Right.
Everything is so on its head right now that I don't think you can say that. I have no idea. But with the way things are going right now in the country, listen, Donald Trump is polling at his highest number in the most recent poll, 47%.
Oh, Harvey, you got to look. Look, if you look at the right track, wrong track of the country, you've got to go back all the way to January of 2004 to find 44% of the people in the country who feel like the country is on the right track. That's where we are right now.
And you look at what's going on with the Democrats in California. Look at Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom has done a seismic change in terms of a podcast where he's bringing people in the right wing onto the podcast. Taking a lot of heat for it. He's taken positions now that are way more moderate than
clearly moving to the center.
Clearly,
but I agree with Babcock. It is shifting. I don't think California's there yet.
Depends on who the Democrat is. Let's say it's Kamala Harris.
I still think a Democrat wins, but I don't know. It depends.
You know what? The gap is not as huge as I thought. I looked it up in 2022. Newsom got 59.2% of the vote. The Republican candidate got 40.8%. So it's an 18% difference.
That's a big gap.
It's a big difference.
It's big,
but when was that taken back?
That was 2022.
Okay, a lot has changed.
Sure,
a lot has changed. But a lot of the other.
So, I don't know. I just think it's funny when they have to say things like they don't want to say. When he says everything's on its head, it means that his side isn't in control at all anymore, and he doesn't know what could happen. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but I I don't know. It's wild to see TMZ say anything like that.
Yeah. In California, I don't know where they are right now because a lot of people moved out of there. So I don't know. Virginia said right 103 Ronald Reagan, the actor.
Okay, so Navy vets. I have to do this all the time. I always have to. An actor running for governor in California. That never happens. Exactly.
Yeah, they do like to go for like more name brandy kind of politicians, don't they, down there still?
It's kind of funny that he's doing so well and he doesn't even want it. Like, kind of funny. I guess that's how it works. Oh, I'm talking about
Mel
and they were saying it wouldn't take the opposition that long. It's hilarious that it's Mel Gibson because hold on a second. It's going to be loud. I'll just say that. It's the Mel Gibson clips.
You're a pain in the ass! You're a pain in my ass! Stop being that!
That's what they mean when they say, oh, they don't have to look very far, shit like that. It's just kind of appropriate.
Being that.
That's my favorite thing. Stop being that. Because I've been that mad where I'm trying to make, and you just kind of get tongue-tied. Oh, man, I feel bad for the guy being that mad.
But Newsom's no better when during COVID, when he was telling everybody to lock down, stay in your homes, he's out dining at this 5-star, vineyard place. It was a weird name of that restaurant. I can't remember. And then he also had a vineyard, and the vineyards, they could still do stuff. It was just like, and then not to mention that he's a Getty's boy. And isn't he related to the Pelosi's somehow?
I don't know.
I think he is.
Yeah. I think
like daughter, son-in-law, daughter, second cousin, some shit like that.
Mm-hmm. And nothing goes good without Pelosi. Go ahead, Jurgen. Sorry.
No, I'm just going to say I'm worried about my cat.
Is your cat gone?
No, well, he's not around right now. I just walked out to look for him, but he's, I don't know. He didn't eat today, and then I gave him some really good food, and he acted like he was trying to cover it up like he was a turd, and all he's done is sleep all day, and finally he went out tonight, and now normally I can open the door and he'll be out there, but I don't see him anywhere. I don't know. He's not feeling good.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
I took mine in to get her castrated, so next
How'd that go?
Well, she just got a cast splint change out. They didn't do any x-rays because those are expensive.
As long as they could see everything looks like it's supposed to be, they're not going to do x-rays.
Yeah. So next week is supposed to be when we get x-rays. But yeah, she's still got it. And they put her back in a pink cast. And I like the purple one for Easter. But so
the dog doesn't know, trust me.
So next week, well, because the girls at the vet always go, oh, she's so cute because whatever color her cast is, I have a matching bow in her hair because I do. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah, but she don't act like that. She's more.
Claude, come here. Claude.
I
know, Claude.
Come here, meow meow. Where's my meow meow?
He's not feeling good. I don't know what's up with him. Oh man. You worry,
Yeah, they're like your babies when you're.
Well, he's my best friend in the whole wide world, man. So, I don't know. Keep the light on.
I'm waiting for.
So he goes out and comes back all the time.
Yeah, he can go and come and go whenever he wants. But the weird thing is, the last 2 months, he will not go out during the daytime. So something spooked him during the daytime out there. But I mean, he hadn't forgotten. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a person or you never know. It could have been an Amazon driver got shitty with him, or
a
vampire during the day. But yeah. And normally he would sleep all day and then go out at night. Now he used to do both, but So he didn't eat all day, and then he went outside, and I haven't seen him, so I don't know what he's doing. You worry about him.
Yeah, I got to get mine in soon here too. She didn't eat much of her food, come to think of it. Okay.
Well, another little thing I had about the Diddy situation was from Gene Dill, who used to be like a bodyguard kind of dude for him.
Yeah, I follow him.
It's just a short little thing, and it's talking about, his opinion on what is going on in the court case and what he should do and what he's not doing. Just his opinion. I don't know. Some of these people, I feel like he would know.
He knew Diddy. He knew, but he didn't approve of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm wondering, one of them died. I don't think this is just a couple days old, so I don't think he's dead, but I feel like one of these guys doing a lot of talking wound up dead, which is like not surprising, but I think this guy's still alive. Gene Dill.
Is that he need to take his counsel advice.
Puffy.
Because if he think he's going to get out of this from the federal government, he out his mind. They in the process of plea bargaining and trying to do a plea bargain session with him, and he not taking it. That's probably why one of the lawyers jumped off the case. Remember Benjamin Bradford, his first lawyer with the Cassie situation? He said, give her the $10 million and make this go away, brother. He ended up giving her $30 million. He's not taking the lawyer's advice. 9 times out of 10, they probably got him a good plea bargain. Yo, listen to me. We can give you 15 years. 10 or 15 years. You do that, you come out, you only have to do like 12, 13. Come out to a halfway house. You still can live some of your life out as a free man. He don't want to hear it. So it is what it is. You got to realize that the trial is in May. This is March. They start the trial in May. The first 2 or 3 months before the trial, the lawyers are working behind scenes trying to plea bargain or try to work up some agreement before they get to the judge. The federal government do not want to go to court. 9 times out of 10, they want to plea bargain with you. You understand? You accept the plea, you accept the time, you go ahead. You save the government money, you save them time and effort and manpower. If you don't believe that white guy was a plant, then something is wrong with you.
Killer.
He done sold them enough drugs, but they haven't hit him with that charge. They haven't did him with that charge yet, or that we know of. If you don't believe that they're going to try to hit him with those guns in there, they saving all that for last. The drugs, the guns. They'll do another superseding indictment and add those two if he don't take the plea. If he don't take the plea bargain to the sex trafficking or whatever stuff like that, they're going to say, okay, let's add the guns to it and let's add the drugs to it.
How you feel about Keefe D? He out here crying. Janice Combs. How you feel?
This is about the mom or grandmother, I'm not sure, that raised P. Diddy and the freak offs, and then I'll be done with this.
About her. I mean, they alleging that she was having freak offs.
I spoke to a man, Mr. Brown, who used to go to the freak offs, and this guy lives in Georgia right now, and he told me that he was a stick-up kid back in the day, and one time he had robbed one of their spots. And he went back and he had got the money and gave them their money back and everything like that. And he knew Miss Combs and he knew about her and her freak offs and everything like that. We had always thought that she had a modeling agency, but it wasn't a modeling agency. It was more of a brothel that she ran for high profile drug dealers and athletes. You could tell by I could tell that Miss Combs at the time, and actually saw her, like young guys. She came at me a couple of times back in my heyday, before the extra 75 pounds back then. And the reason I left Bad Boy wasn't only because of her advances, it was because I got tired of a lot of the bullshit with her and her son. So to hear that she ran a brothel, giving parties and sex parties, you understand? It's easy to say. He get it from his mama.
He get it from his mama.
How did Michelle Trachtenberg lose her life?
Oh man. But yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, because I know a lawyer quit because they had to or something. And there's just always so much going on, and I don't know if he's going to get away with it or not. I feel like he just said there's no way he's getting away with it. That he should just take a deal and he won't do it. So I don't know if he's right or not, but that's what he's saying. Gene Dill.
Well, that's weird because he early, like maybe a year, or maybe it was last year. Like when did P Diddy get arrested, or it was before he got arrested, possibly, talking about the mom and that she did like seem to come on to a lot of the security and stuff. And she would throw these tantrums, but what was it? The one thing about, I can't remember now. Shit.
There was weird stuff like she had the white fingernail polish was the thing. They said that they like to do the white fingernail polish with the freak offs and stuff. And I know they said she has white fingernail polish, and you're thinking, why? Oh, it's so creepy to even think about.
But he also said that P. Diddy was talking really bad to his mom and looked like he was about ready to hit her or something. And Gene called him back and told him that if he ever disrespected his mama like that again, that he was going to walk. So that could have been in the very beginning of his time doing security with him. I don't know. He seems to know quite a bit.
Yeah.
And nobody's got him yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah. If you want to do that, because I need to, I'm tired. I'm finally getting to sleep. You know, I'm going to try to sleep. Maybe I'll sleep through the storm that's coming.
Well, you're talking about P. Diddy. I'm wondering about this chick too. I gotta find that. And
the drug dealer being a plant, I could see that, but he got involved with Diddy through Young Miami, and remember, she came after Cassie.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know if Young Miami was in a lot of. I don't know what her gig was, but yeah, she became Diddy's, other half there, but. I think that white guy, he met through Young Miami, and that makes sense if they were trying to build a case and get him planted in there. Go through the girlfriend trusts him. He's got good product, you know what I mean? The pink product that he wants. I don't know. It just seems too good to be true that Diddy would fall for such a young pusher like that. And if he had that good a product, where'd he get it from? Probably the feds using it to.
Oh man, this is another risk flex. It's a really short one, but this isn't even what I was looking for, because there's a girl that's basically doing the job of like Ghislaine Maxwell, that is going to get drawn into this at least as a witness. But this is the same chick, Riz, again, and she ties it into Diddy again with the kids, so it may seem like a distraction and people can say that, but when it ties into the bigger picture, maybe people it's not really about P. Diddy, so to speak. He's just, some of this information can come out because of his case, so to speak. Like this is her.
Tina Corey has been described in lawsuits against Combs as the rapper's right-hand person. More accurately,
well, that's
his chief of
her.
Staff.
There's another part of this too, but I've got a little bit more information besides this, but this is a real short version of his Ghislaine Maxwell right here. This chick.
Combs seemingly highlighted Corum in 2021 in a Facebook post, writing, "KK keeps everything in my life and my business running. She's been my right hand for the last 8 years and has consistently proven to execute and get S done. I have never condoned or aided and abetted the sexual assault of anyone, disturbing and unthinkable.
But listen to what
that
people
is
say
not
she
who
was
she is listed as a defendant in an amended complaint filed this month by Ashley Parham, who claimed defendant KK told defendant Diddy that she did not think giving plaintiff a Glasgow smile would be advantageous to their potential clients who they could sell plaintiff for sex to. Defendant KK then made a threat to plaintiff that they could ship her off anywhere in the world and that she would never see her family or anyone.
Whoa.
Hold the up. Shipping these victims all over the world. never to be seen again, casually mentioned in court.
Whoa.
And the conspiracy theory, they told us that we were deranged, that we had a derangement syndrome for thinking that that was even something that the elites were doing. But time and time again on this channel, we always end up being right.
You gotta love that chick. We always end up being right. But it is creepy.
Well, it sucks getting labeled what people label us when we catch on to what the game is before others do. And then they call you all nuts and, you know, she's yeah, dang, those shipping containers. And then Bieber just came out with this Instagram post. Yeah, it's just this week, I guess. So Sunday to Wednesday, sometime between that, right? And it was a picture of shipping containers, and he shortly took it down after that. And of
Something
course,
with Bieber. I heard this. Was it from you? It may have been from you.
Yeah, it's still going viral on Twitter because people are throwing in their 2 cents on it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the TikTokers are just waking up to what's going on, or they have been in waves. You know what I mean? Like every 6 months, you get stuff will go viral again that we've already talked about, but they'll add some. Oh, cool! Virginia came back.
Good.
Hey, we'll try.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it still storming there?
Yeah, it's finally a lot of really good rain, but we'll see what happens.
Did you catch that
But,
last little clip there with the shipping containers and shipping you? Yeah, what the hell, right?
Well, I think that Cheryl kind of hit the nail on the head as far as people snitching on each other, because the world runs on blackmail.
Yep.
And Diddy, in a sense, Al, you could say he's a distraction, but I really think he's a plunger. I think that he knows
you're cutting out,
and he's enough of a force.
There you are.
That people are doing.
You cut out again, Virginia. That sucks. I know. I mean, she'll be making a good point too, and then there goes the internet.
I know, we need Pootie.
I don't know if she can hear. Can you hear me, Virginia? Uh-oh.
She's trying to reconnect.
But yeah, it's just, I couldn't believe it. But there's more to it.
Sorry,
I mean,
oh, there she is.
And there she was.
Oh my God, Yorga. When you were doing that, I still think about how funny that one. You're like, it was so dumb, but what can you do when technical stuff happens but laugh at it? That was so funny. I know we probably don't know what I'm talking about, 10, but we were on a live or a backstage. I can't even remember. And it was over with Bonnie, and her mic kept making the sound, and there was nothing she could do. It's like as soon as somebody would quit talking, it'd be like, I don't know. And Yorga just started making that sound like the rest of the night. And it was just freaking made it so funny. Instead of being frustrated or aggravated with it, we were laughing so hard. It was just so dumb. But
Yeah, and then it would go away for a long time, and then I'd wait for 30 minutes, and I'd just go.
Yeah, it was pretty much
too funny.
But yeah, you can't really do anything about it,
Nope.
But
I think
it's just probably bad internet, She'll pop back in whenever she can, or she'll talk again when she can.
Yeah, well, she's in the middle of a bunch of storms too, so.
Right. That makes it. Isn't that weird? Like, I don't know. I guess it makes sense, but I know I was telling you it wasn't on a stream or nothing. I think it's just talking to you and telling you about that Kathy O'Brien. And I know a lot of people don't even go down those rabbit holes and stuff, but she was she says and claims to have been MK Ultra, Have you know who I'm talking about, 10?
Mm-hmm.
I figured you probably did.
The blonde-haired woman.
She's getting older now, but yeah, she was. And
her daughter, they
yes.
They made her daughter be involved. They forced her.
I get so into that because it's so fascinating having her explain it. And I wasn't even going to go to that type of detail, but like she talks about so much, she makes so much sense with that guy. It's such a fascinating story. And I really do believe her that this, he was basically on the inside and he couldn't believe that they were doing this to people, and he rescued her. He couldn't go public or say anything, but he could save her basically. And he took her, and when they went to like Alaska or something, and she like had to like write everything down before she would say it, because something about the emotions would like carry her, and she'd gonna go into those split personalities or whatever, so she had to write everything down. And that's one of the things she talks about sometimes, like it makes the logic part of your brain, it had to be done that way. And it's just really crazy. I think she's so strong, to have been able to been mind controlled and even be able to explain things and talk to people about stuff now is like a miracle.
Yeah, and they even told her that once, if she ever did, come back and try to tell people, that nobody would believe her story. And for decades they hadn't, but now this is a new generation with a lot more information coming at people, and they can debunk shit now. And people have been, not debunking her, but they're saying, no, what she's saying has a lot of, legitimacy in this. It's just, and then you got that other girl, the black girl. What's
Allie Carter. Yeah.
And then Epstein's, that one girl, there's the one, not the one that was filmed with Prince Andrew, the other one that went there as an art person.
I'm not sure. I can see the one that the other one in my head, her picture and everything. But what the it's not very long what I've got. But she's talking about, the guy asks her what people are real leery of Trump now, and he's asking her what she thinks. And she starts talking about how it was in the 80s and how you couldn't blackmail him and you can't mind control him. And she actually talks about the guy that saved her just for a little minute. It's like I said, it's like 2 or 3 minutes. And she talks about how he saw things and was disgusted with the children and all. And she talks about Trump wanted to end the trafficking. And it's like, man, I don't know. I just think that, I don't know, a lot of people don't even believe her, but I don't know how I don't know how you could make all this up and even keep up with it. If it was all lies, it would be too hard. And no one's come and sued her. Like, you wouldn't believe some of the claims that are in that book that I've seen with my own eyes. And the people haven't, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and more than that, Trudeau, and none of them have tried to sue her because I think it's true. But this is what she responded to on the question about Trump.
Too revealing of what they were capable of and what was available to the military or to whoever before the public was aware. So that whole project got shut down. But so I'm guessing, there was so many different similar things coming out where people are trying to advance with the technology and have these better, more efficient aircraft. A little skeptical that he has good intentions, but I mean, how do you really know until you wait and see how it plays out, I guess, right? But do you have thoughts on that?
I have information on it, actually. Since in my experience, the people that I was around in the 80s feared Donald Trump very much because Trump was actively opposing drug and human trafficking across the open border. He openly opposed child sex trafficking. He openly opposed MK Ultra mind control being used on people like me who were being run through the State Department and the Pentagon and the White House and everything else. So he was already aware of that. And he couldn't be blackmailed. He couldn't be coerced. He couldn't be bought off. They couldn't mind control him because he had the knowledge that's our defense against mind control. And he had a lot of money and he was personable. So they were very concerned about him back then. And actually told me that one time when I was doing a meeting at the casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey, in Trump's casino, that if I ran into him, or if I saw him and had anything to do with him, that I would be killed. So it was do or die. If I saw him, I better run. Well, I obviously didn't see him.
Yeah, I guess not. You're still here.
I've met him since. I met him like a year ago. And that was absolutely monumental for me on so many levels, because most of all, I just wanted to sense his vibe, as silly as that might sound. He's extremely intelligent, very soulful, very kind, compassionate, very sincere. Children were around him. Children know who's good and who's bad. They weren't scared of him at all. Nobody was. He wasn't interested in them, So it's an odd thing that people would judge his business aspect of having been affiliated with Epstein, and because he's been screaming about the child sex trafficking and exposing Epstein ever since. You don't do that if it doesn't make sense. But still, people just do kind of tend to snap judge real quick on something like that and not pay attention to the fact that he's the one who opened our eyes to it. It's and it's like Mark Phillips. He saw the children being taken in and out of the White House. The children were in places where he was, and it just appalled him, disgusted him to no end, along with a lot of other people in intelligence and in government. But they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't get anywhere with the media. They couldn't get, they just couldn't accomplish what they needed to. But by gosh, somebody could have had a picture, of them in those places learning what they learned. So, we just shouldn't snap judge real quick. With that said, I encourage everyone, govern yourself. We have been handed back our power. President Trump has told us he's given power back to we the people. We see it every day. Now we got our education back, with the Department of Education being dismantled, and we have it back to the states, back to the parents, back to we the people.
I mean, she went through it. She lived through it, and saw it firsthand with, what she said, that guy, Mark Phillips, saw the children coming in and out of the White House, and it disgusted him. And that's the guy that came and rescued her, so to speak, got her out and helped her unmind control herself, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I always notice that all these people that talk about all this stuff, they name all these big names. He's not one of the names they name. In fact, they always say the opposite. They never see him in these circles where they're being passed around. Even Ellie Carter is another one who has said she's never seen him any of the places, but she says she's seen Biden and Obama and every other person up there, but not him. Same with Kathy O'Brien taking up for him. I don't know. I just pay attention to those things. What's up, Indy?
Indy, Miss Minor,
Hey, baby.
and Lisa Anderson.
Hey, Lisa.
I gotta go to bed. I love you guys. Thank you, Cola.
All right, Ken. Love you.
I love you more, Yorga, and I
No.
love you, Virginia. I'm so glad to talk to you again, and stay safe over there.
And let's see, it's Wednesday, so next is Sunday for 10 TV too. So Sunday and then Tuesday. And
And you never know, a pop-up might happen.
Yeah.
That's the only name for it, but why does it sound dirty, pop up?
I know it does. It reminds me of. It's funny, Ken. You know it is.
I know, but I don't name the streams a lot.
Hey, did you like my ladle last night? My ladle?
Yes, I did.
It was pretty funny.
You're funny.
Hey, things you can do with a ladle you don't think about.
I saw a really good TikTok that they used a ladle for self-defense.
Oh, you could beat the hell out of somebody with that thing. I'll tell you another good one before you go, real quick. I saw a guy on a fishing pier, and two guys started giving this guy a load of shit, and I'm thinking about maybe jumping in, but I'm not a very big person, so I'm still contemplating on that. And he was smoking a cigarette, and he took the cigarette. He didn't say anything to these guys. He took the cigarette and put it on his line. So, whatever his line was out there, he just burnt right through the line. And he wore these two guys out with his fishing rod, man. I mean, just spanked the living crap out of these guys. It was great, man. Sometimes you're wearing a weapon and you don't even know it, like your belt. Think about that, man. You can pull your belt off and wear somebody's ass out, So in a ladle, you never know.
Yeah, that's true. I love it.
Yeah, the fishing rod is. Well, yeah, you could tear somebody out with that.
Well, good night,
Yeah.
you guys, and I'll see you on Sunday. Okay.
All right, Ken. We'll see you. Sweet
Night.
dreams.
Well, Well, Lisa Anderson was asking about Jay, but she has gone too fast to answer.
You can get someone good with a shoe too. Like take your
With a
shoe
what?
off and just a shoe, like a
shoe.
like
Yeah, I know. Hey, remember when they threw that shoe at George Bush and he dodged that bitch, man? Woo.
Yeah. It was still so funny to watch though, because he may have dodged it, but the look on his face, he looked scared to death.
Yeah, it was funny as hell. I don't know if you've ever seen it. You probably have, but there was Reagan was giving a speech somewhere and somebody popped a balloon. Went, pow! He just automatically went, you missed me. Sound like a gun, you know? Ah, you missed me.
There's actually been some cases up with stilettos because they can really do mortal harm.
Now, is this stiletto the kind of switchblade that comes right out of the handle?
Stiletto? I
No,
thought she was
it's a
talking about a
shoe.
heel.
Oh, a shoe. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I'd rather take the knife than a high heeled shoe. Oh.
Yep.
Now I have dodged many a fry pan during my married years. I got good at that shit. I got nailed a couple times too. They hurt. Thank God it wasn't a cast iron.
Right.
Yoga, you bastard! Ow!
Oh, wait a minute.
I threw a roll of. The only time I ever got violent is I threw a roll of paper towels at my now ex-wife, and she called 911 and said my husband is abusing me. And cops had to come out and all this shit. I'm like, I threw a roll of paper towels at her, man. Hit her in the back.
You should have done the Mel Gibson and done this one.
Yeah.
I really want the one. So the whole reason I went and got those was because of Yorga. Because he was telling me about these tapes that I totally missed as they happened. You know, I missed them at the time. But I went back and listened to a lot, and I never did. I was looking for "you whore" or something.
There's
like
one,
that.
I swear, he goes, "You whore." Because I swear, me and my friend listened to it, and from that point on, everything in their lives was a whore. Anything that pissed us off or was the object of their displeasure, you know, you drop your pencil, you whore. You know, you freaking dog's pissing off. My dog's a whore. You know, and I still do it. I'll do it. I'll be here all by myself in the kitchen and drop something. I'll go whore. So it's embedded in me now.
And I really wanted to hear this. He says, I'm sorry, Virginia, what'd you say?
I was wondering if Yorga ever screamed it in the mirror.
Oh, God.
Oh, well, yeah, it's a possibility. No, I like me. I'm not saying I'm not a whore, but.
Well, no, I just thought it was so funny just from him saying, I was like, I got to hear this, and I went and I listened to a lot. This was a couple weeks ago, but those were funny too. So I just tried to keep them for the heck of it to mess with him. And, I never did find the whore. I'm going to have to look harder. It's a lot. They were funny too, man, these tapes, because the two hosts are like cutting it up, but I couldn't just push play and let it go. I mean, they say some stuff even I couldn't play on in certain places because they're just cutting it up, man. And they, like slangs, and even he does. He said some things he should not have said, different insults that you just don't want other people to hear you saying. And it was a lot. I was like, oh my God. It was still hilarious though. I felt bad because it's like, there was probably a little domestic abuse going on and all that. I'm laughing at their argument though, because they said he would stop being that. I mean,
hold on. I just did a search for Mel Gibson 4, and under the Huffington Post of all places, it says Mel Gibson racist rant audio tape part 3 effing 4. So yeah, I swear it's there, I know I heard it. Part 3 effing 4. Wetbacks and more. So
oh wow. Well, there's some good meltdowns. There's the David Hasselhoff meltdown, and there's one.
I haven't heard that one.
Baldwin. Yeah, they're pretty bad. Alec Baldwin, he was talking to his daughter and he called her a filthy pig or something. And he was just unleashing. It was.
Oh, I remember that one. I do remember that one.
Now, David Hasselhoff, there's actually a video of this where he had got really drunk and he got a Wendy's like Baconator or something, and he was laying on the floor. He was basically eating it. He could barely get it to his mouth. He was blasted and he was going off. I think maybe it was someone in his house. I don't remember who it was, but he looked a fool. People tore that one apart.
This Baconator is a whore.
Dude, it was rough. I mean, how do you live that down, you know?
Hey, I sent you a link to that on Facebook, Cola.
I'm trying to see.
Well, you don't have to look at it right now. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to see if I can do this without making a big whole lot out of this.
Well, I don't know if it's audio or
I
what.
had a thing, dude. It was like hours. Okay. Well, I'm gonna back out of it then. But I was gonna play it if it was gonna be easy enough to pull up, but it didn't look easy. Oh, am I gone? Oh shit.
No, you're here.
Oh no, I'm still here. Y'all weren't gonna answer me.
No, you're here.
I was like, oh shit, I thought I was gone.
I do like the
Y'all
bloating
just sat here
part.
quiet and let me
That's
think out. Oh my God. Yeah, he does too much, man. He's a mess. And this is pretty. If this wouldn't be so slow of a delay to just say it would be funny. And there's a whole part about what, and the co-host starts saying it, talking about it, and it just starts to be so funny. And he does it over and over. He's arguing with you. What? He's so mad. But if you got to see, you know, this is my absolute favorite, though. I know you said whore, but this is the.
You're a pain in the ass. You're a pain in my ass. Stop being that.
I think
it's like is it just me, or does he look completely different than he did when he was younger, like in the Mad Max movies? I think he looks like a different person. I'm not saying he is. He just has changed a lot. You know, people change when they get older. Their nose gets bigger and shit. Mine has.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just looks like a different guy.
Oh,
So David
that had to put up.
The Hasselhoff drunk though is that's a different one, huh?
Oh, it's hilarious. It's the one with the burger. I don't know what Navy Vet just put up, but there is a clip out there of Hasselhoff and he is wasted and he's yelling at someone trying to eat a burger and he looks like a fool. It's just, it's not a good look. It's worse than singing on the Berlin Wall.
Right. I'm trying.
I'm sorry, but that just reminds me. We had this really goofy guy at work, and everybody screwed with him, and he deserved it though, because he was a freaking jerk. And I just told him offhand one day. I said, "You know, you really look like David Hasselhoff." He said, "No, I don't." I said, "Yeah, you do. You really do." And then I told everybody at work. I said, "Go up to Shaky." That was his name. I said, "Go up to Shaky and tell him he looks like David Hasselhoff." So everybody did it randomly. And he starts thinking he looks like David Hasselhoff, right? So he comes to work the next day. He said, "I told my wife that y'all said I look like David Hasselhoff." And she said, "They're full of shit." Oh, mind control. We put a sticker on his back one time. We had to wear these coveralls, you know? And I don't know what the sticker said "kiss me" or something like that. And he wore it all day, and he goes home and he comes back the next day and he had a sticker on his freaking coverall. It was still there. His wife didn't tell him.
Oh man. Huh.
I know. I'm slow as Christmas. I'm sitting here trying to figure this out. It shouldn't be this difficult. It's like I'm scared if I refresh, I'll lose y'all.
That's all right, Cola. My beard's only halfway grown right now.
Well, this is because I tried to be slick, like save it to a playlist and all these types of things. The second one has audio. Well, I'm glad I was going through the first one. I'm glad I seen that. I'd have been so mad if I worked for 17 hours to get that on and it didn't happen. It takes me so long. It's because it's just a matter of getting it to that other page or whatever. I know. I did never say I was good with electronics. I swear that's.
Oh, you better than I am. I couldn't do it at all.
Well, I had help learning it, but it was mostly backstage. It's so much, you don't even think about it when you're back. You're just like, yeah, I'll take all day to do this. But when you're on here, you're kind of like trying to get it done quick, and that's hurrying always makes it worse. I don't know about y'all. For me, it does. I start hurrying, I start dropping stuff and tripping. Everything goes wrong.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah. What was up with David? What was up with David Hasselhoff being like this big rock star over in Germany? Did y'all hear about that?
That's what I said. He looks more foolish in this than when he was on the Berlin Wall. Like he was.
Okay. I missed that. I'm sorry.
He performed right before they tore it down.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they love him over there.
No comment.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's hammered.
So, Dad, are you gonna do your show tomorrow?
Mm.
Do you promise me? You're gonna get alcohol?
What?
Don't get alcohol.
What?
Don't get alcohol because you see what it's doing to you. You're on the floor.
Mouse.
What?
This is a mess. Oh,
Man, he is beyond hammered.
He's gone.
That freaking onion just chilling on the side of his head.
It's a nice carpet too.
Dad, you're not gonna get alcohol tonight, okay?
What?
You promise me you're not gonna get alcohol tonight. Okay?
Oh.
Because if you get alcohol tonight, you're fired from your show tomorrow. And the doctor is coming over here in the morning to check your alcohol level. And if you have any alcohol in your system, you're going to be fired from the show.
Damn.
Tomorrow. You hear me?
You hear me? Like he's a
No
child.
alcohol. Huh?
Who said?
Jan. I just talked to her and she just called the manager of the show and they said that tomorrow, when the doctor's coming over and if they test any alcohol in your blood, you're fired from the show. Thank God they're not coming tonight because you'd be fired from the show. The doctor's coming early in the morning. If you have any alcohol in your system, you're fired from the show. Okay?
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Man, I thought I was a drunk.
Say you promise right now, Dad.
Oh my God, it's
Tell me that
his
you promise
daughter.
you're not going to get alcohol and you're going to stop drinking.
Oh.
Tell me right now. Tell me right now you're going to stop drinking.
I'll be fine.
Tell me you're going to stop drinking.
He
Tell me
doesn't
right
want to
now.
lie to her, you know?
Or I'm not going to talk to you ever again. And I will totally disown you because it's not fair to me what you're doing. Tell me right now. Tell me. You're not going to stop, are you?
I'll be fine.
Tell me you're going to stop.
I'll be fine.
Tell me you're going to stop.
Oh.
Tell me you're going to stop.
I'm going to stop.
Promise?
Yep.
Yes?
Huh?
Good. That's what I like to hear.
He still looks pretty good for being a drunk.
It's kind of sad though.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Daughter.
Yeah.
So what? You have me. You have Haley. You have
Oh, shit. Fuck you. You don't good in your life.
Oh my God.
Yup.
I have you in my life.
Yes, you do.
I'm bullshit.
What do you mean? What do you expect me to do? Come up here on the days I have school? You chose to come out here. I didn't choose to come out here. I come up here as much as I can. Every weekend that I don't have SAT, I come up here. There's nothing I can do. I change my schedule around because of you. Don't tell me that I don't give a shit. Being an asshole right now. And do you know why? Because you drank. And tomorrow morning you're going to regret everything that you've ever told me. And you're going to feel horrible.
I don't have you.
What do you mean you don't have me?
I don't have you.
Of course you have me.
No, I don't.
What do you mean? You live in Las Vegas. You're still going to be up here every day? You're throwing your life away by drinking. I don't know why you are. Stupid. Do you like people taking care of you? You're sitting on the floor eating a Wendy's. You should be running around.
I have you on hotel. I have him.
Yeah, I don't like that clip, man. You know what it made me think of because I was so mad at him. Have either one of y'all seen the movie Click with Adam Sandler?
Mm-hmm.
You remember he's got the remote, he pauses it, steps on his desk, farts in his face, then unpauses it, and he's all like, it's David Hasselhoff that he does that to. It's him, right?
Oh, interesting.
I'm telling you, my brain connected that for me because I was so mad at him in that video. I was like, hey, you remember that one scene when he farted in his face? Fuck that guy, you know?
I don't know if, and this is personal, but I don't know if it's good or bad because I watched that clip and I'm thinking, I could drink. I mean, I can drink, and I never got like that. It was never the falling down, I mean, and it's like I said, I don't know if it's good or bad, but I could drink all day long and function, and I mean, I just never got like that, but I still had to get to the point where I can't do this anymore. Now, if I was like that, I'd seriously be like, I can't do this anymore, but I never did that falling down. I was functional, man. I could function on that shit. I don't know if I just got a super high tolerance or what, but I mean, I could drink all day long and all night long, and I'm still all right. It's I don't know, man.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know, man. That was
I'm
pretty hard.
over 4 months now.
I'm so, and you know what? It is really amazing, and the fact that you even hang around, and then, so I'll be nervous at the beginning, and Yorga will be like, "Hey, have a glass of wine," and I'm like, "He's over here, been sober for 4 months, telling me to have a glass of wine." Like a lot of people can't do, they'll like can't be around and stuff. He's
the whole world doesn't have to stop because I quit drinking. It's my problem. It's my responsibility. It's my thing. I don't give a shit if other people drink or smoke or jump off a cliff. It doesn't matter to me. It's
right.
It's
the monster that comes out. Like it doesn't make you do anything, in my opinion. It just reveals what's already there.
Already there.
Yes.
Hey guys, what do you think about this? What about Christina and Jeremy? What about Kermie?
Bernie. Now that is fun.
It's got to be so. Well, otherwise it's not. It's funny. I feel like. What's the other way? Justina or
Christina me.
Christina me. Just we're. It's interesting the way our brains all did that differently. I think I like the other way, Kermie. It kind of reminds me of like Miss Piggy talking to Kermit. She's like, "Oh, Kermie."
That's funny.
I love the celeb names. It's cute. Yeah, I know. I knew what you were talking about.
And I hate seeing somebody like that though, man. I mean, because well, I know all he wants is another drink. That's all he wants is another drink.
At that moment, he just wanted that burger, the lettuce, all of it.
I feel like the reason he didn't want to say it is because he didn't want to lie to her. He was like, I'm gonna drink it, and I can't. She kept saying, just tell me you won't, and he's thinking to himself, I can't do that because then I'll be a liar too.
Yeah, he kept saying, I'm all right.
I know, it's kind of like what I was thinking. Like the
only thing that scares me personally, is I've been thinking about, man, I live by myself. I'm doing okay. I've got a passport. I was thinking about maybe going somewhere like Greece or Spain or Italy or wherever, somewhere overseas, with a nice beach and everything. I get out on that nice beach, I'm going to want a damn drink. I mean, I know it like in that situation. And so I don't, I don't want to put myself in a situation. Now I could go to a bar and be surrounded by drunks like around here somewhere, where it's, I'm not that far from home or whatever, I mean, I just drink ice water or pineapple juice. I don't even drink soda. But yeah, if I go on vacation somewhere, far flung place and, I don't know if I can trust myself or not. So I don't.
Right.
Well, it isn't easy to do, and it is cool that you did it. Because I know it's not easy.
It was killing me. I mean, it was killing me. I know. I mean, I don't just. That's not metaphorically. It was literally killing me. So you know, if something's killing you, you need to quit doing it. And I'm on the fence of that whole thing that, you know, people say it's a disease. What kind of disease can you just give up, you know, on your own? You can't give up cancer and say, well, I don't have cancer anymore, you know. But with alcohol, you can. I mean, you can if you've got enough, you know, determination to do it, just do it. And the secret with this, I don't know if it's a secret or not, but this last go around that I quit, because I've quit several times, and it was always kind of a big deal, you know, on this day I'm going to do it and blah, blah, blah. And I just woke up one day and went, I ain't drinking no more. And I didn't make it a big deal, and I didn't think about it a lot. And it was just better that way, you know?
Right. I think
you know,
the reason they call it a disease is not because you can't get over. I think it's because like some people can have a drink or two and just do that and not go at it. And other people, the people that think what they mean is you don't, it takes you over and you can't regulate it like somebody that doesn't have the disease. I don't know. I feel like there's some
I don't
more.
know. Maybe so. And like I said, I'm on the fence with that. But I mean, I'm a junkie. I'm an alcoholic, you know. And my damn, I can't stand people. This happened at my high school reunion back in 2018. This one guy, I'd quit then, and you know, everybody's getting hammered, and except for me. And this one friend kept going, come on, man, have a drink. I'm like, no. I said, I don't drink right now. You know, well, come on, man, come on. You know, once I tell you that, then leave me alone. My tax guy came over a couple weeks ago, and, you know, we did my taxes and everything. And he's pulling the same shit on me. You know, I'm like, no, I don't drink. I'm an alcoholic. I cannot drink. Oh, come on. You just need some moderation, man. I can teach you how to do it. I said, you ain't teaching me shit. I said, I've tried to do all that stuff. If I start drinking, I'm going to be drinking again, man. I watched a thing about Alice Cooper, and he got so bad he had to be hospitalized. And I think he went 60 days and they straightened him out. And he went for a couple of years. And he took one sip of his wife's sherry and he was right back into it again, you know, and had to be rehabbed all over again and everything, you know. And I'm like, man, that's kind of me. I know if I have one drink, it's over, you know, and I'd have to go through this whole process again of quitting and everything. And I ain't doing that, man. And my body and everything feels so much better now, man. I mean, 200% better than I did when I was doing it. So, you know, and I live by myself. There ain't nobody tell me no, or, you know, there wasn't any, what's the word I'm looking for? There was no governor. There was no, you know, gate. There was no, you know, nothing to tell me no, you know,
Right.
and, you know, nobody, no dirty looks or except for from my cat. And, you know, other than that, he ain't give a shit. As long as he's getting his treats, he don't give a damn if I'm drunk or not, you know, so.
Yours like, I know that cat's giving me side eye.
Oh yeah, imagine what that cat is seeing. Ooh, gravy.
It's not that bad.
Yorga, it's good that you are self-aware, like someone said in chat, Echo a second ago, you know, to know your own limits. I think it's messed up for your friends or accountant or whatever to kind of try to pressure you. That's fucked up, you know.
Yeah, it's fucked up. And I'll tell you, I've tried to be a really nice guy because I'm a prick deep down inside. But once you start doing that shit after 2 or 3 times of me saying, look, man, don't do that, I'm going to start getting real shitty with you, you know?
That's messed up, though. You should get shitty.
Well, I almost think about this psychologically, that maybe those people that do that know themselves are a mess and they're jealous of me because I can actually not. And so that, you know, they'd get a little bit of joy out of pulling me off the wagon. You know what I mean, man? Kiss my ass, man. You know, don't do that.
Devil on their shoulder or whatever. Yeah. It's not right.
I mean, if I straight up tell you, I've got the balls to tell you, I am an alcoholic. You know, that takes a lot to get. I'm not bragging or anything, but it takes a lot to get to that point where you can actually admit it and go, okay, this is the deal. I can live with this, you know, but you have to not drink. You know, I mean, you're like they say, you're always recovering. You never a recovered alcoholic. That's impossible. You know, you're always going to want to drink, you know, so yeah, what the hell?
Well, I think that's where the disease part comes in is it is kind of a mental disease. I mean, you can become physically dependent, and I mean, not medical advice for entertainment purposes, you know, quitting cold turkey of alcohol is very dangerous. For entertainment purposes, I'm not.
Well, I love it. I mean, I love it. I'll just tell you straight up, I love it, man. I mean, back in the days, back in the 80s, I used to do other stuff. And I love that too. You know, I mean, you know, but you know, you just.
It's also a mental thing. You know, once you get over that part, the detox, you're good. And then it's a mental thing, and just one sip and you're right down the slide, you know.
One sip. And I know that. So,
yeah.
You know, it's like I said, I've quit quite a few times, and then I would go through that. Well, I can have a little bit. I can do this moderation thing, and I know one time I made these rules on myself, and I couldn't drink until 9:30 at night, and it was only wine, and I would have a couple glasses of wine, and I'd have a great night's sleep. You know, and that was great. I mean, if I could keep doing that, that'd be fine. But then, of course. It got a little bit more, it got a little bit more, it got a little bit more. And, you know, and I don't even realize it's this monkey's on my back, you know. And so this go round, it's just like quitting smoking. It takes a few times, you know, and this go round, it's just like, no, it's going to kill me. It's freaking devil. It's a poison. It's, you know, it's not for me. And I am a little bit jealous of people that can drink in moderation. But then again, no, because you know, I'm better off just the way I am. I used to know this couple that, and I never could figure out how they could do this. Loved them to death, but they wouldn't do anything all week long. No cigarettes, no drinking, no nothing. But on the weekend, they'd get hammered and smoke cigarettes all weekend long, and then Monday morning they're back on the wagon again.
That's
I'm like, how do y'all do that, man?
I couldn't. I wish I could have like one. I haven't had in a long time on cigarettes, and I had to quit drinking to quit smoking. I did. I had to quit every single thing because everything you do, you need a cigarette after you do it.
Well, it's bad because I have started smoking again, you know, but I figured, you know, I've got a vape here that I bought. I haven't even pulled it out of the package yet. So that's next. You know, you got to take these things in baby steps, you know, and so I'll quit smoking and screw it. I mean, I did that for over 5 years, you know, so.
And be realistic. Cigarette helps you through. Have the freaking cigarette, you know.
Oh yeah.
I even had a doctor tell me that once about anxiety, and he was like, you know what? If having a cigarette gets you through that moment, just fucking smoke the cigarette. You know, like,
and you know what? That's a good freaking doctor, man. That's a good doctor.
Exactly.
That reminds me of something you'd see on House or something. I have seen them. Or no, maybe that was. I also like Nurse Jackie. Somebody prescribed someone one cigarette a day or something for some of their stomach. Yeah, I love those shows. There for a while.
I remember that episode.
But that's almost torture too, you know, because that one cigarette, oh, it's so good, man. And then you gotta rest of the day. I wish I had a cigarette, you know. And so,
nah, it was because the dude had IBS and. House was really kind of out there.
Like a smoker, and that's what was so weird. You're like, dude, he just told this non-smoking cigarette, but it
he
helped
was
him.
not a smoker. Yep,
It's crazy.
They sure are good.
There was some evidence, though. There have been some studies in Minecraft for entertainment purposes that show tobacco or nicotine is probably what it is. Slows down the bowel in a person that is like bad IBS. It actually has a little bit of backup in allegedly.
Well, nicotine itself, and I'm no expert, but I've gotten this from some good sources. Nicotine by itself is not bad for you. It's actually good. It's somewhat of a stimulant, but you know, when you smoke, it's all the tar and all the other crap that's in there. You know, I know a guy that works at Philip Morris, and he was telling me how they make cigarettes. You wouldn't believe it. They take the they take the tobacco and mush it all up into a pulp, and then they turn it into like a paper, and then they add all this other horse shit like chocolate and different things into that paper, and then they chop the paper up, and that's what goes into the cigarette. You know, it ain't what do you think? It ain't just pure, you know, cut up tobacco leaves. You know, it's not.
Right.
Sorry, I made Echo Dragonfly like a crave of smoke now. Sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry. I gotta do this. Well, this is so stupid, and y'all probably didn't see it, but it was a Nurse Jackie episode. It was one of my favorites. There was this lady that looked like super pregnant because she actually had a tumor in her stomach, and she was like, yeah, she was for sure gonna die. Like, I mean, it's like a dark kind of humor. So here she's not pregnant, but she looks very pregnant. And then Nurse Jackie in her scrubs, and they're sitting on these porch steps, sitting there smoking cigarette and passing a liquor bottle back and forth. So it looks like this nurse and pregnant lady are smoking cigarettes and drinking liquor, but really, it's still a nurse, but it's the lady is not pregnant, and she's like, she's probably half getting a kick out of it, just the looks and stuff, and like knowing she's really not. I don't know. I just thought it was a funny episode. I used to love
my ex-wife, when we were still married and we went to church, she somehow or another became the head person of this thing called something recovery, Celebrate Recovery, and so she would have these classes with different church people, and they were all kind of private, like AA or whatever, and try to help people recover. Come straight home after that and open up a bottle of Jack Daniels and smoke a cigarette. And I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, I'm like, this is everything you're doing right now is bullshit. You're going and bullshitting those people, Oh no, I can do this. It's different, No, it ain't different. Freaking goofy, man.
Wait.
I felt like ratting her out to all of them, but I didn't do it.
Why
I'm saying he's the biggest drunk here, man. What are you?
Oh, okay. I didn't understand why you thought it was goofy.
Because she was trying to tell everybody how to quit, substance abuse and whatnot, and then come straight home and pop open a bottle of Jack Daniels and smoke a cigarette.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
almost like a con artist or something,
Yeah, the bitch. That's what I said. This is all phony, man. This is all bullshit, man. No, it's different. It's in other words, I can do it, but I don't know, man. And Indy just said Celebrate Recovery is an awesome program. It is. It is. They have it in a whole bunch of different churches. But yeah, she wasn't the right person for that job. I think she got somewhat of a power trip out of it, and it's just, and then come straight home and have a drink. And it's like, man, you can't. I don't know. We're not together anymore.
Imagine what went wrong.
Oh, that's just nothing there compared to everything else. But
that was the icing on the cake.
I'm not the Marion kind. I've come to the conclusion that I'm good by myself.
Well, maybe the right person, but that sounds like somebody who really got off on deception.
Oh, you think so? Yeah, she was. Oh, yeah, she would lie like crazy, but she was a crummy liar, and I would catch her in her lies, and just like a politician, she somehow or another spin it around some other kind of way, and it's like,
oh my God, Yorga's got the best stories about women. I swear, I know I haven't heard them all yet either, because I haven't heard this.
You haven't heard this one, yeah.
I don't think so, but it's like, it reminds me of some of these freaking shows on TV I've seen, like oh my gosh, where they're based on true stories too. Like there was a lot of times people will do them in different platforms, and there's one that's a big deal. This chick faked having cancer or something and sold all these natural, and she was like a social media influencer, and people were like following her device. It was like, similar, like she didn't even have cancer. And like, yeah, I can't think of the name of this stuff. But it was hard to stop. You couldn't stop watching it once you started. It was addictive, you're like, holy crap, because it's true. It was on a true story. Dozan. What's that mean?
I don't know.
Mine got super goofy. This same ex-wife. I've had two of them. But she got real goofy. She thought this is gonna sound so stupid, but all of a sudden she just thought she was psychic, and it was, she could speak to ghosts and all this kind of happy horse shit, and it was goofy as hell. And she came outside one day. My son was playing basketball. I had a basketball goal up on its tree. And she said, that tree, it's dying. Like, she's psychic. She could tell this tree was dying. I said, no, it ain't. My son's listening to all this. He was about 12. She goes, no, I can tell it's dying. I said, how do you know that tree is dying? There's leaves all over the damn thing. She said, I can smell it. I said, what you smell is all that fresh cut lumber over there. We had firewood that just had gotten delivered. You know how that oak kind of has a smell to it when it's cut? And she went, and she goes storming in the house of my son. He laughed so hard he fell on the basketball court, man. He was dying laughing because it was just dumb shit like that all the time. One night she said she was going to make moon water. I said, moon water? She said, yes, it's very therapeutic water. I said, well, how are you going to make this damn moon water? She takes a pitcher, like a big pitcher you'd put tea or Kool-Aid in or whatever, fills it up with water, goes out back, puts it on a stool, and there was a full moon out there. I shut the door and locked it and went to bed. I left her out there with her moon water.
Yeah, I knew a dude who was touched, and he would moon tan, and he was literally touched. Y'all,
Yeah, and so was she, apparently.
He would go out and in his underwear under the moon and be like, I'm moon tanning. And it just, what do? You just nod.
What do you do, man? I know.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are so freaking goofy, man. One time she was doing this automatic writing shit. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Where you just take a pencil and supposedly a spirit will come in and start writing shit. I said, well, who are you talking to today? He said, I'm talking to aliens. I said, oh, aliens, really? She said, yeah, I'm talking to aliens. This is how goofy this shit got. I said, okay. I said, well, ask them what the Pythagorean theorem is. It's a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It's algebra. It's real easy. It's it has to do with a right-hand triangle. And she just, her face just turned. I said, if they're that smart, they're aliens. They know what the Pythagorean theorem is.
Would they put in a squared plus b squared equals c squared, or
yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. The hypotenuse, the adjacent, and the what's the other side? You know what I'm talking about. It's just basic shit that any fucking civilization is going to end up figuring out. And she never talked to aliens anymore after that.
I think the real question, Yorga, is why are you attracted to manipulative, weird women? Because
I don't know. All of my girlfriends and wives have been crazy. They've all been crazy, but they've all been good looking. I'll give them that. They've all been hot.
That's it right there. That's it. They were good looking.
We totally did the freaking hot and looks thing. Remember? It's like the crazier they are, the better they look. The better they look, the crazier they are.
Yeah, and that's true. I'm the king of all failed relationships, and that is absolutely true. Yeah, they were smoking, man. I'll give them that.
Okay, so we understand now. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I kind of do too.
Well, I'm sure it was both. There was something about the crazy too. It's not just all because they look good, they're crazy. Like, yeah, there's something going on. Psychology is crazy, But
yeah, they could be fun though too. Those crazy ones.
That's the thing. They're hot, they're fun, they're wild at the beginning, but then when you try to settle, you try to cohabitate, that's when it really, the chaos is not fun anymore,
Yeah. Oh, I know. That cohabitation thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's oh boy.
She puts her face mask on and stuff like that is not fun anymore.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Could any of the crazies make a sandwich?
Or cook good?
Some of them could. Some of them actually, were really, really good cooks. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's a point there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I grew up when my mom was a lousy cook, so anything's kind of better than that. So.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. Everybody's mom is a good cook. Mine was not. My dad was a good cook. but he hardly ever cooked.
Yeah, my my grandmother was. So yeah, I don't think my mom really was either, and she definitely didn't teach me. Like it was. I took forever to learn. I was a slow, and now I can cook just about everything. But it was. I know other people were taught, and things like that.
When my mom got Alzheimer's real bad, I mean, this is not funny, but it is. I went over there one day, and she was just. I said, yeah, my dad was sitting at the kitchen table. I said, what are you doing? He said, no, Mom's bringing me some breakfast. And she brings him this plate, and it had like olives and pickles and shit. And he looks at me, he's like, what is this shit? I said, just eat it. Just eat the shit and go on, man.
Man.
I know. She meant well, I mean, that's one thing. She meant well.
Well, yeah, my grandmother was a good cook. I don't really think my mom was a good cook, and she didn't really teach me. But like my daughter, I let her grow up in the kitchen, and she's such a good cook, man. I'm like, man.
Hey, I'm a damn good cook, and it came from being a bachelor, man. I learned how to cook through hunger, man. I came up with all kinds, and you should see some of the recipes I came up with when I was hammered drunk, man. I came up with some good shit. Came up with some bad shit too, but I did come up with some good ones, I always thought about having either like a cable access show or write a book about, cooking for the single guy,
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Yeah. What the hell?
Olives and pickles also sound good. I'm a savory bitch. But
I love those too, but not for breakfast, man. I'm just like,
all right. You tell us, you said you made some really good bachelor meals. What is your finest creation in your mind? And the weirder, the better. Like, just be honest. What is something?
Well, all right. Well, I'll start with one that's not weird, but I got really good at making chicken and dumplings, and you gotta. Well, you don't have to remember, but I'm going to tell you. For years and years and years, see, I raised my kids. I had those crazy ex-wives, and I ended up with all the kids, and I raised them. So I had to learn to cook, big things, to feed an army, And so chicken and dumplings is one of my good ones. Another one I did, which was kind of one of my drunken inventions, was I would take hot dogs, good hot dogs, like the all beef ones, put them in the oven until they got like kind of black. Then I cut them all up into pieces, put them in with macaroni and cheese, mix that all up, put a can of Rotel in, mix that all up. And then I put a can of field peas in there too and mix that all up. And it sounds horrible, but it was really good. Really good.
Wait, there's like 3 ingredients total? What were they?
It was cut up hot dogs, macaroni and cheese, a can of Rotel, and then I throw a can of those kind of small. They were like chickpeas or not chickpeas, but field peas. And they would always had a few like little like peppers and stuff in with those. Peppers and peas, that's what it's called in a can. Mix all that up together, it's damn good. Of course, when you're drunk, stuff tastes better anyway, but it's still good.
One of my favorite
when you say mac and cheese, what kind of mac and cheese are you talking about?
I'm talking about the shells and cheese that you get that already has the cheese, not the kind that you mix the powdered cheese, not that kind. I mean, and that's okay too, but I'd use the shells and cheese. It has that silver packet of the Velveeta in there,
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't sound bad, Yorga. That is why I was asking, was for the mac and cheese part. If it was the powdered cheese and you did all that, that sounds questionable. But
Nasty,
the Velveeta one, the Velveeta shells and cheese, I can see that. No, I can see the one you're doing. That would, yeah.
They all mixed together well, and it was just like I'm hammered, and I'm like, I'd see a can of field peas. Wait a minute, that'll go in there good, and the Rotel helps, because that's all a bunch of diced tomatoes and horse shit like that, and then of course you got your hot dogs in there, so
Yeah.
I bet you would like this new one and because you can make it for one person pretty easily. That's actually what I do most of the time when I make it. You just basically need about as much burger that makes like about a burger, like a little burger patty or whatever. And So you take a potato or two and cut them kind of like long, thick steak fries. And you take those and put them in baking soda water and you let them sit for a bit. Get your burger together and chop up, it's like you chop up onions and lettuce maybe. And there's a sauce that's kind of like mac sauce. It's like, mayonnaise, ketchup, mild sauce, or hot, depending on how you like that. A little ketchup, a little mustard, mix it all together. So after the fries soak, you put them to dry out and you put a little bit of cornstarch on them because it makes them the texture different somehow. And you do them in oil, like really low, like 325 for about 4 minutes, take them out. Let them dry out and then do it again at a higher temperature for about 4 minutes. And then you do the burger kind of like a burger, but right at the end, you chop it all up, put cheese on top. You do it like that on purpose because this is like a viral video I watched. I saw it a couple different people do the same meal and I was like, this looks good. I'm going to try it. And it is. So you do your burger.
Potatoes.
What's that? Yeah, you put so you put the cheese on top of the burger and let that kind of melt down. And you take the mac sauce stuff and kind of put that over the you put the fries all over the plate, the mac sauce on there a little bit. Then you take the burger and the cheese on top, put it right on top of the potato French fries, and then you do a little more mac sauce, and then the onions and lettuce, and you eat it with a fork. It's really freaking good. I'm sorry. We always have the like food porn corner. It always happens.
But let me tell you, let me tell you about my masterpiece. My masterpiece is eggplant parmesan.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, you ain't had mine. It's freaking great. So the first thing you do is you got to peel the eggplant. A lot of people don't peel the eggplant, but you got to peel the eggplant, get rid of that peel because it can be sour. Then cut up the eggplant like, I don't know, size of a hamburger or something. And then I would bread them, just like you would a piece of chicken or something, and then deep fry the eggplant. And then put those to the side. And then you take like one piece of eggplant that you've already fried up. And I would make like spaghetti sauce with like Italian sausage in there and put that on top of that piece of eggplant, then put cheese on top of that, then put another piece of eggplant on top. You stack them up like that and then cover the top with cheese. And then, you make a bunch of them and then you put them in the oven and bake them until all that cheese melts and stuff. Oh my God. I mean, it takes me forever to do it. It takes like not all day, but it takes me a long time because I do a lot of farting around too. But man, those are good. I'd fix it for my kids. Huh?
I've never had eggplant, but you make me want to try it now.
Oh, I love eggplant. It looks gross. It looks like it came off some alien planet or something,
I like a lot of vegetables. Is it a vegetable is it like a vegetable?
It's like a vegetable, but it's almost to me, it's almost like a meat. I mean, it's I know that's
pretty classic.
I wasn't ready for that when he said that. Have you had heart of palm before? I didn't have this like a year or two ago. I actually really like it. I feel weird for liking it because it's got it's different. It's got a different kind of texture, and it's got like have you had artichoke hearts like out of a can or jar? Because
no,
it's real similar to that too. Yeah, I hadn't had either, Yorga, till like 2 years ago. I don't know what it was. It was a mixture of vegetables, and I think it was. I'm not sure which one of the two it was, and I was like, oh, that's so good, and I'd never had it before, so. That's how I went down and like now I buy them in the cans and jars, both of them. But yeah,
Right.
I have not had eggplant though, so I'll try eggplant
Well,
and you try heart of palm or artichokes. Sounds good.
Artichokes, I love. Heart of palm, I feel like I have had it, but I could see how it'd be similar to artichoke hearts,
Well, they're like little tubes, right? And I always take they're like 4 big little tubes. And I just chop those like little hot dogs, like little hot dog, circles. And then I usually put them in oil and put them in the oven. It usually is how I cook them. But you could do them in a skillet if you want, or you could steam them. I think you can even eat them raw. But they have definitely a different kind of flavor. It's like almost like kind of like artichokes or like green olives maybe, but not. It's just kind of similar where it's just so distinct, and there's nothing really like it. I don't know. But I was glad to have something.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
I'm just calling Claude. Claude.
Oh.
See, I hope he hadn't done this. When cats get really sick, they run off.
Oh, you're yelling at your cat right now? Come
He's
on,
yelling.
Yorga.
He's yelling for his cat. He's not yelling at it. He's saying, "Come here."
Oh,
yeah, he's
Claude.
not. He hadn't been feeling good today. I don't know what's going on with him. Claude. Yeah, I know. It's not being himself. He's not eating, and all he's did was sleep all day. Then he went out, and he's not showing up. So
How old is he?
he's 11.
Oh man.
Oh, dang.
Well, that doesn't mean he won't come back though. Maybe.
No, he's done shit like this before.
I mean, it is old 11, but I've heard of numbers that are crazy. Haven't
Oh
you?
yeah, I had one that was like 18. I had one that lived to be 18. Yeah.
Man,
I don't know.
The food time here.
I mean, he's a big one. He's 20 pounds. He's a big ass cat. But I don't know. I guess so. Is he what?
Losing weight or gaining weight?
Someone says
No, it looks about the same to me. I mean, he's a big kind of heavy cat with a gut, but.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of healthy. I mean, well, it's not maybe not healthy ain't the word, but he's not hungry. I mean, it isn't unhealthy to have a little bit of gut, right? Get fat is a thing. What about
I'm not one of them kinds that would put him on a diet or anything like that. But just him not eating today, man. Is kind of, And then I fixed him some really good food, and he did that thing where he acted like he was trying to cover it up, like it was a turd, And, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, normally he's bugging me for food and treats and stuff all the time, and he just slept all day and didn't eat, and then he finally went out, and I haven't seen him.
You know what?
Food Food says he might have worms, man. I hope not. I'll have to get him checked out.
No, dissect his shit. All right. Get in the litter box. Get you a chopstick left over in your junk drawer. Get something and cut those turds. You'll be able to see if there's worms or eggs.
Okay.
Cut the turds. Look at his.
Because he did go to his box just a little while ago. I don't know if he did anything or not, but he was in there. So let me do a turd audit here. Let's see.
Yeah, do a turd audit. Get in that doge.
Let me do some doge on the freaking litter box. Let's see if we can get rid of some waste.
It's not all Morocco.
I don't have a chopstick, but I got one of these freaking fish kebab skewers.
Or like a plastic spoon from a fast food restaurant.
Lauren.
Fork. I've got some.
Yeah, a fork. Yes, get it. Oh,
Ray's Boom Boom Room, because the cat's name is Claude. From Life, guy's name is Claude in Life. Lauren's a comedian. That's how it took me a minute. And I'm like, that's hilarious. Claude. It was his name on Life.
Yes.
And he kept talking about imagining his Ray's Boom Boom Room when he got out. He was going to create this lounge room, and
I don't see anything.
Okay.
You don't see anything, but the cat's still gone though.
Well, there's a little turd laying there. There's a little turd chilling in there. I don't see no worms crawling around now.
Sissy K says, please, Yorga, no show and tell on that.
Right.
If the worms are dead, they look like little grains of sand almost, because they'll curl up when they die. But Pooty Poot is right. Deworming a cat is never a bad idea. And Freeland, good question, Mary. Is he drinking water at all?
If he was, I haven't seen him. Yeah.
So there's no urine in the litter box.
Don't see no urine.
Okay, keep an eye on that, because
but he's in and out, so he pees outside too. So it's kind of hard to gauge, Okay,
that's fair. Maybe like look overnight for normal piddle, because
man, I never broke up a cat turd on a live stream.
I love that you did
the first for everything.
No, but seriously, start looking at his poo. Sometimes the worms die and they just look like little gritty things, and sometimes they're still alive. But yeah, Bazbat could be a UTI.
I like what Donna said. He is just out catting around because
Yeah,
I mean,
he does a lot of catting around, but I can tell he's not feeling good today. Can you buy like a over-the-counter warmer so I don't have to go through the whole thing of trying to get him to the vet and back, because that's a nightmare. Last time I took him to the vet, I had him one of them kitty carriers, and they took him back, and I heard somebody go, "Damn, that's a big ass cat." I said, "Once the door closed?" I said, "Yeah, it's closed." He's a tuxedo cat. Huh?
You can buy warmer. Ooh, where is Bonnie? Bonnie. Well, Beetlejuice Bonnie.
Yeah. Yeah, she must be busy or something because she hadn't been in the chat. So, that is another thing. I don't know if anybody that's here didn't know about that. It's kind of a ways down my page. I could do do another post of her where her PayPal is and everything, because she's had that loss of her daughter like that. And, that's why I don't even, if she doesn't make it or something, or I don't see her on a live for a while, I keep that in mind because, it's going to be like, it's never going to be the same again, so I keep that in mind. But if anybody does want to help Bonnie out, it is kind of back a ways, but I have a post up that has her PayPal on it, and I'm trying to talk her into figuring out how to add that to the description and make it easier just on her page. And but if not, either way, I'll probably just repost it. I'll go find it and repost it again, so that if anybody wants to help her, they can. Because it is a lot to go through, and it's not cheap. It's you're never prepared for something like that. It's not supposed to happen that way. But I don't mean to, but we're talking about Bonnie, and I haven't seen her tonight.
Yeah. I was thinking the other day about that type of situation that is like the worst thing that can happen to you, and then it dawned on me, I don't think it is. I think the worst thing that could happen to you is if somebody abducted your kid and you don't know, like for years. You know what I mean? I mean, to lose a kid is one thing, and that sucks. But to have one just go missing, I mean, that would be really bad.
Yeah, that would be you're right. That would suck too. But
yeah,
awesome. Indy got it.
She really is. Essie is really sweet, and she's got a heart of gold for real. But yeah, it's a tragic situation, and it's sad. I wish I could do more to help. And there's just, you just gotta do what you can.
I sent her a check. I just looked in because I didn't know if she got it or not, and I just looked in my bank account and she did cash it, so that's cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Oh well, I hope she's doing okay. I mean, everybody says, is there anything I can do? There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, but we can be there, and we can
do that. Yeah,
we can check on her and things like that. Yeah, it is. Anyways, like I do have like I've got a transition for us. We can go down the P. Diddy thing a little bit about the right-hand woman that's like his Ghislaine or whatever. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I know. Good to see you. I know that it's like a lot of people say Ghislaine. I don't even know how to say it the right way.
I think you're saying it just as good as anybody. I've heard it like 6 different ways. Screw it.
Ghislaine, kind of like
Ghislaine. I've also heard it Ghislaine.
I've heard Ghislaine. Yeah.
They're actually just comparing this woman because of what she does for Diddy or whatnot. So it's not actually about her anyway. It's just what they.
Not in the criminal case. She's not been charged with anything, to be very clear. But she has been named as a defendant and mentioned in various lawsuits. And in light of that, she is now speaking out for the first time. In a statement that was published by USA Today and first reported by Rolling Stone, she said the following, quote, For months, horrific accusations have been made about me in various lawsuits regarding my former boss. These false allegations of my involvement are causing irreparable and incalculable damage to my reputation and the emotional well-being of myself and my family. I have never condoned or aided and abetted the sexual assault of anyone, nor have I ever drugged anyone. The idea that I could be accused of playing a role in or even being a bystander to the rape of anyone is beyond upsetting, disturbing, and unthinkable. That is not who I am, and my heart goes out to all victims of sexual assault. I am confident that the allegations against me will be proven to be untrue. So, what is she seemingly referring to? Well, how about the fact that she is listed as a defendant in an amended complaint filed this month by Ashley Parham, who claims that she was violently gang raped. And when I say violently gang raped, I mean the allegation that she was gang raped by comedian Drewski, NFL star Odell Beckham Jr., and violently assaulted with a remote by Sean Combs. But here's where Christina Coram, or KK, comes in. Parham claims at one point Combs held a knife to her and threatened to give her a Glasgow smile. But, quote, defendant KK told defendant Diddy that she did not think giving plaintiff a Glasgow smile would be advantageous to their potential clients who they could sell plaintiff for sex to.
Remember earlier with Riz, I'll ship you away and you'll never be around again. And now we're talking about, oh, well, don't give her a Glasgow smile. Whatever the hell that, I can guess. I don't even want to, I can see it in my mind.
That's when you take a knife and you make their mouth like bigger, like the Joker. You know, you cut the edges.
I was picturing yours. Thanks for making sure. No shadow of doubt there. I'm sorry.
No.
It's awful though. And
there's actually a wrestling move called the Glasgow Kiss, which is a kick, but that's where it comes from.
Well, that's pretty much the end. There's only 2 more seconds, and then there's another spot. Hold on, let's see what else they say.
Defendant KK then made a threat to plaintiff that they could ship her off anywhere in the world and that she would never see her family or anyone she knew ever.
I didn't realize. Yeah, so that's 2 different places, though. This is somebody saying it here. I mean, it may be the exact same story, but it's just, I don't know. I think it's 2 different occasions, but I'm not really sure. As I think about it, it could be 2 people covering the same thing, but Riz was totally saying the same thing. She probably was just covering this, but still, it's insane that that's being said like that. And then, okay, then it gets even more into depth a little bit further in. Let's see, right about here. About the syringe and stuff, like the other things she's alleged that maybe she did this, like fake ass Diddy Ghislaine or whatever, his right-hand woman.
Alan, on your first take a guess. There was also an accusation. I'm sorry if I have to get graphic here. There was an accusation that Combs had forced Christina Coram to use a syringe to insert an IUD into Parham. And apparently she and Combs argued over it, not over actually doing it, but that it wasn't going to work. And then there's this. When defendant Drewski finished raping plaintiff, defendant KK, Christina Coram, entered the room to examine the condition of plaintiff who was barely able to move or control her bodily functions. Defendant KK examined plaintiff to see if she needed assistance and was about to give plaintiff an IV fluid. Plaintiff cannot be certain if she did or did not receive such intravenous intervention. Defendant KK then opened a different bag, different than the one defendant Diddy removed the oil from, where plaintiff observed several medicine bottles, IV fluid bags, and other unidentifiable powder-like drugs. Defendant KK then removed a pill from one of the medicine bottles and gave it to defendant Diddy. And there were further allegations in the complaint that she needed to keep the plaintiffs in the case sufficiently drugged, that she carried around and gave out drugs, that she provided plaintiff with an IV, like I mentioned, which, by the way, is important because we know that one of the allegations in Combs' criminal case is that IV fluids would be used after prolonged, allegedly illegal sexual episodes, and that she tried to force one of the plaintiffs, an unidentified woman, to sign documents as well. By the way, in this case, she's being sued for racketeering violations, battery, assault, negligence, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, unjust enrichment, aiding and abetting, sex trafficking, false imprisonment. But that is not the only lawsuit that Christina Coram was named as a defendant in. She was named in another suit by plaintiffs Latasha Forbes, Billy Cummings, Ian Fearon, Ahmad Jenkins, Fallon Matthews, LaQuay Applewhite, and Jane Doe, who claimed that, quote, she aided Combs in his abuse of men and women and basically covered up sexual assaults. She was also reportedly mentioned in other lawsuits, like one filed by a former employee.
How many lawsuits right before she's not guilty of something? That's like 3 now, but no criminal charges yet. So she's going to at least be a witness, though. There's no way her name can be this involved. But yeah, it's pretty a lot. I can take a break now. We can come back to it if y'all want. I mean, it is a lot. There's statements and I don't know. It's a lot. I'll take a break.
I got roofied one time, and I'm telling you, that's some scary shit, man.
You got roofied, Marga?
Huh?
You got roofied?
Yep.
Oh, Yorka.
I mean, I can't really prove it. And I know who did it, and I can't prove it. But what?
You're just so funny. I can't prove it. You're
No, I can't prove it, but I know it happened, and I know who did it. You know.
Now, what happened while you were?
We have to hear this.
Yeah.
Well, what happened was, this girl I used to date, kind of on. Well, all right, y'all just keep talking.
I'm sorry. Every story that starts with what had happened is always epic. So I'm muting. Go ahead. What had happened?
No, you ain't got to mute. This girl that I kind of dated on and off, you know. If you ever if you ever hear me talking about the Australian one, it was the Australian one, and of course she was crazy, but she was hot, and we went to go see Alice Cooper. Do you want to go see Alice Cooper? I said, yeah, let's go see fucking Alice Cooper, you know? So, she had been dating this guy named David before, and they used to come see me play. And I kind of knew David, you know, it's like, yeah, David was all right, you know? Well, we were in the line getting ready to go in this place, and she said, turn around. And I turn around, and David's right behind us. He had followed her there. He was obsessed with her, right? So I was like, hey, David, how you doing? You know, it wasn't a big deal, you know. We're not getting married or anything. You know, we're just out on a date. And so we go in there, and the opening act played, and I can't even remember who that was. And I only had 4 beers. And this is coming from somebody who can drink beer all day long and never nothing, right? I had 4 beers. He was kind of around us. And all of a sudden, Alice Cooper came on, and I went, boom. I mean, I was wasted. I mean, it wasn't those 4 beers for sure. And it was a different kind of buzz altogether. I mean, I knew. I said, I've been drugged. And that's when it all started kind of going through my head, like, what the hell, you know? Finally, she saw that I was not right. And thank God that she drove. And she said, I got to get you out of here. I said, I know, please get me. I mean, I couldn't even barely walk. I was like falling down and shit, you know, but my mind was aware. That's what was weird, you know? And she got me home and everything. I never said anything to her about it, but I know he did that. Unless somebody at the bar just randomly did it out of fun, but somebody drugged my ass that night, man. There ain't no doubt about it, man.
Did you pick up someone else's drink, or was it clear?
No, they were the beers they were pouring out of kegs, and they were those little clear plastic, you know, cups, and then you just throw it away when you're done. It was one of them deals, and yeah. So, but I mean, I know for a fact somebody did something nefarious, and it sucks because I missed the whole freaking concert, really, you know. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it wasn't that big of a place either. It was more like a kind of like a bar setting. So, I mean, I was not far from Alice Cooper at all. And I could tell they were putting on a great show. But, shit, I missed it. You know, sucks. I know it was that guy. I know he was. He was jealous, man. I know he did that shit.
Yeah. I wonder if it was something like that.
Like,
girl.
He was trying to take you out of competition. He was trying to get you out of the way.
Well, she did say later when I talked to her, like the next day or a couple days later, I mean, at one point I had my hand on her ass. She had a nice ass, you know, and we're just standing there watching, you know, the show or whatever, and my hand just kind of went there. And he had seen that and didn't like it, you know. I mean, she did say that. So, you know, fuck that guy. But anyways, he can have her.
That's whack. That is messed up.
Yeah, it is. It's real messed up. I never want to go through that again because you have no control over it, you know. And I've been seeing some things where, like Nashville, is terrible about that happening. There was like 2 weekends ago, they had 40 different cases of young girls getting drugged like that. 40 in one weekend. And so if you ever go out to a bar or anything, man, buy a bottled beer and keep your thumb on top of it, you know?
Did it make your whole body go limp? Because you're saying that you had some awareness, but so your whole body.
Yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, it I remember my shoulders being slumped over like I was getting ready to fall down. It was everything I could do to walk out of that place and get in the car. And if I'd have been driving, I would have had to just spend the night in my car right there because there was it was, and four beers ain't gonna do that to me.
It's mental that like you knew you had to get out of there, your surroundings, whatever, but your body was just like heavy and.
Yeah, and I mean they weren't even that big of beers. They were those kind of smaller cups. They weren't the old grandes or anything, man. They were kind of the smaller ones.
Well,
I mean, I wouldn't even have got a buzz off that. Knowing me, I wouldn't have done anything.
Whatever that Diddy drug is makes you forget too. Like it makes you forget what happens and stuff. That shit's.
I did not forget. I did not. It was like I said. It was weird because I was pretty much totally aware in my head, but my body wasn't doing what I wanted it to. So it was like, get me out of. Thank God she's big and strong and got my monkey ass out of there. So.
Well, Cola, I was thinking along the same lines, and I think that's how some plausible deniability is going to come in. Is because the drugs some of the victims were under might put them in a space where their testimony could have been a dream. And so, something on top of making your body limp where your mind kind of, I'm wondering what that, I don't know, how that would hold up.
It's like, I don't know. There's so much to it though, because they're trying to say stuff about that tape where he's beating up Cassie. And it's like, that's a whole different thing, but it's like everything, one of the lawyers quit. And it's like, this was a big lawyer. It's just, everything's just too conveniently fallen. He's actually happy right now. I can't remember I think the last thing with the lawyer, it's some weird ass technicality and stuff. And it's like, oh my God, they're setting this up. I hope not. But I mean, maybe they're just going to find all these, oops, this thing happened and we can't figure it out. He's walking. I hope not, but I just don't know what they're doing. It's going to be in May, which is really freaking soon if it actually happens. Some people don't think he's going to make it there.
Like his life is in danger?
Oh, yeah, like some Epstein. But I don't know, man. It's soon. It seems like he's doing a pretty good job staying alive so far. I don't know. I feel like he might get away with it. And the other, like they did with Cosby, like he got in all this trouble and then he got back out somehow. And it's like, that was like real quiet and it's over. So he did some jail time and you thought he was in trouble, but he got back out. And they're redoing, they're redoing Weinstein's thing too. But, when Candace Owens was talking about it, she has me convinced that they really shouldn't have him in jail. If the evidence and the stuff they're talking about, it wasn't enough. If there were other things, it was like a lot of like character witnesses but not a lot of facts, I don't know. You'd have to go down that rabbit hole. It's really, she's still doing it. She's doing recorded conversations with them. And it's really wild that he got 20 years from when you hear all the details about, I covered it a little bit, but I know everybody doesn't see everything I do, but it is fascinating. It's like, the discrepancies and things change. And it's like, oh, she got assaulted these 2 different times and she's been out to dinner dates with the guy since, and she meets up and she initiates the, contact with him first. And it's like, oh, but you're a victim. So, and I mean, this is literally why he's in jail is this woman. And you're thinking, well, if he didn't I don't know. I hate to say it. I just think there's a lot of, everybody knows what the casting couch is. And I think a lot of those women know exactly what it's not really rape if they say, I want to be in this movie. I'll do this thing with you because I want to be in this movie. And I think there's a lot of that. And I don't know if he did harm women or whatever. I don't think the one that he's sitting in jail for, I don't think they did it. I don't think that he should be sitting in jail for that. I think they should have at least found something with more. You just have to go down the rabbit hole. It's a lot. And she's not even done yet. And they are really going to do this over again. And I assume when they do that, if he does get out somehow, that they'll hit him with a bunch of other stuff too. Because there's a lot of other people who say things happen but didn't do anything about it. It's not just that. What she highlights is the way that they conducted the court hearing. It was like kangaroo court. Like they're just like, hey, he was a bad guy, and this one time he took my lunch money. He punched his brother in the eye. Like legit, like a bunch of random things that didn't have to do with what he's sitting in jail for. And I didn't know any of this stuff because, I kind of just heard the story and thought, okay, he's a creep. And
I still can't believe that Bill Cosby was doing that shit. Is he still in jail?
No, he got back out. That's what I was just saying. That they pushed away, and then like a little bit of time went by, and everybody's like shocked about it. And then next thing you know, like there was this technicality or this thing that happened, and he's getting out, like nothing ever happened. And that was and he just doesn't. He's not in jail anymore, and that's just the end of that. It's just weird. It had to do with money.
Well, I strongly think, and of course it'll never happen, but if anybody actually got caught doing that to either me or some woman or anybody, death penalty. Used to be, because that's the shittiest thing. And I mean, having gone through it myself, you don't know how mad you're going to be, the next couple of days or so, But again, I could not prove it. I couldn't, if I don't have actual evidence, I can't go unalive that guy. I don't know where he'd be anyways, but
well, if you knew the right people, you could probably just get him put in jail, even though, you couldn't prove
still
it.
have to prove shit, I mean, and that's the kind of crime that you could get away with, Man, there was a thing I was watching about a bunch of young people. They went somewhere in Southeast Asia. I think some of them were from England, some of them were from Australia, and it was kind of like a spring break kind of thing. And they went somewhere in Southeast Asia, and I think 4 or 5 of them ended up dying from somebody put what did they put in their freaking drinks? It wasn't antifreeze, it was something else.
No, Rohypnol, the date rape drug.
No, it was something like just off the counter shit. No, it wasn't that. It was something. But I mean, these young people all ended up in the hospital, and they all. And one of them lived. One of them did live, but the rest of them all died, man, within like a couple of days, man.
I remember that, Yorga. There was something.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. Yeah. And I think that's where, because our system for the people above the law operates either on blackmail or plausible deniability. And Yorga, when he first started his story, he said, well, I can't prove it, but I know who did it.
Yeah.
And that's what, when it comes to like being drugged and accosted, they have the plaintiffs have quite a bit of plausible deniability because the memory is questioned then, like the firm standing of the account. Now, I think, and I'm not denying these things happen with Diddy and all the lists and whatever, absolutely. I think the best way for them to be taken down is to uncover financial crimes, because those will have receipts. Those will have where, okay, you paid this at this point, X amount to this. There are receipts of all kinds of behavior, whether it be with drugs or abortions or sending people somewhere, like here's your bus ticket and this and that. And, so financial crimes, just like they got Al Capone, not on bootlegging, but on tax evasion. So we all know what they did. Proving it is a different thing. So a smart angle would be going after their wallets. That'll not only hurt them and their pride, it'll hurt what they care about most, which is money. Because sexual crimes are very hard to prove.
I think he's doing that on a big scale, and I don't have it was Riz again with some information that he pretty much said it. Where Hunter is, where did they say he was? There's a lot of that going on there, and he pretty much
South Africa he went to, or something.
Yes, South Africa. Well, it's dangerous there for one. Man, I do think it was like it was a body language expert. It was actually really kind of fun, but I don't have it on deck or anything. But it was like he was saying that goes on there, and that and all the funding. It's like on a lot, like the USAID and or whatever, USAID or whatever. I see USAID when I look at it. But anyways, all these things that he's cutting, I think he's doing that these things, it's crazy. I think there was a chick, man, I went down this freaking James O'Keefe rabbit hole. And it is so much. I don't think I could fit it in. I'd have to keep, I don't know if anybody would be awake if I covered it all. But I don't know. I lost my connection there. It does connect back in again. Project Veritas, they're not Project Veritas anymore. He's O'Keefe Media now because they tried to sue him. And I mean, it's crazy. And then they couldn't. And now he's coming back for them and all this stuff. But on there was an expose about something we were just talking about. But I'm just like,
well, we were kind of talking about financial crimes, and you said USAID and like.
She found out about trafficking of children. That's what it was. It was a number. This woman, he asked her, he's done a movie called Line in the Sand, which I haven't seen. It's going to be, it looks like it's going to be really great. But anyways, this woman, he asked her what her line in the sand was. And she talks about the money, like $370 some million for contracts for these kids. And there's like quotas of like 1,000 a day. It's intense, dude. And she's saying it openly because she used to work. It's a rabbit hole. There's several of them though. Like I said, I just thought, whatever happened to Project Veritas? Do you remember? They were cracking me up, man. Every high official ever. I was thinking, stop having beers with strangers and telling all your secrets, you know? It was like next after the next, and like COVID vaccines suck and all this, I mean, back to back. And I was just like, God, you guys stop. Well, you guys whatever, but they are not Project Veritas anymore. It's just James O'Keefe, but he's still going strong. And I'm like, he's gone back and forth, and he just gets stronger. I really like the guy. I mean, I feel like he's not perfect, and there's probably a lot of details why, everything went bad with Project Veritas and him. They said he was spending this and that. There's probably a little bit of truth that maybe he's not, so fun to work with or whatever, but it's a lot, man. Anyways.
Well, even if something big goes down, like Doge discovers tons of fraud and waste, the way
stops it, so they can't fund their bullshit anymore. When you stop it from trickling down to them, or they're doing this laundering stuff, and it's about children, right? It's about getting children over the border, not American children. Doesn't matter, but that's what they're getting the money for. And you stop the money. Guess what else you stop? All the stuff with the kids, because they can't do it. They can't. It's all about money. That's what James O'Keefe was covering, was how these kids would go back and forth. And I've got that too. One of these days, or maybe a backstage or something, we should do it all, because it's very interesting.
When all these big ones go down, there's fall guys. Like, they throw certain people under the bus. And I think 103 said it a minute ago, and I think that Diddy is kind of the same position. A big company goes down, the CEO might resign, might not make it to tomorrow, but the shit trickles down, and they'll start getting rid of people in between. Others will take a bunch of money and cut and run. And so when it comes to accountability, I don't think it's realistic to expect the very head of the pyramid to see any accountability, but I do think they're going to throw a bunch of people under the bus. And that goes for every single thing we're talking about, whether it's Diddy or Epstein or the government and Doge or whatever, power structures, what have you. I think that we all want to see certain things happen, but we're only going to see who couldn't either buy their way out of it, or plausible deniability their way out of it, or who had the best lawyers or whatever. True justice and accountability, I guess it'll have to be in the eye of the beholder, because some people are going down for sure, already have, for doing shit. But I'm talking financial receipts, like all the insider trading, all of the US aid and some of the other stuff is, the government is going to cushion itself. So I'm not sure that accountability or justice will come out of that. But as far as individual people, if enough can be found with whatever they've done, you know, maybe that would bring some accountability.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you have even the people that aren't being fired, which there are a lot of those. There's also a lot of people stepping down too, and I feel like some stuff's going on behind the scenes. I really do. Things always keep coming down to the kids. Like I feel like, first of all the stuff I was rambling about with the O'Keefe, it's all before. A lot of it is before Trump got in, so some of it is damn near irrelevant at this point. Not all of it. The line in the sand, I'm sure that a lot of this stuff I feel like brought Trump's attention to things. You know, I'm sure it gave him a place to start, even with the USAID and everything. But definitely, so the movie, I haven't seen it yet, but I've seen what it's about and stuff, and I probably do have a clip of that or something. It's wait for this, will blow your mind how this happened. But it was before he was in, and he was showing the trails that these little kids go that are minors, and they are getting paid to go all the, you know, walk. It's crazy, the path. And for some reason, this guy wants to do it. And I'm like nervous for him, because this is like little peaks and stuff, and they're jumping peak to peak because that's the highest vantage point, so they can look out for the cops or whatever. And a lot of them know that they're going to get arrested but let back out. So they're more like a decoy. It's like a lot. And this guy in the movie, he like joins and jumps on car. He does everything that they do to show how they do it, like put a light on it. And you can see most of the people all know what's going on, but what can they really do? But anyways, I just couldn't believe it. And I had not seen it still. I wish if I knew how, and I might look into it to do a backstage on that movie and even some more O'Keefe stuff, because you know, it's a lot. We'd be here till the morning if I did it all. What's up, Agent Jay?
Hey, Jay, Jeff B. I mean, I'd check it out. I'm just, for in my mind, when I look for, I see a lot of people saying, well, where's all the arrests and where's all this and whatever. In my mind, it might not be the form that a lot of us would like to see, but it will be what they can prove, and that's going to involve money. The kids thing, you know, like the government is involved and complicit, you know, DEA. There's a lot of corruption going on where, yeah, they're obviously in a circle jerk together, and that complicates it because they're eating their own tail. But the other problem is the market for it, the people actually buying the commodity, whether it's a person, a drug, a weapon, you know, I think those are the top ones. That's the issue, is the market will always be there, and they will find a way to morph. So for justice with certain things, I think catching financial crimes is pretty classic and somewhat verifiable. It's very hard to prove thought crimes, you know, like Yorga was saying, I can't prove it, but I know who did it, stuff like that. Even if you have a video, even if you have whatever, you cannot, there's too much plausible deniability. And with AI now, I think they're building that up. So we need hard copies of purchases, stocks, taxes, stuff like that, you know, and be realistic about really hammering it down. That's what you can hammer it down on.
Right. And there were some, of course, he always does the whistleblowers thing too. But here's this is, I'm sorry, I'm jumping backwards. This is what I was talking about, where he goes where they go on the terrain and all this. Like I never really thought about it, you know, like I didn't even really realize the kids were doing this, but
mountain? Yeah. We don't know if there's anything up there. The only issue with the plan is the ridgeline isn't really a hiking trail. It's a treacherous, tiny pyramid of jagged rocks along a narrow, thin summit.
This is the exact path that these teenagers go. They get paid by the cartels to go through this and bring people, you know, to them. And they
unhikeable and unstable, but we chose to hike it anyway. Okay, so right behind me, this ridge here, we've been told that this is the spot where you can see into Mexico. It's the highest point. That's where the scouts are.
And our border patrol agent says, if you sit up on the hill, don't go to the best looking spot. That's usually where the scouts are. Don't go to the highest point. That's usually where the scouts are, but that's where we're going to go, top of that ridge. All right, let's go hiking. We're hoping to traverse the ridge and see where these nests are with these scouts. It's not going to be an easy climb. If you sit up on that hill, don't go to the best looking spot. That's usually where the scouts are. Don't get rocked. What does he mean by rocked? I mean, this is some challenging terrain here. These rocks, be careful with your feet.
That was
as you go along.
That was literally too much for me. I just wanted to show you what I was talking about. That's one of the things he did that I was like crazy. What Cash
Right.
be telling us 3B? Really? Well, I mean, I know y'all think he might be right. I haven't looked into it, but I'd love to see that happen. There probably will be, but who knows?
Okay, define big, because us ladies know what man math is, and so I'm just curious.
Virginia. Oh my
Well,
God.
I mean, we have seen some arrests. We have seen CEOs step down. We've seen people leaving companies. We've seen, what was it, 23andMe just the other day shutting down. We've seen a lot of shifting in like that part of the pyramid that is underlying in the whole big web of things that goes down to 3, 13, however many people you want, right? So the term big, I think it depends on what point of view you're looking at. Do you pay attention a lot to the financial part, to the insurance part, to the, drug smuggling and border part? Like everyone is going to see big differently, unless it's man math.
Yeah. I don't know. I hope it's true. That's all I'll say about it.
Yeah. Me
But,
too. They're going to have to get creative though. And you're right, Cola, a lot is about the kids and all that, but they're going to have to get creative about the approach to it, because those things are so, I don't know, they're underground, literally,
Well, there was this one time that well, it wasn't even that long ago. Trump was speaking to, I think, Zelensky, and about and he brought up the children. He was like, it wasn't even his children he was talking about. He's like, we're gonna get to the bottom. We're gonna make sure we rescue these children. We're gonna, in his country, and you're like, man, that's supposed to go the other way around. You're supposed to. I don't know. It just felt like he was almost trying to say something, like double talking or whatever, double speaking, whatever. But I don't know. I really couldn't believe some of the stuff that was going on with James O'Keefe, man. He's there was some of the stuff I was laughing, like, because they keep going on these dates and telling on themselves or whatever, and they're and this one guy, like, you're supposed to watch that and be like, I can't believe this or whatever. I'm laughing at the point when he realizes that the date he's been taken out has been paid and he's been being filmed. And that shit was funnier than anything about the video. You can see it. You paid her? That wasn't even, the fact that he said a bunch of stuff he shouldn't have said and was filmed was not even the big problem. He couldn't believe the chick was paid. I don't know. It was just something so funny about that.
Well, do you think they got compromised at some point? Because Project Veritas was one of my favorite spots about 5 years ago, and then it kind of changed, and it felt like they got.
He founded it, and they ousted him. They say that they didn't, but they did already.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with that. It's like they did Roseanne. Now it's the Connors. It's like that was her show. How do you do that to her?
Right.
It's crazy talk, but. Yeah, I think that maybe he was finding out too much or looking in the wrong places. Like they're cool with covering some stuff because I used to think it was pretty. And then I don't know, nowadays, I didn't even know he was around. I just I was on Telegram because I don't go there very much, but then I started just digging and I was like, oh my God, I didn't know any of these things. Like he's trying to sue them now because they weren't able to because he didn't. It's nuts when you really start looking into it. And you don't see it covered anywhere. Tucker Carlson and him. That's the one person that did about his movie and stuff. And he's like, it was a really cool interview, but I didn't grab that one. I wish I would have. Anyways, I'm still struggling with the technology, you know, like anybody else could do things I want to do way quicker, but it takes me longer. I don't know what I did to like get out of this little list I had going, but all right. I think I found it again. Maybe there we go. Somebody told me the other night too, some stuff that I didn't know. And I was like, that is so cool. And I've already freaking forgotten. It was some buttons on the keyboard so you could go between screens instead of going to the tabs. You could just push these certain buttons. And I was like, that's so cool. And now I've already forgotten. You have no idea what I'm talking about. I just wanted to see if I could find this because it actually was funny when he realizes, oh shit, I mean, my date was paid. That was the funniest part to me. I should have been.
Damn,
I can't remember.
We got deserted. You guys suck
Oh,
at
I didn't even notice.
Oh,
He couldn't get a
that's
word in at class. He's back.
I'm back. I didn't even notice.
No, because I'm on the other screen, Yorga. That's why I didn't.
No, my phone just did an update. You know they do in the middle of the night. So.
That's funny.
No, I'm so weird about my phone doing stuff like that. Billy's making
I never liked you anyway.
Oh, whatever. Man, you are such a good friend, Yorga. I always say that. You are a real good friend. And you know, I am really proud of you for not being even being around me and you're like, have a drink of wine and that because I feel like bad for it, but I don't, you know. I don't know.
Affect me none. I mean, it doesn't affect me, so don't worry about it.
I think it just gets on your nerves when I'm nervous. So you're like, just drink so that you'll calm down.
Well, all right. Yeah, that's kind of true.
I'm cool with it either way. I'm just glad it doesn't because you are a really good friend. And I don't know. I think I wanted to do your guitar thing, but then I realized that you were calling it overexposure. So I was like, all right, I backed off. I didn't even ask, but I think that was like a really cool solo you did. And I wanted to share it too, but you're like already saying it's getting exposed so much. So I didn't even ask, but it was really great. It really was.
Thank you. Jeff B says I'm a booze hound. Yes, you're right, Jeff B. I am a booze hound. That's the problem, my friend. Yeah.
So, right. It's
a matter of self-discipline, man. That's all.
Not everybody can do it though. And you know, it's good you did.
Yeah, I was bad. I was getting real bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you handled yourself. I mean, I'm sure there was a couple moments that didn't go great, but I think you did all right for the most part. Like nobody thought you. I always thought, man, I can't say anything because I've always off and on my whole life I've drank, you know. So I'm never gonna tell somebody else like anything. Even if I was same with like smoking, I smoked cigarettes for like my whole life, and then I finally quit. I don't ever want to tell anybody because it was hard and I really didn't even want to, you know, if we're getting all the way down to it, but I managed it and yay, but I wouldn't tell somebody else to not smoke.
But what you have to realize too is nobody's going to fix you but you. You know, one of these other times I quit, it was a couple of years ago, you know, I was talked into going to AA, and I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with AA except for it ain't for me. You know, it's just, it didn't help the people. I didn't really like the people. Some people are getting like a little power trip in there, and other people like to get up and tell their story like it's some sort of freaking Broadway play or some shit, you know, and then they say the same story every time. And, you know, I went a few times and it just, it again, it comes back to nobody's going to fix me but me. You know, and AA is a good thing. A lot of people have to have it. You know, I've listened to different alcoholics, you know, online to say that, you know, the meetings really help and they have to go to a meeting no matter what town they're in and whatever. And hey, if that works for you, great. But I don't, you know, I've got to do it myself, man. It's just all there is to it. You know, nobody's going to fix me but me. I know I've said that 3 times now, but that's just the way it is.
Dude, I watched every single episode of Intervention.
I used to love that show.
Was that wasn't TLC? What was it?
Amy.
No, the show Intervention. It was on dang it, it doesn't matter. But and that's what it came down to every time. People would do pretty good. They would go to the facilities and their families would talk to them, they had counselors, whatever, but it never, ever, ever worked unless the person was ready to fix their life, whatever it was,
Right. That's
Yeah.
true.
Can you imagine having, like, they paid for it? Can you imagine, like, 90 days they pay for it? You have, someone making your meals, helping you out, you're in nature, you still can't reset. That's because you're not ready for it,
I put my son through 5 rehabs.
Damn.
5. And some were 30 days, some were 60 days. It didn't work. It didn't work, so.
Well,
and I'm afraid, I was thinking about that. Maybe I should just go turn myself in and do the 30-day thing. And I'm like, man, no.
For what reason? You're doing right. You turn yourself in and do the 30-day thing if you drink, which you haven't. But if you do, yeah, maybe so. But until then, why punish yourself, I mean, I hate to be giving you bad advice.
No, I'd be going crazy. I know I'd be going crazy in there. And that's when I came to the realization of, look, dumbass, would you rather stay here and do it yourself or be under, have to stay in some crazy ass place with people you're probably not going to like? And, I hear there's nothing but, junkies in there and stuff anyway. And that's, yeah, they need the help and everything. But if you can do it on your own, do it on your own, pal. And that's just the path I chose. And it's been a hell of a lot better. I'd still come and go as I please, do whatever the hell I want, when I want to. And, it's just been better, man. And who's to say that shit would work on me anyway?
That's the.
I know I'd be going crazy in there, wanting to leave,
Yeah, but the irony of a lot of the rehabs is people trauma bond, and you meet people just like yourself, and then you get out and end up creating chaos. That's kind of the irony of it.
Yeah.
Is you're stuck in a spot with a bunch of people with addictive personalities.
Yeah, and then you're hanging out with them after you get out, and what are you going to do?
Right.
I mean, and AA is infamous for just being a hookup for people.
Yep.
Yeah. Sexually and
to do better, and there's like a drug dealer like giving you the wink and nod, like you got what you need, and you're like, we're good. I mean, think about it.
100%.
That's what they're doing. That's terrible. I never even thought about it though, by the way, until right now. And I'm like, y'all are totally right. I think I did find that video, y'all. It's not Veritas, it's O'Keefe. It's real short and stuff. It's a White House advisor before Trump got in who's saying the deep state's real. But I think this is the same guy that it's just funny when he realizes it. You'll see it too. The moment of, but yeah, it's not supposed to be funny, obviously, but it kind of is.
I see. I've been in disguise as you were talking to my colleague who wore a hidden camera, and I've been listening to your conversation about how the deep state is real.
People joke about the deep state, but to some degree, it's real.
Tell me more about that.
No, thank you. Have a good night.
That's a lot.
So you mentioned that one of the ways that the deep state operates, the bureaucracy, is it creates commissions.
One of the ways you can sort things out is to sort of put together like a commission to study something, and then years will pass and nothing has happened.
You said all these things you recorded, so if you could just elaborate a little bit more about what that means. Byron?
I'm not really interested in having this conversation.
Well, you've already had the conversation. I have it all recorded. So
This guy is such a savage. You already had it, bud, because he did though, but he's such a savage.
if you could just clarify for the American people, because people are really interested to know more about how the deep state operates. You clarified quite a bit. I have you on hidden camera. In fact, I was standing next to you the whole time.
So creepy.
Well, I think it's really creepy that the deep state is operating the way that you describe it. Bureaucracies, creating commission to slow things down. You even mentioned the word crushing incoming leadership.
RFK Jr. is a very bad pick for HHS. There's a good chance that the bureaucracy just crushes.
Do you recall you saying that?
You guys hired someone.
So go on.
You see the light bulb. So wait, you guys hired someone. This chick he thinks he's dating probably right now. Bless his heart. Check him out, like his posture, everything. He's like, oh shit, she wasn't my girlfriend. That's the saddest part. Check him out.
That bitch.
Just watch y'all. I swear, I was dying laughing out loud, sitting here by myself, like, oh my god, somebody else has to see this. Watch.
On like fake dates with me.
That's investigative reporting.
That's definitely not a credit to you, but okay.
What about the deep state?
What? No one denies that the bureaucracy exists.
Do you think it's a good thing?
That the bureaucracy exists.
Do you think it's a good thing for the bureaucracy to do what you were describing?
I think that in general, the bureaucracy ought to implement the policies of the elected leaders. I also think the bureaucracy has the responsibility to advise our elected leaders as best they can.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason we don't have politicals throughout the civil service. It's only the top.
And what exactly is your role at the White House, or the advisor to the White House?
I advise on research and development policy.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Are we done here?
I don't know. You tell me.
You're going to follow me into the subway?
I will not be following you into the subway. But I'm fascinated. I think the American people want to know how this bureaucracy operates, and I think you've provided some clarity. So I thank you very much for that.
Have a nice night.
You too.
Let me miss you.
Byron, the White House, very much shocked. Have a good evening, Byron. There he goes.
Yeah, F you too.
On.
Yeah, he's like, at least it wasn't Chris Hansen.
Oh my god. I just
That's
really love
funny.
that one part. Him finding out.
I advise on which
I should have wrote it down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
There's a reason we don't have politicals.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where it is, but it's freaking hilarious because everything else. Oh, look here, David Devine's made it. What's up, David?
Hey, what's going on? What's going
Oh
on?
wow,
Hey,
Daniel.
Dave.
I haven't seen you
Folks.
in forever, bud.
Yeah.
You know, I met him on Dangerouses. I remember the first time he cammed up. It's crazy how long ago that really was. But what's up,
What-
David?
Oh, hey, what's going? When I cammed up.
No, I was talking about Daniel. I
Okay.
just saw him in chat just now. The
Okay.
first time I ever seen him.
Yes.
Was at
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Well, no. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, David.
Hey, what's up, Yorga? Count Yorga?
I
What-
hope you said count.
Yeah.
I'm like,
No.
everybody's trying to calm down because they know David Devine's here. Calm down.
Oh,
We
okay.
tried
You
to
want to
teach
do
you, but we calmed
the
down.
if you want to do the whole calm down thing, okay, we can do that.
I'm just kidding. You're the one that says
I
it.
took a deep breath.
No, we can do it. We can do it. No, I was just saying hi. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Awesome. Where? Yeah. All right. Calm down. Calm down.
You know, it's interesting, not to change the subject, but, you know, Daniel lives in Greenland. And
You're right.
as far as I could tell from his perspective, which I haven't gotten a whole lot, I'd like to hear more. But there's a whole lot of people in Greenland that really do like Trump. I mean, they really, really do. I'm pretty sure Daniel's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd be curious, Daniel, what is the real sentiment? You're on the ground there. You know, we see things in the news and different videos and whatever about what people might think about that. But Daniel, what your observation?
Yeah, I wish he would come up. Should be easier.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, it'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure he put out a video, and I'm pretty sure he was the one that was filming it. Maybe I'm wrong. I think he was, but it was when the plane came in. The Trump plane came in, and Trump wasn't on it, but it was Trump's son, I think, and Charlie Kirk, I think, was on that plane. And I mean, the airport was covered in MAGA people. You know, when they landed.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Don Jr.
Yeah, Daniel lives. I'm pretty sure he lives right there. It's called Nuuk, Nuuk, I think, and I believe that's pretty much the main city of Greenland. You know, it's like the place, the one of either the biggest, establishment or one of the biggest, and so you get a pretty good pulse on the people from
Well,
right
he's
there.
saying they have for TDS.
I want. Oh, I don't. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wonder if do you guys think that this Trump stuff is really real?
Which part?
Well,
Yeah, which
well, because they had like we had to live through the whole bullshit of the Biden stuff, right? That was obviously the opposite. Like if you had a battery, right, that was the opposite um, polarization, right? Like we hated that, right? But do you think this stuff is like real with the Trump stuff?
Oh yeah, I do. I think that he's trying to do things to get us out of debt. He's trying to make our nation safer, and I think they're fighting him all the way in every place and from everywhere that they can. Everything he does, they try to do the opposite. They try to rehire the people he fires back, and I'm watching a lot of things to where I feel like it's like hard to pay attention to everything. You feel fragmented. I'm watching the court cases and the filings between him and this judge that didn't want those Trende Aragua gang members out of our. She wanted to. We'll come back and we'll have a trial for them. What do you mean? They're already gone. They'll be gone.
Well, no, no.
That's
What I'm well,
anyways.
I'm
I think that's real. I mean, but I don't know. What do you mean?
well, what I'm saying is like do you think that life is really better? Is it better now for anybody? I mean, is it better now?
it's been 2 months, dude. As far as things being
no, but when I'm not saying no, but when I'm
David,
not saying
I will whip this.
What happened? Oh, your
yeah,
internet.
yeah, I'm sorry. No, I'm not being like argumentative, but it's like is it
You know what's funny is right when I was talking to you, my son came in and showed me, he drew a picture of a dinosaur taking a crap. And he goes, Mom, this is a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a bunch of turds, and laughed. And that was right after you were talking. I'm just saying. But,
well, yeah, that might make my point.
I think they pushed the pendulum too far radical. Now we're going to have an equal and opposite reaction, and there is too far radical going on the full swing the other way too. Now we're kind of at this weird precipice where is the pendulum, is it going to go to the very top at the 12 o'clock position like Da Vinci's cradle at Busch Gardens? Is it going to go back down, or is it finally going to go over? We don't know that yet. Not enough time, but clearly the pendulum has rocked as far as Newton's laws told us they would.
Well, okay, all right.
As far as believing it, we need some more time. There are things I like and things I don't like. I'm speaking for myself here. Certain things I'm like, ooh, I don't really like that. Certain things where I'm like, word, bring it, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know if you, I don't. Can I ask you a question? And
please do quickly, faster, David.
You're killing me.
Well, I love you, so this isn't going to be a hurtful question. The question is, do you think that we are living in a smarter society now because Trump is in there? I mean, we are a stupid society if we were choosing between Trump and Biden, aren't we?
We're not anymore, though. We didn't even really. We chose between Trump and Kamala,
But
and
but the thing is, for that to be the choices, isn't that ridiculous?
I
Do you
mean,
think, like,
if everything,
for instance, if you are a thinking person, right, and
if I were, I
well,
think that now. I mean, if I were, if you were, what do you mean?
well, what I'm saying is,
What was that
if
thing you were? Was it like, that's what I thought? Man, I forgot what. Anyways, go ahead. What were you saying?
okay, my point is, have you ever read Voltaire, for instance, Voltaire?
I don't see what that has to do with what we were just talking about.
Well, because
Circle it back, David. Focus.
Saki it.
Yeah.
no,
Jim
what I'm
Saki.
saying is,
You're asking if we trust in Trump. We trust. For myself, I can say I'm hopeful.
that's
I
not
don't
what
put
I
him on
was
too high of a
asking.
pedestal, but keep it focused, David. We don't
Okay.
need to go to Voltaire. That's a totally
Calm down.
different hole.
Calm
No,
down.
but what I'm
Calm
saying
down.
is, if anybody in the listening audience has ever heard of
No, we're
Voltaire, because Voltaire argued against the system. You know that, Virginia, right?
All right, so give us what made you think of Voltaire? Like Jason Schmidt says, which Voltaire quote? What's making you
Well,
go here?
Jason, you tell me which Voltaire quote makes you think of it, because he he be, because he, why would we just trust in these people?
I don't trust any of them at all.
Right,
myself.
right, and
But
that's
I'm
what I'm
still
saying.
hopeful. I'm still hopeful that we're going to get the ball rolling in the right direction. Unfortunately, we are under this umbrella of
But if you don't
democracy and
understand
government.
why I'm saying about Voltaire, Voltaire obviously questioned society, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And he got jailed for it,
Hmm.
right? And that's important. If you can't understand what I just said about that, then that's shameful.
Oh, David.
What?
Yeah.
All right, David. What is the implication? So, are you afraid of something? Are you afraid of us losing something? Are you what is it that you're
Well,
coming from here? What is your message?
my message is, vo- my message is, why would we just openly trust somebody, right?
Uh-huh.
And the Voltaire stuff isn't weird, dude. It's just that I'm saying that's questioning society.
Mm-hmm.
So is this a better opportunity for us? I mean, it's pretty obvious to me.
I'm seeing things that I wasn't seeing before. I'm seeing what everybody's worried about the tariffs, but as soon as he says that if you manufacture here, it won't be on you. There's aluminum plants being started right now. There's all this. It's amazing how quick the things he says will happen actually happen. And he's trying to provide a solution to the problem instead of just letting it continue and going more and more in debt. I'm seeing things, and I'm still hopeful, and I don't think it makes me dumb to be hopeful and to see things. You're Dr. Voltaire.
Well, I apologize, and because I may be seeing things differently,
Well, and I didn't even play some like there is definitely they talk about like Apple was like $1 million. There's a lot of money almost immediately in those gold cards. There's a lot of things we're in debt. Like If we don't do anything at all, we just continue to go in debt. And that's the good thing about the guy that we got, is he knows a little bit about making money, and he's already proven it, like immediately. Like I said, when they tariff aluminum,
Well, what
and
I'm saying,
lumber,
what,
let me finish my thought. When they tariff
yeah,
aluminum and lumber and even medicines, we don't make medicines here. We start making these things here, and it makes us more powerful and economically stable. Like, we won't be in debt. We'll be out of debt. I don't know. It's different.
well,
If he was
here,
if it wasn't making sense, it would be different. But if you pay attention and you listen to what's going on, the EOs that are being signed and things, he is making sense, and it's already going great. Like I said, and everything he tries to do, he was met with opposition. You tell me what reason
well,
we should keep Trente Aragua gang members here for court dates
no,
and give them a
no,
better treatment than we do our own people that are criminals. I mean, like,
no, listen, Cola, I understand everything you're saying, okay? But my problem is, what is your family doing better today because of what's going on, or is it just a bunch of fucking nonsense, you know?
well,
No, let me tell you something. My family's not doing better today. It's just a fucking bunch of.
what if they're doing better tomorrow? What if they're doing better next year?
Amen.
No. Well, Yorga, you can strike in, but dude, what literally is happening better now? I mean, honestly, what's happening better now?
Companies are starting to come to this country to. I mean, that's just
All
one
right,
thing.
all right, all right. Is this? Do you guys really believe this?
No, we just say it for fun. We're putting on
All
a
right, all right, all right, all right. Listen, nope, it's no problem. It's just weird because it's not it has not happened whatsoever at all. I mean, it just hasn't. It just let me ask you a question, Yorga. When you were 20 years younger, was life better, or is it better now?
Oh, let me think. 20 years.
Yeah,
It's better now. It's a lot better now.
it's better now than 20 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well, then I'm mistaken. I apologize to everybody. I I'm just asking questions, folks. I apologize. I apologize.
I
Yorga.
agree, Trudy. I do think it's going really fast. I mean, I don't know.
No,
Sometimes
no,
it
no.
really
Here's
does feel like we live, like certain people, like you're just like in a different world or something, because your algorithm feeds you what you want to hear, and my algorithm feeds me what I want to hear. But there's always facts at the end of the day, and I do try to follow the facts. And there's a lot happening in the courtrooms and things. I can read and I can understand when I can't get over some of the things that are currently happening right now that he's doing that are right, and that everyone else
20
trying to
years.
stop him. I'm not done. Everyone's trying to stop him from doing right in front of my eyes. It doesn't, if they can't provide me with an answer why we should keep gang members here and give them all this special treatment and stuff, like that, he was doing the right thing by getting them out. And the lawyer that I follow said they're just trying to get him into an impeachment trap because they want to know where the planes were. And they're just trying to get him to have stepped out of line just for one, because they can't stand to see things go in the right direction. The other side wants the destruction. And yes, I truly believe that, David. I do. I don't know why it's hard to believe, but I do.
Well, I will tell you straight up. 20 years. Yorga says 20 years ago was worse. I would say it was better for me. But also,
That's you. That's you, and that's me. It's apples and oranges, man.
And
Yeah?
I was trying to say about the algorithms, that is true. If I keep clicking on all the things about Diddy, I keep getting information about Diddy.
But it doesn't matter.
But at the same
also,
time, hold on, let me finish my thought. But at the same time, the things that I do look at, I try to go to things that are absolutely factual. Press meetings, and once again, Biden never did these things. He didn't stay transparent, answer questions, and let you know every step of the way. Even when he messes up, he's still out there.
Biden wasn't 20 years ago. When I was asking Yorga, Biden wasn't 20 years ago. I was saying, like, for instance, Yorga, when you were coming up, dude, you weren't even political, dude. You got to admit that.
How do you know that?
Well, because of me.
I'm not you.
Oh, David.
Dude, come on. 20
Okay,
years
so
ago,
the question,
you were. No,
the
all right.
question
Calm down. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm. Trust me, I am perfectly calm.
All right,
David.
everybody. 20
I get
years
a
ago,
turn now.
were you guys
rotation.
thinking about politics 20 years ago?
Yes. Yes.
No, you weren't.
Yes,
No.
I was, dude.
All right.
Ooh, Lord, help me.
All right,
You
go
can't
ahead.
tell me. Stop. I get a chance to talk for a minute. You can't tell me jack shit about me 20 years ago. You do not know. So don't assume. Okay.
I'm not, dude. Calm down, dude. I'm not. I didn't say. I was asking a question.
No, you weren't. You told me that 20 years ago I was not political, and I was.
I was suggesting that maybe you weren't, but I'm
No,
willing
you
to hear
told me
you
I
out,
wasn't.
brother.
You
All right.
told me I wasn't. And that's come on, man.
All right. So you're telling me 20 years ago you were political.
I was political 50 years ago.
All right.
Oh,
All right. Tell me about
What does
it. 20
political
years
even
ago.
mean? Like, as far as paying attention or knowing how the world works, I think all of us have been that way always. Some people had
Okay.
some
All right.
moments,
All right.
but
All right.
but
All right.
you're using the term political as a tool right now. I have not been political per se, but have I known for the 47 years of my life? Absolutely. Every last bit of it.
All right.
Your
All right.
original
All right.
question,
Well, then
are
I'm
you
wrong.
okay? Do you have Tourette's?
Then I'm wrong.
Do you have
Then I'm
Tourette's?
wrong.
Because I'll have more mercy if you do.
I apologize.
Your
Listen.
original question was whether or not my life is better in the last 2 months than it was 4 years or 20 years.
No, that wasn't
right?
I don't think that was my question.
You
But
asked that multiple times, David. Is your
okay.
life any
All
better? Why do you believe in this? My answer is my life has not changed no matter what politician is in charge. It's
All right.
self-accountability. You do what you do for your own self. You budget, the government can try and be all up in your life, but you don't
All
have
right.
to hinge your life or sanity on it.
All
So
right.
does it really matter? No, not really. Are there things I'm hoping for this whole country? Yes. Am I individually pretty much in the same seat I was 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45 years ago? Yeah, pretty much.
All right. All right. Listen, I apologize. Listen, I apologize if I overstated for Yorga, and anybody else. The thing is, I'm playing a devil's advocate, like
A lot of people do that. So it's like I've heard.
what I'm trying to do is ask questions like, do you guys really think that that the change of power means anything?
Yes.
You can visually see how much it means.
Well,
Like you can see how.
well, I can't answer that for anybody
It
else.
means something on different scales in different parts of your life. There are people who have different needs and expectations of what they want from their government or don't want. There are some people looking for justice and accountability and maybe even a restructuring of all of the corruption and things like that, right? It's not as deep as, do I still have to get up and do the exact same dishes and make the exact same dinner? Yes, I do. Am I hoping that we can all get this shit together and kind of heal this country, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Listen, I don't know how I became the bad guy. I always am.
Nobody called you bad, dude. Stop victimizing. You're being a bitch right now. Nobody called you a bad guy or called
No, I'm
you
not being
wrong.
a bitch.
Pussy. Nobody said that. So
All right,
having different, I don't agree with Cola on every point, but I've never said to her, sorry, I'm being a pussy. I don't agree with you. No, fuck that, David. Come on. Tighten up.
No, what do you mean tighten up? I'm asking questions and you guys are getting fucking your pussies up in her
Oh my
uproar.
God.
No.
Why are you gonna?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, because I'm just asking questions, dude.
All right.
I'm not.
But you're also insinuating that everyone here is ignorant and blindly following some agenda.
Oh no, where did he go? Where did he go?
Rage quit.
Mm.
Rage quit. Did I do that?
Mm.
What the hell was that all about? And I like David, I do, but I mean, and then he tries to say he's devil's advocate, but he's a real crummy devil's advocate for saying that you're shameful. You've never read Voltaire. I've read a lot of shit. I've never read Voltaire. And why does that have a damn thing to do with, I don't know, politics of, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. Well, I mean, I feel like the more, sometimes when you're drinking, which I'm not saying he was, but he may have been, you get carried away.
No, I don't think anybody kicked him out. Humboldt just said, "Did you kick him?" No, I don't think it. Shit, I kind of like it when it's going back and forth, but he wasn't letting people talk. He was talking over people, and then he said, "It's shameful that you haven't." Don't give me that shameful shit.
Yeah, there was a lot of coming in.
No, and there was the one thing that got me is what I said when I said, he said, if you're a thinking person, what do you mean
Right.
if?
Yeah, he was being insulting.
That was just the one thing
and that's not a devil's advocate. Doesn't do that. A devil's advocate just says, "Well, what about this? What about you throw another point of view? Well, maybe it could be this way. What do you think?" That's it.
No hard feelings, David. I hope you calm down.
No hard feelings at all, man. I like David. He's okay.
Each other for slight, differences in opinion. That's not what this is about. Nobody likes an echo chamber up in here, especially
right.
yours.
And I do like to go back and forth and stuff like but as long as everybody's being heard and going, that's fine. But yeah, and that's the thing. It's a live stream. So if he goes back and he thinks anybody will, watches it later and thinks one of us, he can take that up. I don't think he will. I think he'll be like, oh, well, nothing, nothing crazy, really.
I don't like that standing on a stump and telling me who I was 20 years ago.
Yeah, I caught that. He said, wait a minute.
Yeah, hold on a second, man. You don't know me.
Yeah.
No, you weren't. Yeah, I was.
Yeah. No.
God. I apologize.
David, no, but for real, D is bringing in a good point. David is loved. He was being mocking tonight, but
No,
what
I'm okay with David. I didn't mean to talk over you. I'm sorry.
No,
it's all good. It's all good.
Well,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot to even mention about, this is totally not about David. I'm sorry, but Trump pardoned Archer. You all know? I wouldn't know this if it wasn't for Govea, man. He's also covering this thing where another thing CNN had to say good, and then I know they're just dying inside. And this, I was looking for this for David, and now he's gone because he's like, "Do you really believe this?" Well, this is a poll about like what people in general believe. So hopefully, he's in chat. Hopefully he'll see it for a second. It's just a poll, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't even take the poll. So, I'm like, I didn't even do it. Okay, hold on. I love this guy too, Govea.
To backfill what President Trump is already doing and achieving. We could use some help while we've got both houses of Congress. Let's codify this stuff and ensconce the winning
for eternity. Now, some people out there get nervous. They say Trump is doing a lot. The Europeans don't like us. They are screeching on MSNBC. There's group chats. Everybody's freaking out about everything because that's what the media does, is they're just filled with hysterics who are hysterical all the time. But the truth is, even CNN can't hide reporting that the people like what they're seeing from Trump. The country is on the right path, and people can feel it in their bones.
I think sometimes it's important to do a little bit of reality check and take a little different spin at the numbers. I'm going to do that right here because all we talk about is how unpopular Donald Trump is. But in reality, he's basically more popular than he was at any point in term number one, and more popular than he was when he won election back in November of 2024. What are we talking about? His net favorable rating right now comes in at -4 points. Compare that to where he was in November 2024 when he was at -7 points, or March of 2017 when he was at -10 points. So when you compare Trump against himself, he's actually closer to the apex than he is to the bottom of the trough. And of course, that's so important because Donald Trump, historically speaking, has had his numbers underestimated. So I think it's very important to compare him to himself to understand he's actually more popular now than he was when he won, or certainly where he was at this point back in his first term. The bottom line is Trump is more towards the ceiling than he is towards the floor.
So when you do that, it makes my knees hurt. So when you look at this compared to sort of historically, what does it tell you about the percentage of folks that think the country?
I was listening to this, not watching it. That was really fucking weird what he just did. I was just listening. I'm like, what the hell? It's just like a couple of minutes, but this is for real. This is crazy to me. Okay, hold on.
Tree itself, with him at the helm, is on the right track.
This, I think, is rather important because, again, if the polls have historically underestimated Donald Trump, what is a metric that might get at understanding at how popular he may actually be? So let's take a look at the percentage of the country who say that we're on the right track. It's actually a very high percentage when you compare it to some historical numbers. What are we talking about? According to Maris, 45% say that we're on the right track. That's the second highest that Maris has measured since 2009. How about NBC News? 44%. That's the highest since 2004. The bottom line is the percentage of Americans who say we're on the right track is through the roof. Whoa. And if you were to compare it to when presidents have historically been reelected, of course, Trump is not constitutionally eligible to run for reelection, but I think it sort of puts it in perspective. 42% of the country says the country is on the right track when the incumbent party is reelected. And also keep in mind, back when Kamala Harris lost and the Democrats were turned out of power, only about 27 to 28% of the country said the country is on the right track. The bottom line is right now, a much higher percentage of the country says we're on the right track. And finally, Sarah Seidner, I want to put it all in the congressional generic ballot.
What about Congress?
What about Congress? Because those are the folks who are up in 2026. And take a look here, the Dems versus the Republicans on the generic congressional ballot. Back in November of 2020, when Democrats won, it was +5 Democrats, tied in November of 2022, +1 in November of 2024 when Republicans maintained control. And then you look at March of 2025. This number looks a lot more like 2022 or 2024 when Republicans won control of Congress. The bottom line is, yes, Donald Trump's approval rating is lower than compared to a lot of his predecessors, but it's higher than compared to himself. A lot of folks say the country's on the right track, and the generic congressional ballot looks a heck of a lot more like when Republicans win than when Democrats win.
Nice updates from.
It is crazy that it's from CNN. I was not, that was a long stream just for that one little clip from CNN because I didn't see it originally, but it's two different things I've seen where they have to say something nice about him and they don't want to. I know they don't.
Hey, David wants a link.
He wants a link or a wrench?
That depends.
No, he said link. He said link.
David did?
Yeah.
Divine? Or who are we talking about? I don't
Divine.
Yeah, Divine.
I think he calmed down. His ankles were rolled for like
Calm
90
down.
seconds. Mhm.
I mean, he's quite animated. Oh my God, I know he was doing jumping jacks and shit. I wasn't looking. And then when I played it, I was looking. I was just listening.
Hey, Kush.
Books. Okay, so I have to do this part on my phone. But yeah, there's a lot more in that actually has all the things going on with the Trinidad Aragua stuff, with the courts, and just with the text messages and stuff. And like, you know, everybody was trying to put in their piece. I think it was Rubio, Pam Bondi, and Kristi Noem all writing letters to this judge to say they think that I think it was like they think that there's nothing wrong in those texts and that it's a lot, man. There's just so many things going on at once. It's hard to even look at it. And then with the celeb stuff, and I realize it is a distraction, but it is strange how it ties right back in. Like we're talking about shipping containers. I didn't hear about that with that. I mean, I did, but not almost damn near touching mainstream news. Like this is in a court case. They're talking about The quote is that they'll ship you away and you'll never be seen again. To me, that's freaking groundbreaking. I never heard that go through courts. I've heard people say it on a conspiracy theory video, but not in a courtroom. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, there's something with the judges too. I think that's what is in some of that video too, Cootie.
Okay, I forgot what I'm doing. For some reason, I can't do. The only way I can do wrenches is on my cell phone. I mean, I guess there probably is another way, but it's just the easiest way for me to do.
Yeah, heads are rolling like pooty poo. The judges getting their funding, different state programs. That's a good thing and a bad thing. I hope for something I look for is voting reform. I'm in a commie state, and a lot of the issue is the ID issue and mail-in and just certain things that if that all got fixed, we would have a better representation, of every state in a way, Night MAGA. I think it depends on the person as far as whether they see things are better. Like I know a ton of folks that are conservative who don't know anything about the kids. They don't know anything about certain corruption things, but they're looking for what changes their everyday life, like their tax returns and how much they pay for groceries and gas, and they don't look into why that is.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, egg and gas are both down. Those two things, and people do notice that.
Exactly, but that's the only thing people notice. They don't understand why or look into like what's being restructured or taken down, or all the stuff with Doge even and all that stuff. It's in headlines that a lot of us see. It comes into our feeds and algorithms, but the average everyday person I know is just looking at the bigger picture of whether they can afford to live, worried about their Social Security or benefits, VA benefits or EBT benefits or whatever. That money is the thing that talks to most of them, even though we all know about the kids and the drugs and the weapons and the cartels and all of that. We talk about that. We know that. The average everyday person is just like, is my check going to be the same? Or am I going to lose my job? Or how much longer can I afford this or that? That's what they're looking at.
Right. Well, I've got just a couple minutes of this different spot of this because I won't say it right, but when it comes to what's going on in court and back and forth with this judge, here we go.
This in chambers. The mere act of giving the information to this court will be seen as a breach of trust. Oh, someone can sue and some hack loser judge can just order it be delivered to his chambers and you have to oblige. Okay, how about we just don't do business with you anymore? Second, as a practical matter, the more widely information is shared, the greater the...
There was a whole lot more in this before I start. This is the end of something. It's a really long, well, here, I'll just finish it. And like I said,
risk the information will reach the public, even if it is unintentional. We can't trust your seals or your protection. So it may cause direct threats to the United States, and it's going to damage cooperation from other states as well. And so
they want to know dates and times the plan landed and this and that. And he's explaining in a second, he'll explain that it's an impeachment trap. They just want to catch him say one time, oh, well, the wheels landed 4 minutes after the order or something. They're just looking for that. And they're not trying to answer direct questions because they know that's what they're looking for. And then, like I said, all three of those people were like, I think it was Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi and maybe Rubio, but he'll explain it better. And that's why I've got it on but it's just like a minute or two.
All this is being signed by Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security. So 3 for 3, Homeland Security, Secretary of State, and United States Attorney General all coming together with shared declarations explaining to Judge Boasberg, You don't have the power to get these materials, nor is it in America's interest to give you these materials. So go back to your chambers and pout if you want to, but you're not getting them. Now, the judge has received that. We'll see what the judge does in response to this. But the judge came out and said, okay, we've got a new minute order here. The court orders that if the plaintiffs, the terrorist and ACLU gangbanger lawyers, if they want to respond, they shall file.
The Trenta Aragua, I believe, members, lawyers. That's who's bringing this case, I think.
File a response by March 31st. And so this is so ordered by the judge. So what they say, they're obviously going to say that Trump cannot invoke state secrets privileges here, must give the documents over because they're facilitating this on behalf of.
Who's that?
Gosh.
Oh, he marks up medicines. 340B medicine markups? Bingo.
It's like they knew I was about to.
Terrorist, alleged terrorist by President Trump and the State Department of Homeland Security wanting to instant Trump in something much broader than this, in this case, an impeachment trap. So we're going to be here continuing to cover this one, my friends. Thank you for subscribing and joining as we do. All right, now we're not done yet.
And they're just not trying to fall for it. And that's why they're like, look, we're not going to give you that information. Here's the reasons why we're not going to give you them. And it's much more detailed. They name other cases in which they didn't give a, it's a lot, but I don't know. There's much more too. And I just don't remember what was worth. They talk about the declassifying the Crossfire Hurricane, which we kind of talked about a little over on 10 TV the other day, Yorga, I think a little bit of it. The Crossfire Hurricane. I think Jeff B was there talking about it.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at dewormers right now.
Oh my God. On Amazon.
I'm sorry. No, but yeah, Crossfire Hurricane. That Russia shit.
Well, there were worms then when you did your inspection?
No, I don't know. And he did come in. He got in his box. He scratched around a little bit. He didn't do anything. I gave him some brand new food, and he just kind of licked it a little bit. And now he's laying down again. But yeah, there's something wrong with him. So I don't know.
Okay, so is he drinking water?
Did not see him drink water. Nope.
Okay, watch that, dude. Yorga, that's probably the most, even above food, if he does not drink water at all.
Right.
You might have to just bite for the vet. Like, I think dewormer is really good, but the stuff with not much pee in the litter box, even though he goes outside, and like if he's not drinking water, Lauren and Dr.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to forget ordering this dewormer. I'm just going to take him to the vet tomorrow because it's like an emergency room vet. You can get in there, whenever. And I'm just going to take him when I get up.
Yeah.
So in that way, they'll probably put the thing up his butt and they can tell, exactly what he's got. And so I'm not just farting around with some dewormer and that ain't what it is,
Well, I mean, it could be, cats get worms a lot, but the thing with the peeing and drinking water, that says something else to me.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to go ahead, Q-tip. I just wanted to go ahead and share this little thing about the Crossfire Hurricane because he does explain it better than a lot of people, I think.
Executive orders coming up. President Trump also signed an executive order to declassify FBI files related to Crossfire Hurricane, the Russian collusion hoax perpetrated by corrupt lawyers and Hillary Clinton and the Democrats.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum for your attention. This memorandum requires the immediate declassification of all FBI files relating to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. This was obviously one of the instances of the weaponization of law enforcement powers of prosecution against you and others. We believe that it's long past time for the American people to have a full and complete understanding of what exactly is in those files.
Which gives the media the right to go in and check it. You probably won't bother because you're not going to like what you see. But this was total weaponization.
I'm sorry. I've got it. This part he's funny to me. I know people can't say it. Well, he cracks me up. He's like kind of on the spot funny. He's about to point at this media and say, are you going to check it? And I mean, when I first saw it, I know, I'm sorry. I'm taken away from what's happening just because this shit was funny to me.
And it's a disgrace. Should never happen in this country. But now you'll be able to see for yourselves, all declassified. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All declassified?
Yes, sir.
Everything?
The FBI file with there's a classified annex, but other than that, we'll put everything in the public eye.
Awesome.
Is anybody going to look?
Look.
What about you? You going to look?
What about you? You going to look? like a constant troll, man. He cracks me up.
I wonder if he's read Voltaire.
Oh, poor guy. For fuck's sake.
Because otherwise, this is shameful. It's shameful, I tell you.
Yeah.
And frankly, the FBI should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the Department of
Shame. It's all the same. They should be ashamed of themselves.
It's shameful, I tell you.
Justice, and so should Biden.
They
I thought Voltaire was some guy on Star Trek or some
in
shit.
trying to smear Trump. Now let's take a look at that executive order itself, because here it is a little bit shorter. Says from the president, the order: immediate declassification of materials related to the FBI and Crossfire Hurricane. Says by the authority invested in me as president vested in me, I hereby direct the following, except as provided below. I have determined that all of the materials referenced in the presidential memorandum of January 19th, 2021 are no longer classified. All right, so that seems like it's a narrow subset of files. Now, I have further determined that the material proposed for redaction by the FBI in a cover letter
New double serum,
gosh.
visible anti-aging result.
Remains classified.
dated January 17th remains classified. What is that and why? My decision to declassify the materials described above does not extend to materials that must be protected from disclosure pursuant to orders of the FISA court. What? And does not require the disclosure of certain personally identifiable information and other materials that must be protected from disclosure under applicable law.
I mean, it's really just the legal part of him declassifying that stuff. I mean, it's pretty much is what it is. This is a little bit about the election integrity because he also did this one today as well. There was 3, and this is one of the other ones.
Trump issuing an executive order on election integrity. This one we definitely need. The Democrats do everything they can every single election to try to rig the outcome, but not anymore. Here's what Trump is doing.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order for your attention on the very important subject of election integrity.
I don't know about
This
that.
executive order is the farthest reaching executive action taken in the history of the Republic to secure our elections. Among numerous other aspects of this executive order, this is going to cut down on illegal immigrants on the voter rolls, ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and the data that they have available is being fully weaponized to ensure that illegal immigrants aren't voting. This will include a citizenship question on the federal voting form for the first time. This executive order instructs the EAC to cut federal funding to states that don't take reasonable steps to secure their election. This calls on the Department of Justice to vigorously prosecute election crimes, particularly in states that we don't believe are in compliance with federal law around election integrity. I could go on and on for a while, sir, but the compliance with National Election Day rules, cracking down and investigating and
the elections.
All right, the last part, I was trying to say it, but he'll say it better about Trump pardoning Devin Archer.
And took it into their own prerogative, just like they're trying to usurp American power now. Now, one also shocking thing that happened today was that President Trump issued a pardon for Devin Archer. This was a Hunter Biden former business partner who was prosecuted by Joe Biden, Hunter's daddy, and incriminated Devin Archer, probably because Devin Archer was getting outside the fold of the Biden family. And this whole thing is going to be wild. Devin Archer getting a pardon makes one suspect that Devin Archer is going to start spilling his guts on what Joe Biden did and how corrupt he really is. We're excited for that. Here's what happened in the White House.
First, we have a pardon for Devin Archer. Devin Archer was a former business partner of the Biden family. He's was prosecuted relating to a fraud investigation, but notably, the tone and tenor of that prosecution changed dramatically after he began to cooperate with congressional investigators and serve as a witness against Hunter Biden and the Biden family. We believe that was an injustice, and therefore we're asking you to pardon him.
And many people have asked me to do this. I think he was treated very unfairly. And I looked at the records, studied the records, and he was a victim of a crime, as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to undo that.
I believe the legal term for that is na. No.
Na na na.
I heard that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's the legal term. Were you talking about Mike Johnson, Yorga? Because I do see that here. I don't remember what it was, but it's totally about Mike Johnson. I feel like
No, I was talking about Cat Warmer.
the leader and speaker.
No, before that or after that one. I
I don't
swear.
think I said anything about Mike Johnson. I think he's funny. He looks like a Charlie Brown character.
I swear. Where did I? Okay, now I feel like I just switched
Damn.
time. You totally said. Was it you, Virginia? Did you say something about him? Okay, never
Mike
mind.
Johnson? No.
Oh my gosh.
I know. You tripping.
I don't know what it is. I can't remember. So now it's a minute long. I got to know now. But I could have swore it was Yorga that said something about Mike Johnson. I'm going to end up playing like the last 20 minutes later just to see if I'm crazy, what it was.
Speaker of the House.
It's not what the founders intended. So there's a natural tension between the branches of the government, and we're working through that. The Judiciary Committee is looking at alternatives. One of the bills that I really like, it's already been through committee, was authored by Representative Darrell Issa, and that would limit the scope of federal injunctions, the ability of one individual judge to abuse the system in this way. And it would be, in my view, a dramatic improvement on that. So we'll be moving, I think, that piece of legislation and some others to address it, because we have an Article 1 authority under the Constitution to do that. We do have authority over the federal courts, as you know. We can eliminate an entire district court.
Do it.
Have power funding over the courts and all these other things. But
This was probably what Pooty was talking. Maybe it was Pooty because he was talking about the judges. So
desperate times call for desperate measures, and Congress is going to act. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
All right. Congress is going to act. And Jim Jordan was also out hanging out with Rob Schmidt over on with Newsmax. And Jordan was asked some questions about Boasberg and the judiciary. Here's what Jim had to say.
Story, doesn't it? It sure does. These judges, I mean, the left's being the left. They actually think that unelected judges, unelected bureaucrats should have more say in policy and actions than the guy who put his name on a ballot and got elected as president of the United States as commander in chief. So, and then when you look at this Judge Boasberg's decision, it was one of the dumbest I've ever seen, because he in essence said, turn the plane around, bring back the bad guys, bring it back.
Yeah.
I mean, gang members, hardened criminals here illegally who did terrible things, turn the plane around and bring it back. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. So we're going to be talking about that, as well as these injunctions that you mentioned that have happened so often around the country.
Darrell Issa has a bill to block district judges from issuing these nationwide injunctions. Why should some partisan judge, probably in a very partisan area, be able to stop something from happening all across the country, be able to prevent the president from doing the work through the entire country? I think that makes sense. It's amazing to me that that is the way it works.
Yeah, no kidding. I always say, why should some judge in Timbuktu, California, be able to decide policy for the entire country? So that bill, a good bill, we've already passed it out of committee. We had a hearing on that. We talked about that. We passed it, taken a vote, and it looks like our leadership is going to put that on the floor for a full Congress, for a vote in front of the full Congress next week. But it's a good bill. It says the decision should apply only to the parties in the case in that respective jurisdiction, shouldn't have nationwide implications. And if there are a couple of state attorney generals bringing in action, well, then it goes to an expedited appeal process. Again, legislators will be trying to put some common sense back into this and let the president get his policies done that he was elected to do.
I mean, you're head of the Judiciary Committee. I mean, it's in your opinion, because there's conservatives like Andrew McCarthy we talked about last week that say that the president is not on solid legal ground in this decision that they've made. How do you see it? I mean, what's your?
I respectfully disagree. I think he's on strong constitutional ground. Article 2, Section 1, first sentence, executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. So this is the president. He was elected. This is his power, particularly when you talk about national defense. Second, the Alien Enemies Act talks about a predatory incursion as a reason the president can take this type of action. Well, what else do you call this gang? Trinity Agua gang coming in here doing the terrible things they're doing. They're not coming in here because they're Boy Scouts, what they do nice things. They're here for bad things, and they've done those things, and they're here illegally. So I think he's on strong statutory ground. And then finally, it's what we talked about before. It's this decision is stupid. And then when you couple the fact that this Judge Boasberg, has a history which looks like it's been politically targeted against President Trump, specifically what he did with the FISA court relative to the whole Trump-Russia collusion baloney. I think you put all that together and you can begin to make the case. This judge looks like he's operating in an entirely political fashion, which you're not supposed to do when you sit on the bench.
It seemed to me a little screwy when we found out that he was basically a tourist for I think the Trump court proceedings in Washington. He went in, even though it wasn't his jurisdiction, he went in just to watch the president go through this process, and it was almost like he was a fangirl for the prosecutions of the next president. Which
he also gave that is important, but he also gave the slap on the wrist. He was part of giving the slap on the wrist to Kevin Kleinsmith, the guy who altered a document that was taken to the FISA court and was used to get the warrants to spy on President Trump's campaign. Right. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to give this to you before I let you go.
All right, so Jim Jordan out there explaining what is happening in Congress, and we're excited to see them get to work.
Right. So I don't know. Like, I would try to say some of that, and I wouldn't get it out right. Yeah, for sure. And there's probably more I'm not finding. I feel like I don't know where Pootie is. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but he knows a lot about the stuff with the judges. And it's so much going on. Yeah, they make it impossible to follow it all. I mean, it really is. And then especially if you're going down rabbit holes and going and looking through I haven't, because I'm afraid I'll get too many answers. If I go down with the shipping crates and all that, like that shit freaks me out, because I do think that's what it is. I didn't show that girl. I can find her, man. I don't really want to, because it's such a dark topic, but it is true. Also, it's actually happening. It's like, I don't know. I always want to just think maybe it's not true, and then something else so obviously blatant, and you're like, what else could that be? Once you know.
Man, I just got to shout out Zach. Like, I can see him on the StreamYard side, and I clicked over to YouTube to say hi, but I can't see him over there. And there was a time I may or may not have been blocked by Zach, but he unblocked me, but I still can't see him. And like, I don't know if it's YouTube doing something, because he has a wrench, so I should be able to see him regardless. You know what I mean? Because he has a wrench. So even if you're blocked by someone, if they have a wrench, you can still see them. So I don't know. But hi, Zach. I was trying to highlight you in chat, but that's weird. Because him and I talked for a hot minute, and he was like, nope, I unblocked you. It's all good. And now I can't see him, but he has a wrench. So I think that's Google fucking with us. Zach, for the record. Like,
I can't remember. I just remember he said, what was your line in the sand? And it was from Telegram. And I could have swore that I saved it, but maybe I didn't. He asked her what her line in the sand was, and she started talking about the accounts that she was finding and the numbers. And, once again, this is what used to be Project Veritas, but now it's just James O'Keefe. But still, like, it's like more people should be covering this. Not to cover.
And it's the people that look at it, like, man, a couple 100,000 views you'll see watching maybe Veritas or independent sort of media, like maybe what's his name? He pops in my feed every day. The guy with the glasses and the short haircut, Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson. Yeah. And they get, he'll get like 250,000 views on his videos. Then you see CNN or ABC something or whatever, and they'll have like 50,000 views. So I think there's a lot of people paying attention in some way, like watching, or the silent majority is what I always say, but they're out there paying attention. They're just kind of watching for different stuff. But
yeah, I feel like also another thing that I don't have that one right here, but one of the things I do have right here, do you remember the mayor phone call that got leaked where she kind of sounded like it's really freaking, it's scary. It's only 2 minutes, but she like talks about read between the lines, and it's as if she's telling, well, I'll just let you listen to it. And then there's another one behind this one where they were instructed not to cover this. I'm sure a lot of people have heard of this, actually.
I'd love to see it. I don't know which clip.
I feel like you will be like, oh yeah, or if not, then it is what it is.
There's a lot out there, so
Just so you know, and this is 2 work days. That's it. Yeah.
This was before the fires.
And if President Biden extends me an invitation, I took it. And hopefully you can read in between the lines. But I would just appreciate and it's hard for me to tell you this, but hold tight. You will understand soon.
I don't know how to get that off the screen there, but a leaked phone call from January 4th reveals Mayor Karen Bass defending her controversial trip to Ghana while dropping a cryptic warning just days before the devastating LA fires ignited. I don't know how little that is. Make sure we can see it. She admitted that addressing the growth safety issues in MacArthur Park is not her area of expertise.
The situation is very dangerous, and I would never do. I will take the criticism before I do a publicity stunt. And frankly, a press conference at this point in time would just be publicity.
I think
the
neighbors, the property owners,
yeah,
and the residents. I mean, 41,000 people live within a square mile here.
Yeah.
Two families share a one-bedroom apartment.
But they want to hear that something is going to be done.
They want to know it's
And
recognized.
when-
But they
and
want to know
when.
it's recognized.
Exactly. But if I have a choice between that and compromising something, I just have to go along with it. It's not my area of expertise. I want to make sure that you are safe. And hopefully you can read in between the lines. But I would just appreciate and it's hard for me to tell you this, but hold tight. You will understand soon.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And when I am able to talk, I will be happy to go into great detail.
Okay. And you've got me on the street, and you're welcome to call me at any time. I'll call you right back.
Now, obviously, I don't think they ever spoke again because they'd have probably recorded that too. This is even after that. Again, this is only 2 minutes, but this is how much they went straight to cover it up right after.
Messages from within Fox 11 News in Los Angeles reveal that reporters are being told not to cover the secret recording of the Mayor Bass phone call released on Friday. In the phone call from January 4th, just 3 days before the fires, Mayor Bass preemptively defends her Ghana trip.
And just in terms of my trip, just so you know, I'm missing 2 more days.
Oh, I should have just played this one.
She also sends a very cryptic message to read between the lines, whatever that means.
And hopefully you can read in between the lines. But I would just appreciate and it's hard for me to tell you this, but hold tight. You will understand soon.
Now, in these text messages provided to Citizen Journalism Foundation within Fox 11, they read, quote, "I know the company's Fox's lawyers have had some concerns about this one and have asked us to pause. I wish it was up to me. It's an interesting tape, and I'd like to know what she's referring to." We also asked if Fox 11 can at least cover this on social media. They were informed they were barred from posting the story on social media as well. Yeah, It's both for now. We'll work to get clearance on both. Now, this recording of Mayor Karen Bass has received 6 million views on X, and residents are demanding answers about what she meant by what she was saying in this recording. Of course, this is one of the problems with access journalism, where corporate media outlets are afraid to be too adversarial for biting the hand that feeds them. Fox 11 coming off a big interview with Mayor Karen Bass recently, and maybe she's not too happy about it, but this is why we need citizen journalism, why we can't rely upon the corporate press or the legacy media to do the job, where we have to do what is right, and only what is newsworthy is the biggest consideration. Of course, sometimes what's lost in corporate media and legacy media is any semblance of right and wrong.
I really do like that guy.
Man, I hope that more pick up on the truth and see it for what it is. You know, the individual accountability, your homes, your families, your communities, stuff like that, because the major political solution, they are all shaken up right now like a motherfucker. Like that shit is rattling, and it's going to settle somewhere. Like, I think we're going through a revolution of sorts. In the meantime, I think we should all stay kind of focused on your immediate, environment and doing the best for yourself. Be as self-reliant in some ways as possible. Like, pay attention to all this. But I see a lot of people put so much hope. Let's say that $5,000 check, right? I've seen people put a lot of hope in that. Like, oh yeah, that'll be awesome, great, cool, and it will be. It'll get some of us over the hump or whatever. But that's like, if nothing else changes, then that's kind of a dangling carrot, a quick Band-Aid to quiet us. It's a mask in a way to shut people up for a little bit. So I want to see the long-term change, and I think that's where maybe David and I had a Y in the road, is the time factor. This will take a lot of time. In the meantime, do your own. Get your own house in order. whatever they do, don't let it be something that can pull the tablecloth out from under your life. You remember that scene in Ghostbusters when they pull out the tablecloth and all the dishes are supposed to stand still, but they didn't?
You're like me. To another subject there. Oh, Zach, of course. Squirrel, I do it too. Okay, I just saw this.
It happens.
Well, y'all, I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Well, I'm glad you came up. You stayed longer than I expected you to.
Yeah, got an interest in there for a little bit.
Right.
I'm gonna go read some Voltaire before I go to bed. got a reading lamp, and I'm feeling kind of shameful though. I gotta admit.
I mean, if you were a thinking man, you might do that. Or wait,
yeah, that's a big if there, Colin.
You're not going to do that. You're not going to do it. Sorry, that's kind of how you didn't do that. As soon as you said
well,
something.
I was hoping he could come on so he could tell me more about me.
Right. Well, I mean, I put the link in the chat. I mean, it's not pinned.
So
But
what was I doing 15 years ago? Really?
I didn't see the link go in the chat. Oh, we got a Zach. That's what's up.
That's Zachy, baby.
Yorga, be careful with the touch lamp. Don't hit it too hard.
Wait, what?
Okay.
It's good to see you, Zach.
How do you know I have one of them touch lamps? I actually do.
I
swear to God, right next to my bed, man.
No, that's
I
the
know
funnier.
you do.
You said it. You did you hear him say it, or were you just guessing, V?
No, I'm in touch with the universe. I pictured it in my mind. You've got
I know
one
I've
of those-
never mentioned this lamp before. I know. This
I
is
never
freaking me out. Making me feel kind of shameful.
Came into my mind. Mama knows, baby.
I know. It's one of those ones you touch it 3 times, it gets brighter and brighter, and then it goes out.
And then it goes out. Yep.
Need it on bright. I need it on bright. I'm doing some light reading tonight.
You really did hang in here. Your guy just saw. I really didn't realize it was this long as we've been going. All right. Well, I'm winding down anyways. You're not going to miss much. I'm going to hang out with Zach for a minute because he just got
Yeah.
here. But
yeah,
I'll hang out for another few minutes. Zachy baby's here. I can hang out. I
That's
haven't
right.
talked to him in a while.
Right?
Yeah.
I think he's going to say something to Virginia. I feel like 'cause she was talking. He's like, he didn't want to type. He's like, I will just get up here and say it. Nope, nothing to Virginia. Okay. My bad.
He might.
Is it about Tom? Look, I'm just over here playing charades now.
Or is it about a
At
touch
least I was
lamp?
right. At least I was right. It is about Tom.
Oh, good. Very good. Yeah, that's true, Best. Like some of them have little flower. It's usually like kind of a glass, maybe like 5 little panes, or it's like one solid piece at the top. And sometimes they have little flowers on each thing, or it's just sort of a smoky white color. And you tap them, they do their thing. Yeah. Oh, New York Deb, clap on. You just need a Z pack, and then you clap off.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and now I get it. Wow. That was like one of them joke grenades. You throw the joke out there and it takes like 10 seconds and you go, oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
I like a good joke grenade every now and then.
Right? Yeah. If you catch the clap quickly, you can clap off.
my
even.
Right.
It just gets worse.
Yep.
That's like, what do you get when you cross an elephant and a rhino? Elephano.
Look, she's the new Bonnie. I don't get it. Wasn't that's the nickname for one of the STDs? Yeah. The clap equals what's the doctor's name for it? Is it?
It's gonorrhea.
No, it's chlamydia. It's chlamydia.
Okay.
Is there a little nickname for that one? Like I don't know. I don't know how you get that from that. I mean, they both start with a C.
I used to date a girl named Lydia. Does that count?
That was a joke grenade too. I was like, what the hell does that matter? And then I'm like,
I really did. I really did, though.
Yeah, you took notes from Virginia's joke grenade, though.
Right.
It totally took a minute.
Well, you didn't get the one. I said, what do you get when you cross an elephant and a rhino?
What?
Elephano.
Hell if I know.
Right. Dun.
You're silly.
Exactly. I wonder if Zach's ever read any Voltaire. I bet he has. He said no. I swear I thought it was a guy on Star Trek, Voltaire.
And it's not the clap on, clap off lamp either. It's a touch lamp. So different clap on.
I don't know. Let me clap. Maybe it'll work with that too. Let's see. Nope.
It's on here for too long.
Nope, it's defective.
The jokes are getting worse and the laughing's getting louder.
I know. It's because we're all getting giddy now.
Yeah, exactly. We've been on here for too long. I wish I knew how to stop this at certain minutes. I'd do that. I wanted to one time, like either all 4s or all 5s, and I was way off. You got to like go before the number you want. It's stupid. It's not like it matters, but it would be cool though.
That's some good advice, Benjamin. Try not to get the clap. Okay. I think my mom told me that one time.
What does it matter, little dog? You hear him crying down there. Oh, you're out of water. He's such a good dog. Like he's just this little bitty little guy. And he doesn't bother you for shit, but like he's whining, his water bowl's empty. It's like I know he's not a genius for that or anything, but I mean, at least he lets me know, you know? I'm sorry. I got you. You don't like to be thirsty, huh? Who does? There you go. You can hear him drinking that. Probably it's so quiet. He was thirsty. I'm neglecting my poor little thirsty doggy.
I wish mine was.
Aww.
Now I'm worried about it. I'll take him to the doctor. It's hell getting him in that freaking little crate thing, though, man. Oh.
Right.
Yeah, he's big, man.
Are you ready?
Man.
Are you ready, Zach? I'm like, you writing me a book. There's probably a lot of information about Tom, I suppose. Yorga and Yorga.
Yeah, and throw yogurt in there, too. It works.
Yoga and yogurt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're pulling something else up. Am I supposed to bring? Oh, goodness. Is that supposed to be there, Zach? There we go. Oh, he got the video. Oh, man. I don't know if he wants it on a live, Zach. What do you think? What do you think? Maybe not. Maybe save it for the backstage. I don't know. It's up to you.
He looks pretty good, actually.
Yeah. Let's truth with Tom.
Dang.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should totally do that if you don't. Zach, you are a mod, aren't you? I miss Tom too.
Yeah.
One place you're never going to get any rest, a freaking hospital. Sucks.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Zach, you're a mod, right? Could you do? Okay, no, never mind. Billy's got it. Your link.
Man,
I
I
mean,
think about all the time. I hope he's fine. Yeah.
I miss his live streams and everything, like and him being there and chatting on panels and stuff.
Yep.
I'm wondering. I actually thought about it, and it's like we don't have any guarantees he'll be able to do live streams or get in the chat or whatever. I mean, hopefully he will, but we don't know that for sure. I was thinking about that the other day, and I don't know why it didn't occur to me. I just like, well, he'll be back soon, and then like I started thinking about it. It's like I don't know how that'll be.
Yeah.
I mean, Lord would do it for him if he really wanted to, but I don't know.
Right. Right.
Zach probably has an idea. Are you typing, Zach? My dogs are being noisy as hell. I don't know if y'all can hear them between drinking the water and eating the food. They're just like, pay attention to me.
Laura sent me the videos Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So he's doing better. He's on the road to recovery, so that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, so true, Dee. Man, I get in my head sometimes about how many people have gone, not just from the YouTube platform, but in my personal life, like quite a few family, friends, and then people on this platform, friends and comrades, and it is, man, it's dark. We are not guaranteed. It's all different ways and means too. Well, some are old and some are young, so like you don't know, like Dee is saying, you just don't know.
Yeah. I went through my Facebook friends the other day. I never do that, but I was looking for somebody, and it's a long list. I don't even know how many people it is, but I had the dawning of, especially towards the end of the list, I was like, oh, he's gone, and then scroll down a little bit further. Well, she's gone, and I mean, it's just like, holy crap. I bet it was 10 different people that still have Facebook pages up. Yeah. It's crazy.
Zach's ready.
I video called him a month ago and he was so happy to see me.
Good.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Yeah. So his memory, like he's pulling everything back together, like physically, but yeah, I gotcha. That's great. Such a trip, man. Such a trip. I'm glad he's recovering. Yeah. Yeah, Dee, for sure. And Deb, go back and look at it. Shit. Last couple of years. I don't know. That got really dark. Awesome. Like
Yeah, I mean, but hey, that's life,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
And we all knew him and we all miss him. And I mean, well, not all of us, but if anybody didn't, I'm sorry for you. You missed a funny, cool dude, man. But he'll be back around. I just don't know to what extent, if he'll do live streams again or not, which I certainly hope he does, because I really did enjoy them, you know. And he'd always end everyone with his fist pump and his resist, you know.
Super nice guy.
He was a good dude. I'm not. I don't mean to say it like that. He still is.
Yeah.
But I just haven't got to see him in a long time. Not besides videos and pictures and things.
Maybe he'll see this.
Right.
You know?
Well, we've talked about him on at least 3 or 4 different ones. Most of the time I bring Zach up to, I don't like to cover it any of the news about it. And if I let Zach do it. If he wants to share it, I'll let him share it. Because like he said he's like his grandson, He's like a grandson.
Oh.
Yeah, so
I could see that.
Far be it from me or anyone else to take that position from him to share the news on Tom, Usually I do get all the video. I didn't get that one, so I am glad you did that one. Usually I know what you're about to say or do, and this time I didn't get this one, so I'm glad you did share it. I had no idea. I saw some that were very sweet, though. But he's actually doing better now than he was in those, and he's recovering. And it was a lot. Yeah, it is getting dark. I'm sorry, but it went back and forth for a while, and it got scary. But he's getting out of rehab, and he'll be home soon, I hope. He was about to get out of rehab. He had like something like the pneumonia or flu or something, Zach, which caused him to take 2 steps back. And it's like, mother truck. He was just about out that place. Had to do it all over again, pretty much. But he's tough, man.
Yeah, it's another great place to pick up, different viruses and whatnot too in the hospital, man. It's, you can go in there for one thing and end up catching something in there. It sucks.
I never thought that. I mean, that might have been what happened too, I don't know. I didn't think of it like that, but it could have been.
Oh, but he's a tough bird, dude. Tom was very tough all the time. Like he does stand for what he believes in, and he's a tough guy. I can see him. Sometimes they say people are too stubborn to die. Like he's got fire in him. He's got fire.
Definitely
and
true.
Courage.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I said, he talks to anyone, or he'll go with any kind of thought, and like that's a lot of courage. He is not a judge you can book by a book you can judge by its cover. Yeah.
Go ahead, Zach.
Virginia, guess what? This fall, I'm going to be doing a video on canning red cinnamon applesauce.
Awesome.
Dude.
I love the way it says your name. Virginia. That shit cracks me up every time.
I love
There's
that,
a
Zach.
couple more of them too. I can't remember, but oh yeah, I do. It was we can't do that on a live stream, but it's pretty hilarious. I mean, I guess we can if you want to. He's like, wait, we can't? Go ahead, Zach. Go ahead, do it. It's freaking AI.
I'm really proud of you, Zach. That is a big hobby to take up, canning anything. And once you do it, beware. Once you do it, you're going to be like, oh shit, I got to do this all the time. This is so cool,
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need a shitload of shelves to put all them jars on too.
Yeah. Storage is a thing.
Badger
I knew what he was going to do.
Oh
my God. I knew it. I've been waiting this whole time. Man, do it again, Zach. I'm like, do it again, Zach. I'm such a kid. It's pretty funny. on. It is pretty.
Vajayjay.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Like for JJ?
Mm-hmm. Veggie
Yeah,
Jay.
yeah.
That is true. I do some pickle recipes. I don't know if anybody wants to do that, but I want to somebody that knows what they're talking about, knows how to do it, wants to do it with me. We'll do a live or something, or we could do a backstage. Either one. I just can't seem to make pickles work. I mean, I made relish and I've really liked it, but the pickles always taste like vinegar too much or this too much. It just never tasted like a real pickle.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know how to. I just haven't gotten it right yet.
Just go to the store. They got lots of pickles.
Right, but we're trying to learn how to do stuff, right?
No.
Yep.
Not me. I just go to the store and get me some pickles, baby.
Mm-hmm. But what if they don't have pickles at the store one day?
What if they're out of pickles? I'll have to make my own pickles, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll get a head start. That's what I'm trying to do. Hopefully,
I'm
we don't.
too busy reading Voltaire right now, lady.
Right? What chapter are you on? Can you give us a quote?
Can I get done with my Voltaire and then I'll make some damn pickles? How about that?
Oh my gosh.
Well, it kind of depends on how long you want to store them. Like, there's different methods and reasons and ways, and short pickles you can just keep for a couple of months and it's just like a vinegary solution, or you can water bathe them and they can go a little bit longer. But for canning, I think that proteins is what I've kind of come down to, or homemade chicken broth or stocks or something, because pickles are cheap. I'm not going to lie. I go to the dollar store for certain things. One of them is pickles. Also, like sweetened condensed milk is like $4 at the store. You can find it at the dollar store, $1.25 store. Sorry, but jarred pickles, jalapenos, roasted red peppers, some of that stuff that's in a solution, really inexpensive. And to be honest, the $1.25 works better in some ways. But for canning, I would say like meats all the way. Now, if you have a garden and you're doing your pickles, I would almost say go like whole, because I've done sliced and they come out kind of like mushy a bit. I would say if you're going to can cucumbers, go big, like whole, or maybe cut in quarters, spears or something, so they hold a little integrity.
All the pickle jokes.
Yeah, naturally. They hold up for a long time because they have a lot of acid. So as far as storage, hundo. And if you grow a lot of them, absolutely find something you like do it once, see if you like it, and then do 50 jars of it. You know what I mean?
I really don't know why it works so great with the relish and not with the pickles, but I just followed recipes and one was way better than the other.
You know what? Relish or chow chow or jardinières or things in the salsa family, that's the way to go, because then you mix up a bunch of different vegetables, like you're making a condiment. Kimchi falls into that, but that's more fermentation. But still, like making a relish, I think that in the long run comes out more useful. New York Deb, excellent point about A1. So you can find A1 at the dollar store, and it's probably like a 4-ounce bottle, maybe, and it's $1.25. You go to the store to buy A1, and it's like $8 for maybe a 10-ounce bottle. Me no math, but the dollar store wins. Like, I'm amazed at some of the shit. It's not like generic A1 either. It's A1, you know?
Do you know there's orange juice in A1?
Huh.
Oh. Okay.
or some sort of orange, what do you call it? Not abstract, extract or something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Acid? No.
I don't know. I always heard it was orange juice.
It probably is. I feel like I've heard that at least once.
I mean, you can
yeah.
once you know it's in there, you can taste it. It's like a tangy kind of,
Right.
Never know what you come up with when you're drunk.
Profile.
Well, sometimes it's really good stuff though when you're drinking it.
That's what I know. Jack's got some.
I think
Zach's
ready.
Screen. Go ahead, Zach.
And Virginia, I actually did a canning video on pinto beans.
Oh, hell yeah, Zach. Beans is the first thing I ever canned. They are so easy, and it makes sense to do beans. For sure. Yes. Because like a lot of us stack up beans or rice or pasta or whatever, do that. Right? Now, rice and pasta kind of need to do cooking on the spot, but beans, if it really came to a serious situation, what do beans need? They need a lot of water. And so when you can beans, you take away, it's already hydrated beans. They're canned. They're ready to eat. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Zach. Beans, brilliant. People say you can't can rice or pasta. Now, I think if you made like a soup, like let's say you made like chicken soup with celery and carrots and onions and chicken and broth, and then threw a little rice in there, I don't think it would ruin your life. You know what I'm saying? But you can't like can. I mean, you could, but
you can't, but you could. Wait, what?
You could, yeah. It's not going to go bad. It's just it puffs up. It takes up a lot of space. The texture becomes pure mush. Now, nutritionally, go for it. You'll get nutrition.
I was saying earlier about this, and that's why, once again, it's just easier to show than to say. But because I was saying that there's something going on with the lawyer stepping down, and I just don't know. Maybe I didn't even see this. I saw it and I added it. I haven't even watched it yet but I do know that they've said stuff about it. It can't be that much different of the information, but it's short is mostly the whole thing. But I don't really I don't know. I'm not sure how to take it. I feel like it was, I don't know. I'll just play it. Here we go.
But having Tony Buzbee withdraw from a series of cases does help bolster the fact that many of his civil cases will be tossed. Headline: Tony Buzbee has now withdrawn from 15 Diddy lawsuits in New York. The number of Diddy lawsuits that Tony Buzbee has withdrawn from has reached 15. After an ongoing feud with Jay-Z, the controversial attorney's troubles deepened as he stepped back from multiple abuse cases involving Sean Diddy Combs. Buzbee made the decision to withdraw from over a dozen federal lawsuits in New York, citing an error in his ability to practice law in the jurisdiction. In a statement to Judge Ronnie Abrams, Buzbee admitted he had failed to disclose his lack of admission to the Southern District of New York, but reassured the court that he was in good standing with the New York State Bar. Buzbee
something so trivial, like that's the reason why. Like it just sounds like a bunch of horse shit, man.
Explained that his withdrawal was intended to prevent any distractions that could hinder the pursuit of justice for the plaintiffs.
Too freaking late, buddy. You've already been here all this time and you leave it, and that's not going to be a distraction in and of itself. Like it just doesn't seem good to me.
He emphasized his focus remained on representing clients in state courts and other jurisdictions where he is properly admitted. Despite this, Buzbee's exit does not mark the end of his involvement in the Combs litigation. His colleagues who are properly admitted will continue handling the federal cases. Buzbee's legal representation of 120 individuals alleging abuse by Combs has sparked controversy, especially after expanding a lawsuit to include Jay-Z as a defendant, accusing him of participating in a 2000 assault. That case was later dropped. With these latest developments, Busby's withdrawal from the federal cases underscores the challenges he faces as he navigates both legal hurdles and public scrutiny. This is a bad look for Tony Busby. Jump in the comments and let me know your thoughts, and I'll see you on.
I don't even know what to think. I just wanted to share it and not be in my own words because I knew I'd miss something or other.
Well, do you think that they are pumping him for information? Because that's what I think. I think that Diddy is kind of like, he knows enough to be the plunger and pump out.
There's so much stuff. Like it would take too long to go through all the, Kanye's going to see Diddy, and Kanye is talking smack about Jay-Z now and his kids, and it's crazy. I swear, I think he called Kim a trafficker, which is things you don't throw around lightly, and kind of, might be true, right? But I don't know. It all kind of ties together in weird ways, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know if somebody paid that guy a lot, or it was always a thing that could have happened. It just is too convenient that it's good for him, and oops, we just did. Sorry. My grandmother used to use that phrase, pumping you for information. Right, exactly. Something ain't right. Delay. I hope not. But yeah, there's a lot going on there. I just have a bad feeling. But I think that there's J-Lo's name got dropped, and I had something for that, but I didn't get down timestamps. I'm not playing a 30-minute video, but J-Lo's name is getting in there, and it's like she's not. I don't know. They named her in the courtroom talking, but she hasn't been named. But I bet she is there. I mean, there's some kind of reason for that. You don't just drop J-Lo's name for no reason. I don't know what it is, but it'll all come out. This shit is fascinating. I know I should be looking in other directions, but it's just like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing. I was paying attention to that too. You got something, Zach? Go ahead, babe.
Honestly, I think they'll Jeffrey him sooner than later.
That's what everybody keeps saying. That's what I keep hearing, that he's not going to make it. It's just May, so they better get to Jeffreying.
Right.
I hope not. I hope he does. I think he's. Go ahead. You got something? Oh, I thought he was trying to say something else. I don't know, man. I think they probably are. I think he's being arrogant. There was another one. I didn't put it all. It's just like a lot of talking, and it's like, oh, he was arrogant, and he like blew kisses at his family in the courtroom and pissed the judge off, they said. But I didn't have any way. Some of these I'm not sure. I'm like, is this actual? That's why I like Robert Gouveia so much. He'll put the document on the screen and underline it and underline it 3 times and circle certain words while he's saying them. And you can see it. And you know he's not, he's showing you what's going on. And these other people, you don't know how accurate they are if you don't regularly follow them. I hope not, Pat. But we'll be seeing soon. Busta Rhymes is a name that's out there big time. I don't know if y'all have heard it, but he's interested in the young non-women. Like, it is what it is. That's if they're over 18, it's not a crime, but it's really kind of weird when it's somebody like Busta, because you're like, why don't you just tell people that's what like nobody was going to be mad at you. Somebody's bugging Zach. But I am getting really close to going on backstage. We got 2 spots if anybody wanted to come back. I'll go ahead and put the link now. I mean, I had it out already, so it's not like it's hidden or anything. I swear that it just hardly works out right. I like to have an idea of who wants to be here and just send them the link directly, because something crazy always happens. And David was fine. Like, he could have come back. I didn't delete the link out of the chat, but I guess it probably wasn't as easy. I probably should have stopped what I was doing and sent it back down there, but I was trying to hurry up and get through some stuff real quick, and I don't know, either passed out or got sick of us. I don't know which.
Well, that's not the link there. That's your channel.
Well, damn. Thanks, Virginia.
I was just saying, I'll have to go soon. You might have 3 spots soon.
Okay. I totally did. That's I just went to my channel and copied it. Like, I don't know why I did that. trying to. Oh, Billy already beat me to it. Thanks, Billy.
Yeah, the clipboard, it's messed up. But yeah, anybody.
Dude, I was totally tempted to hit end when it was like 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and I was like, I couldn't do it. I was looking up at it. I was like, man, I had to fight the urge to hit that button. I was like, man, that would be rude just in the middle of somebody's sentence because it was 4 4s or however many 4s.
Like it, though. That's cool.
I totally should have done it. I missed it. I totally missed the opportunity, but I am getting close to 5 even, so I'll try to get close to that. Did you want to say something, Zach or Yorga?
Oh, Zach, you have to stay. Jeez.
And I think he's saying bye to everybody, but I could be
Oh,
wrong.
to the chat. Oh, okay. I was going to say, jeez.
No,
Zach.
he's saying he's going to sleep. Well, I know I'm all over the place. I had a whole bunch of stuff. I got some of it out there. I can't, I don't know. I jump from thing to thing. Look see, the numbers are doing something tonight. But all right. Good night, everybody. I'm going to go ahead backstage. The link's there for there's 2 more spots, maybe 3, depending on what Virginia does. But good night, you guys. Have a great rest of your night. See you next Wednesday. Maybe.